Chapter 59. It was the night of the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were lying on the Kong bed. Pomegranate was lying next to them. All three of them had their eyes open and were wide awake. Xiaobao, tomorrow is the new year. We are 1 year older. Do you have any thoughts about the new year? Wang Wan couldn't sleep. She looked at the ceiling with the help of the light in the room. Nothing. Let's just celebrate the new year. I'm used to it. Come closer to me. Don't touch the wall. It's burning. Zhang Xiaobao didn't sleep either. He was thinking about other things. At noon, the county yamen in Sanshui County sent news that the last batch of cucumbers had been sold for 150 copper coins per caddy. It was estimated that all of them would be sold in the afternoon. They had made a profit. Tomorrow, they would get about 300 taels of silver. They didn't plant the cucumbers in vain. Including the money they invested in the grass curtain, they only got 27 to 28 taels of silver. 10 times the profit. The people in Zhuangzi also sent some cucumbers to other places. It wasn't a small amount. Wang Wan also felt the heat beside her. She moved closer to Zhang Xiaobao and said, I didn't ask you to think about the new year. I asked you to think about Zhuangzi next year. You should at least make a conclusion. Yes, I do. This year is a special year. It's a harmonious year. With the efforts of everyone in Zhuangzi, Zhang family and Wang family have achieved good results in the construction of spiritual and material civilization. Following the tradition of Zhuangzi, to be honest. Wang Wan impatiently interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. She had heard too much and was numb to it. It's really too difficult. Without money, how can we survive next year? I have to think of something. Zhang Xiaobao calculated his own money. There were still some carrots that could be sold for 1,008 taels of silver. The soybean oil was almost sold out in the past few days. The chili sauce just happened to be sold out yesterday. It was all bought out by people who wanted to have a good new year. Generally speaking, it was not a small amount to have 1,600 to 700 taels of silver on hand. Many people would not be able to earn that much in their lifetime. However, this was not enough to satisfy him. Next year, he would need to repair the roads, plan the land, and buy a lot of things. Furthermore, he would need to bribe the officials. He heard that someone would be inspecting the land next year. Then, have you thought of one? Wang Wan helped Zhang Xiaobao remove the wound on his neck. Zhang Xiaobao also moved a little. This was the bad thing about the northwest. In the winter, there was a Kong bed below, and it was hot and scalding. Above, there was a chilly wind, and both sides were suffering. Fortunately, there was a stove in the house, which raised the temperature a little, but he could still feel a gust of wind blowing around him. Tell me, have you thought of a good idea? Wang Wan urged. There is no other way. When everyone is done with their work at the beginning of spring, I plan to set up a market at the small bridge. We have a lot of things in our warehouse. At that time, we will take out some of them every day and put them there for the two people of Zhuangzi to exchange. The things we exchanged can continue to be exchanged. Everything has to be set by the people in our courtyard and exchanged for the same value. Otherwise, we will use other money to make up for it. At that time, there will be people from the nearby Zhuangzi. At that time, you are going to collect taxes? That won't work, right? Wang Wan suddenly interrupted as she listened to Zhang Xiaobao's words. What taxes? As long as the market is set up, we will have the right to set the price. Then, we will be able to get a lot of benefits. We can build a few small warehouses and rent them to store their things. We will provide protection. We can also set up a few small tea stalls or snack bars there. We can earn some money and don't have to worry too much. Zhang Xiaobao's voice gradually weakened. It seemed that he was sleepy. That was enough. Wang Wan seemed to be infected by him. She yawned, tilted her head, and fell asleep while leaning on Xiaobao. The topic was settled. Pomegranate laid there with her clothes on. When she saw that the two young masters had finally fallen asleep, she got up and checked that the stove outside was not smoking. She sprayed some water at the place where it was connected. When she saw that there were no bubbles, she was relieved and turned to leave the room. She went outside to check on the two young masters who were still sitting there reading. She told them to pay more attention to the stove at night. Then, she went back to lie down and slowly fell asleep. Sanshui County, where the county magistrate lived behind the yamen. Qing Lingxiang hugged the concubine in his arms. He couldn't sleep for a while. He was estimating how much help the cucumbers would get this time. After selling cucumbers for a few days, the news had already spread to the ears of those who wanted to know. However, no one sent anyone to inquire about it. The document that was submitted had also not been replied. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Master, those cucumbers are so delicious. Don't give them to others. Keep them. The concubine in Qing Lingxiang's arms still had a rosy face after the passion just now. She stretched out one arm and kept moving it on Qing Lingxiang's body. Qing Lingxiang frowned. What do women know? If I don't give them, where can I find a future? If you want to eat them, it's easy. Tomorrow, I will send someone to deliver money to them. Then, I will ask for some cucumbers back. The concubine became honest and no longer asked about this. Master is still the best. You can sell a cucumbers that are usually worthless at such a price. Yes, Master is also good at other things. With this praise, Qing Lingxiang touched the concubine's smooth body and was a little restless. He turned over and the passion appeared again. Early the next morning, the people sent by County Magistrate Qing set off with the heavy silver. There were a lot of people on the streets today. Everyone wanted to take advantage of the morning to buy some things that had not been prepared at home. There were also people who had not prepared the couplet at home and were anxious to ask someone to write it for them. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan woke up, the people at home were all busy, especially the cucumbers in the back. The people in the courtyard picked the cucumbers that were still wet with dew and piled them aside. They were ready to send them to the farmers on Zhuangzi later. It's the new year. It's still lively here. I don't know if I should go back or stay at your house. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao no longer drank milk. They could eat porridge and pickled vegetables made with tofu. The nutrients their bodies needed were enough. Thinking of the new year, Wang Wan did not know what to do. According to common sense, you should go back, but there are exceptions to common sense. Didn't they say that we can't be separated from each other when we can open our eyes? Once we are separated, we will cry. You can spend the new year at my house. If you can't, we can go back and forth on the eve of the new year. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Wang Wan meant. She wanted to spend the new year with him at the same time. It was as if they had completely abandoned the past. He also thought so. Since they came here, they were destined to work hard together. Okay, it's settled. When will Ernia be sent out? It's all so grand on the 15th of the new year here. Wang Wan put a piece of bone marrow into her mouth and nodded in agreement. Not on the 15th, it's too late. Let's do it on the 6th of the new year. It's more tiring now, but it will be better in the future. Find a place and bring back the Maifan stone. Let's put it in earlier while the ground is still open and see how the yield is. Zhang Xiaobao decided after finishing the last mouthful of porridge. The new year was naturally different from usual. Jiang Wang clan was busy with work with the housekeeper. They did not have time to come and see their children. Those who still had family in the manor had gone back, so there was obviously less manpower. They were all ordered around in the courtyard. They were so tired that they did not want to leave, but their faces were full of joy. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had eaten, they did not exercise today. They divided the 10 bundles of firecrackers that they had made over the past few days into 5 bundles and asked someone to send them to the Wang family. They also brought pomegranate along with them. Time passed slowly under the anticipation of countless people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan washed their hands that were covered with noodles in the basin. Even if the dumplings were made in advance, they would go to sleep for a while in order to keep watch at night. They had the willpower, but the children's bodies could not bear it. As the night came, every family lit a fire outside their house. They took out the prepared bamboo poles and threw them into the fire, making a crackling sound. The wealthier families even put in some salt to make the sound louder. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also prepared a lot of bamboo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to the Wang family first and then came back. Seeing that someone was throwing bamboo into the fire, they also took out the 5 bundles of firecrackers. They would set off 3 bundles tonight, and 1 at noon and 1 at night tomorrow. They still had to do it then. They would set off 5 bundles of firecrackers on the 5th and 15th day of the new year. Jiang Wang clan, Zhang Xiaobao's father, old madam and old master Zhang also stood in the courtyard to listen to the sound. They hugged the 2 children in their arms and enjoyed this kind of family affection. When Pomegranate lit the firecrackers and covered her ears to avoid them, the whole family was surprised when there was an even louder sound. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not tell anyone that they were making firecrackers because they wanted to give everyone a surprise. In the end, not only was there a surprise, but there was also a shock. It was so loud that everyone was stunned. They only reacted when Pomegranate went to light the 2nd bundle of firecrackers. Xiaobao, what is this? It sounds like there is a lot of noise. Make more of it and sell it. Jiang Wang clan was still quite business-minded. When she saw the firecrackers being lit, she thought of business. Mom, this thing is called firecrackers. It is not easy to make, and there may be accidents. If too many people know about it, the recipe will be leaked. There are many businesses that can make money. Let's not do this first. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not want to make firecrackers known to everyone now. They thought that the Wang family's reaction would be the same at this time. My son is right. Let's go. It's time to eat dumplings. Jiang Wang clan thought about it and agreed. She did not think about it anymore and went into the house with her family. The dumplings were already in the pot. There was also a hot pot on the table. The younger generation kowtowed to the older generation to wish them a happy new year. After receiving red packets, they began to eat. Seeing the adults eating in full swing, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could only choose some things that could be bitten, such as duck blood, tofu, and small mutton. After a few bites, the 2 put down their chopsticks at almost the same time and said to each other, "It's been 3 years since the Kaiyuan era. Happy New Year." Yesterday, they had said that they would update 5 chapters, but they did not. They did not plan to celebrate their birthday, but their friends came over at night. They drank 3 bottles of beer and then half a liter of white wine and a few bottles of beer. They were drunk and wanted to make up for it today. Chapter 60. As expected, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not sleep the entire night. Zhang Xiaobao even went with his family to worship their ancestors. On the morning of the first day of the new year, several villagers from Zhuangzi came over to pay their respects to the main family. Last night, everyone was burning firecrackers. They all heard a different sound coming from the main family's courtyard, so they all casually asked around during their New Year greetings. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao discussed for a while and decided to take out a string of firecrackers for everyone to see. Last night, Pomegranate was the one who lit the firecrackers. Today, she was still the one in charge. Pomegranate finally had a chance to show her face in front of the villagers, so she hurriedly went to get the string of firecrackers. After a while, she came back and hung the string of firecrackers under a tree in the courtyard. She pinched an incense stick and lit the string that was about a foot long. Before anyone else knew what was going on, the crackling sound echoed throughout the entire courtyard. This was incredible. Last night, everyone was also burning bamboo sticks at home. When they heard the sound coming from the main family, it was only consistent and louder. Now that they were standing in front of the firecrackers, they saw one thing after another suddenly fall to the ground and turn into scraps of paper. Their ears were buzzing. Until the string of firecrackers was gone, everyone was still in shock. What exactly were those things? They were so small, but each one was like thunder. The main family was really amazing. Madame Zhang had been frightened once last night. At this time, when she saw the respectful expressions on the faces of the villagers, it was as if these firecrackers were made by him. Hearing the voices of the crowd, and then looking at her son and future daughter-in-law who were facing each other indifferently, she nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Wang Wan's parents came over together. When they heard the sound coming from outside the courtyard, they knew that it was the firecrackers that were sent to their house yesterday. Today, the two of them also came because of this. When they lit the firecrackers yesterday, the whole family was frightened, but then they were happy. With such a big noise, they thought that the evil spirits would not dare to harm them. As soon as they entered the yard, they greeted each other. After a while, Wang Wan's mother held Zhang Wang clan's hand and said, "Miss Wang Wan. Elder sister, last night, when we lit up these firecrackers in my house, the noise was very loud. This morning, when the farmer came to pay his New Year's greetings, he asked about it. After knowing that it was made by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he hurried over to take a look. Queen Mother of the West sighed at the magic of the firecrackers and was also a little worried. Yesterday, a person who lit the firecrackers did not know the power of the firecrackers. Even though he was told to avoid the firecrackers when they were delivered, he still stood by the side. When the firecrackers crackled, the person who lit the firecrackers was scared silly and stood there in a daze. A firecracker that was blown out flew to his hand and exploded, causing his hand to swell immediately. Early in the morning, the Wang family's housekeeper saw that this person was not very good at his work. After asking, he quickly told the master. Queen Mother of the West was scared. If one of the firecrackers was so powerful, then they made a bunch of them. If there was a spark, then the two children would be blown to bits. At first, Zhang Wang clan was smiling as she listened to her future in-laws. But as she listened, she was also scared. She hurriedly pulled her in-laws to the two children. Without saying anything, she carefully looked at them, touched their faces, and pinched their hands, afraid that something was missing. "Mother, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaobao was puzzled by her pinching, so he looked up and asked. "Xiaobao, tell your mother, can those firecrackers kill people or not? Tell me the truth." Zhang Wang clan asked anxiously. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and thought for a while before replying, "Yes, it can. Not only can it kill people, but it can also destroy mountains and split the earth. The ones we made don't have that much power, so we just have to be careful." "What do you mean by be careful?" "Yesterday, someone in the Wang family was injured by the firecrackers. What if something went wrong when you were making those 10 firecrackers? In the future, you are not allowed to fight with Cuckoo." When she heard this, Zhang Wang clan was scared. Her son and daughter-in-law were indeed not ordinary people. Destroying mountains and splitting the earth, wasn't that the work of a god? Both sides lectured the two children, and made them promise not to do such dangerous things in the future. Then, they started to chat about their daily lives. As they were chatting, Queen Mother of the West suddenly said to Zhang Wang clan, "Sister, these firecrackers make a lot of noise. If someone is holding a wedding or holding a big event, it will be very lively. Why don't we get people to make more of them and sell them? This is another way to make money. Sister, I don't think we can do this. What if someone learns how to make it and uses it to harm people? Jiang Wang clan had thought about this yesterday and was a little worried. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also listening at the side. When they saw that people would want to make money from it, they sighed and wondered if they should give the recipe away. Xiaobao, it seems that my mother is anxious to see your family's life getting better and better. What do you think we should do? Wang Wan couldn't make up her mind. Zhang Xiaobao was also hesitating. He wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that Wang Wan's mother would be unhappy. He wanted to agree, but was also worried that the recipe would be leaked. Sister, I have a way to prevent the recipe from leaking out. Sister, you can prepare the ingredients here, and I will find people to transport them back. When the time comes, we will make them at the Wang family's zhuangzi. It will be divided into 2 parts, and the person making it won't even know the recipe. Madame Wang was eager to earn money, so she came up with this idea on a whim. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's eyes lit up. At first, the two of them were thinking about the consequences of leaking the information, so they didn't think about this. Madame Zhang also agreed in her heart. She called Shirlu, who was at the side, to the front and instructed Shirlu to specially prepare the contents of the firecrackers in the future and send them to the Wang family's farmstead. This matter was settled. The Wang family would send people over to learn how to make firecrackers, and Pomegranate would be in charge of the ingredients alone. On the same day, the people from the Wang family came. The process of making firecrackers was simple, but the most important thing was safety. Pomegranate emphasized the various details over and over again, and asked people to follow the requirements without any mistakes. On the morning of the first day of the new year, the Wang family's zhuangzi went from house to house to deliver firecrackers to the villagers of the 2 zhuangzi. Each one hung 100 firecrackers, unlike Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's. When they gave firecrackers to one house, they told the other house to pay attention to the place, to be careful not to hurt people and to prevent fire. The villagers accepted the firecrackers one by one, and were happy and grateful to their masters. Their thoughts were simple. When they set off firecrackers in their own houses, it would cause a big commotion, and those bad people wouldn't dare to come to their houses. Night came while they were looking forward to it. Usually, there was no need to burn firecrackers on New Year's Day, but the people of the 2 zhuangzi still lit the firecrackers. Several households set them off together, one after another. For an hour, the sounds of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang zhuangzi never stopped. The people of the 2 zhuangzi families were happy, but the people of Gujia village were worried. When they heard the sounds from the other side of the river, they were all on tenterhooks. They didn't know what was going on, and it was as if there was heavenly thunder. The children were lying on their beds, covering their heads, and didn't dare to show their faces. On the morning of the 6th day of the new year, when Erniu led 2 people to leave with the young master's expectations, the people of Zhuangzi couldn't help but come over to pay their New Year's greetings. Although they said they wanted to pay their New Year's greetings, they actually wanted to ask about what happened yesterday. As a result, the villagers of Zhuangzi and Zhang Xiaobao began to talk. They said that the master of Zhuangzi gave them New Year's gifts, and even gave them these firecrackers to set off. They wanted to chase away the dirty things that were hiding in the dark. This made the people of Zhuangzi feel envious and jealous. At the same time, they were scared. If the 2 zhuangzi chased away the dirty things, wouldn't that mean that they ran over to their side? No matter what, they had to get some firecrackers to get rid of the bad luck. After asking around, they finally found out that the 2 zhuangzi families had set up a grocery store 2 months ago that sold firecrackers. They all rushed over there. When they arrived, they found that the store really did sell firecrackers. This was something that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Xiaobao had discussed earlier. If they wanted to sell firecrackers, they had to let more people know about it. Therefore, they gave one to each family in Zhuangzi. The people of Zhuangzi asked about the price. 100 firecrackers cost 3 copper coins, 500 firecrackers cost 12 copper coins, and 1,000 firecrackers cost 22 copper coins. They could be bought with cash or exchanged with other things. When the price was set, Wang Wan's mother had a hard time breathing. Pomegranate had said that 100 firecrackers cost less than 1 copper coin. As for the wages of the workers, they were all bought from Zhuangzi. They also had to work on a daily basis. It was already good enough that they could add some oil to the food when they were eating. When the people of Zhuangzi saw the price, they hesitated. They were reluctant to spend 3 copper coins to hear such a loud sound. However, when they thought about how the firecrackers could chase away the dirty things, they felt that it wasn't expensive. Since they could make such a loud noise, they thought that the cost of making the firecrackers wasn't low. Among them, there were 2 people who lived well at home. They gritted their teeth and went home to take a few pickled eggs. They went to the grocery store to exchange for a string of firecrackers and prepared to release them at night. With someone taking the lead, the others also felt that the money was well spent. They went home to take their things. They usually came to the grocery store to exchange for things. They knew that the grocery store accepted everything and the price was fair. It made things more convenient for them. The grocery store was specially prepared for the villagers by the 2 main families. When they compared themselves to the main family in Zhuangzi, they couldn't do anything but sigh. One after another, people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi came to exchange for things. They didn't buy with money. Some exchanged with rice grains, some with bacon, some with some staples that were steamed during the new year, and some with a large cart of rice and wheat stalks. The grocery store didn't refuse anything. The rice and wheat stalks were used as firewood, dung, or sent to the Wang family in Zhuangzi to raise earthworms. As long as the food didn't spoil, the servants in the 2 main families could eat it. There were also some handicrafts that were collected and shipped out to be sold. The prices in prosperous places were higher. The frequent movements of the Gu family in Zhuangzi attracted the attention of the main family. The head of this generation was the eldest son of the Gu family, named Guingxi. He stood at the door and saw that the villagers were carrying things to the other side of the river. He couldn't help but stop someone and ask, "Wu family's 3rd son, where are you going?" "Master, I'm going to the grocery store over there to exchange for something new. It's a firecracker that can chase away the dirty things. The sound of that firecracker is like thunder. Because I want to make up for what I did yesterday, there will be at least 6 chapters today. I realized something. I'm almost on the first page of the newcomer rankings. I'm currently 13th. If I move forward, I'll be on the first page. The gap isn't big. Everyone, help me recommend me." Chapter 61. Firecrackers? Guingxi was puzzled. "Yes, master. Didn't you hear the noises from the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi last night? It's the sound of firecrackers. Once they make a sound, those dirty things won't dare to stay there. Won't they all come to our side? I want to change some too." The Wu family's 3rd son was in a hurry to leave, but he did not dare to offend the master. He could only speak as fast as he could. Guingxi nodded. "They sell firecrackers in the grocery store?" "Yes, there are quite a few. There are 100, 500, and 1,000. They sell firecrackers as many as 1 string." The Wu family's 3rd son continued to answer. Guingxi did not say anything this time. He waved his hand and let the Wu family's 3rd son leave. He stood there and stared at the river, lost in thought. The Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi used to be about the same as his Gu family village. The Zhangjia Zhuangzi was slightly better. After all, they collected enough food for 100 people and did not need to hand it over. But in recent months, something had happened to them. There were flocks of chickens and ducks in Zhuangzi. During the autumn harvest, they even came over to help him eat the grasshoppers. Later on, chili sauce was produced. He also asked someone to buy some from the grocery store. It was really good. Later on, he brought back so many carrots. It was said that the price of carrots was now 20 copper coins per caddy. There was still demand but no market. Then, vegetable oil was produced. It was cheaper than meat oil. It was really good. With all these transactions, his life became much better. He looked at the villagers in Zhuangzi and looked at the villagers in Zhuangzi. There was no comparison at all. When the villagers in his village mentioned the Zhang family and Wang family village, they were all envious. He also wanted to make Zhuangzi better, but he did not have the ability. Look at the two masters. They built things called Kong beds for the villagers. It was warm to sleep on them. They also helped to repair the houses and gave gifts during the new year. He also wanted to, but he did not have the money. There were a few Kong beds in the courtyard. It was really comfortable to sleep on. As Gu Yingxi thought about this, he felt a sense of helplessness. When he saw people walking towards the grocery store, he felt even more uncomfortable. He was a farmer in Zhuangzi, yet he had to buy the things he needed from someone else's grocery store. In the past, everyone was more or less the same, so it didn't seem like much. But now, the two Zhuangzi over there were very good to the other Zhuangzi. Now that there was a comparison, the Zhuangzi on his side felt uneasy. No, if this continued, the Zhuangzi would be finished. He had to think of a solution. Gu Yingxi felt a sense of urgency. He turned around and returned to the courtyard. He was going to find someone to discuss this matter. He was also preparing to come up with a new business. When the time came, he would treat the villager better. The villagers of Gujia village did not know that the main family wanted them to have a better life, so they were thinking of a way. Now, they were all holding things and lining up in front of the grocery store, waiting to exchange for firecrackers. Among them, there were some who were quick-witted. They looked at the price and found that the more firecrackers they bought, the cheaper it would be. The one with 1,000 heads only cost 22 copper coins. If it was the one with 100 heads, it would cost 30 copper coins. That was 8 copper coins less. The man thought of something and nudged the person beside him. Wu family's Xiaofan, which one do you want? Go, why do you want to buy it too? I want to buy the one with 100 heads. The Wu family's Xiaofan was still complaining in his heart that he was stopped by the master of the main family just now. When he arrived at the grocery store, he would need to line up for a period of time. From time to time, there would be people from the Zhang family and Wang family entering the store. They did not need to line up. After all, this grocery store was specially opened for them. Just as he was lamenting, he heard a reply from the person beside him. Yes, I also want to buy the one with 100 heads. Why don't we ask the people next to us? If there are 10 people who want to buy the one with 100 heads, we can buy the one with 1,000 heads together. It will be cheaper. When the time comes, we can split up and buy the one with 100 heads each. The man called Go and the Wu family's Xiaofan discussed. When the Wu family's Xiaofan heard this, he also felt that it was a good deal. He nodded and began to ask the people around him. In the end, after a few words, the people around him understood. The dozens of people formed groups of 10 and handed the items to the person in front of them. After that, they would divide the goods among themselves. In this way, not only was it cheaper, the lines were also shorter, and the speed was several times faster. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also strolling around accompanied by Pomegranate and a manservant. They just happened to come to the grocery store. Seeing the scene in front of them, the two of them looked at each other in surprise. These people were smart and knew how to get the biggest profit. Huzi, go and ask what's going on over there. Why do they want to buy the firecrackers like this? Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and ordered the manservant. Wuxia immediately went over. After a while, he understood the situation and came back to report. Little young master, there is a man called Go over there. It was his idea. In this way, there will be fewer people in the line, and they can save some money. Each family can save about 1 copper coin. Now, they can buy 1 egg. When the chickens lay eggs, they can save 2 eggs. Little young master, do you want to raise the price of the 501,000 firecrackers? Good, he's a talent. There's no need to raise the price. Just sell it like this. Our firecrackers are mainly sold not to the people of Wuxia village, but to some big buyers. You go and call Go for me. Zhang Xiaobao was happy. Although it was just a simple idea, if it was him and Wang Wan, they could think of it immediately. So many villagers did not think of it, but the man called Go thought of it. It had to be said that it was a little special. Go had just bought the firecrackers and was dividing them. There were also things from each family. The value was different, so they had to be properly exchanged. After dividing the firecrackers to 2 families, Wuxia came over and said to Go, right? My little young master wants you to come over. Who is your little young master? I'm busy. If there's something, let him come over. Go was patiently counting the number of firecrackers. When he heard the voice, he did not raise his head and said unhappily. The people next to him raised their heads and saw that they all knew this person. He was one of the people in Zhangjia Zhuangzi's courtyard. They pondered over his words and looked in another direction. Sure enough, Zhangjia Zhuangzi's little young master and Wang family's Zhuangzi's little young lady were there. Someone next to him quickly touched Go and said to him, Go, hurry up. The Zhang family's little young master wants you. Hurry up, don't let him wait. Everyone in Guzhuang knew that the Zhang family and the Wang family had an arranged marriage. This was not a big deal. After all, Zhangjia Zhuangzi was powerful and could not control the people in Guzhuang. However, they all heard that the benefits given to the Zhuangzi were all from these 2 children. Just by hearing the name of the grocery store, they knew that it was the Baowan grocery store. They also often heard from the 2 Zhuangzi's little young master and little young lady's good deeds. When they met people outside, they would greet them politely and kindly. This made them respect them, so they urged Go. When Go heard that it was the little young master of the Zhang family, he immediately stood up and smiled apologetically at Wuxia. Without saying anything, he walked towards Zhang Xiaobao. Before he could get close, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came forward holding hands. As soon as they met, before Go could speak, Zhang Xiaobao spoke first. You're still busy over there, so I'll send someone over to disturb you. Please forgive me if I've offended you. As he spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed to the 4 dogs. Wang Wan also followed suit and bowed. Go, who was flattered, felt that his nose was sore. He blinked his eyes hard and felt better. He quickly wanted to kneel down, but was supported by Wuxia. The corner of Go's mouth moved. He didn't know what to say. When had he ever been treated like this? Moreover, the 2 in front of him were 2 little ancestors on Zhuangzi. No wonder when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family's farmers mentioned these 2 people, they were so respectful. Hearing these words and seeing them bow, Go actually felt warm on this cold winter day. Many people in Guzhuang were also watching. When they saw the 2 children acting like this, they all sighed in their hearts. Look at them, they were so sensible at such a young age. This was what Zhang Xiaobao's parents taught him. Then they looked at the little young master on Zhuangzi. He was already 6 years old this year, but when he met the farmers, he acted like he was superior and ordered them around as if they were animals. While the people in Guzhuang were sighing, Zhang Xiaobao spoke again, do you have a name? In reply to the little young master, this lowly sea-go has a lowly life. How could I have a name? I didn't know what my surname was since I was young. The person in charge of household registration gave this lowly one the surname Su. The little young master will call this lowly one Sea-go. A lowly name is easy to raise. Sea-go finally recovered a little. When he spoke, his voice was still a little shaky like Weiwei. Oh, then I'll call you Su Si. What kind of contract did you sign in Gujia village? Zhang Xiaobao asked. There were 2 types of contracts, and each type had 2 types of contracts. They were divided into 2 types, the adult contract and the land contract. The 2 types were the life contract and the death contract. The life contract allowed the owner to leave when the time came, but before the time came, they had to compensate the owner. The death contract lasted for a lifetime, and it was very rare for the owner to leave. In reply to the little young master, this lowly one signed a life contract to rent land for 5 years. Today is the last year, so I have to sign a new one. Sea-go replied. His attitude became more and more respectful. When he called him Su Si, he had the urge to cry. If you leave now, how much do you have to compensate? I need someone to do things for me, so I want to ask you to come over and help. Zhang Xiaobao began to rope him in. Really? Little young master, you really want this lowly one to do things for you? If I leave now, this lowly one will have to compensate 1 tael of silver, or 160 kilograms of grain. When Sea-go heard that the little young master of the Zhang family wanted him to go over, he was so excited that his whole body trembled. He quickly told him the amount of money he had to compensate. This amount of money was too much for him, and he couldn't afford it. Huzi, go to the grocery store and see if there's any cash. Take 2 taels of silver and give it to Su Si. Tell him to return the contract. As for the rest of the money, Su Si, you can spend it on whatever you want. When you're done, come to Zhuangzi to find me. Zhang Xiaobao instructed Huzi and Su Si. He didn't want to stay here any longer, so he turned around and left with Wang Wan. After Huzi took the money, he handed it to Sea-go and left as well. Sea-go was left standing there, holding the money without saying anything. Other people in Guzhuang who heard about this matter looked at him with envy. Chapter 62. It was spring, and the streets were bustling with activity. It was winter, and people were busy coming and going in a hurry. It was noisy in the middle of the day. On the 10th day of the first lunar month, Sanshui County was bustling with activity. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang licked the corner of his mouth. He had accidentally smeared the cucumber with chili sauce when he was eating earlier. He savored the fragrance of the chili sauce for a moment before he brought along 2 yamen runners and strolled leisurely on the streets. In order to be close to the people and not disturb them, he did not wear his official uniform. He wore casual clothes and stood in front of the stalls for a while with his not too big belly. He did not mention his identity to show that he was a good official. He thought that if something happened, he could solve it in time. 2 fully armed yamen runners followed him and called him County Magistrate. Cheng Lingxiang walked very slowly and was immersed in the spontaneous greetings of the people. He always had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was thinking that the expert's idea was really good. With a good reputation, he could show his face in the county as much as possible and let everyone know which county magistrate did not care about his rest and sent grain and oil to the poor families. 1,000 dawn of food was not a small amount. Half a dawn of food was enough for one family to eat for a month. 2,000 families had received the food, but he did not leave a single grain. It was the same for the oil. When he first sent it, each family was deeply grateful, which made him feel very comfortable. It was all thanks to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Otherwise, how could he have such a good reputation? He heard from his subordinates that many people were praising the county magistrate. If this continued, it would not be difficult for him to be promoted. County Magistrate Cheng thought as he walked. From time to time, he would return the greetings of the people. His image of being close to the people increased greatly. As he walked, he came to the busiest street in the county. There were many shops on both sides and pedestrians on the street. Bustling, this is what I am looking forward to. County Magistrate Cheng sighed. The two yamen runners behind him immediately came up to flatter him. The three of them complimented each other. While they were walking, there was a sudden deafening crackling sound in front of them, which startled County Magistrate Cheng and the people on the street. Once the sound started, it seemed to go on, making people's ears ring non-stop. Let's go. Follow me to the front to see who is causing such a commotion. County Magistrate Cheng was really bold. He didn't go back to the yamen to ask for help when he heard the sound. Instead, he walked quickly with two yamen runners. When they arrived at their destination, the noise had not yet stopped. There were already many people who had stopped to watch. Some people were still shouting something, trying to compete with the continuous noise. Where is this? Tell me. County Magistrate Cheng pointed to a 3-story building in front of him and asked the two yamen runners beside him. Sir, what did you say? The yamen runner didn't hear him clearly. I'm asking you, what is this place? County Magistrate Cheng shouted. It should be the opening of a restaurant. Yesterday, I heard that someone bought a piece of land and is going to open a restaurant called Thousand Taste Town's Water Residence. The yamen runner heard clearly this time and replied loudly. What's going on? I don't know. Sir, I saw young Master Song standing there as well. I'll bring him here. The yamen runner didn't know either. He shouted and saw Song Jinggong standing at the entrance. He hurriedly ran over and pulled Song Jinggong to the side of the county magistrate. At this time, the noise finally stopped. Although it was gone, it caused quite a stir. Many people were talking about what made the noise. It was so loud that it was really shocking. Zijin is also here. Is this restaurant opened by Zijin? County Magistrate Chang's ears were still ringing, so he still shouted when he spoke. Sir, this restaurant is not opened by a student. It's owned by someone from elsewhere. You can tell from the name that it's Thousand Taste Town's Water Residence. They want to suppress the Byway Pavilion and the Waterview Tower. Song Jinggong also pressed his ears. He was close to that place just now, so his ears were still ringing. Oh, Zijin, do you know what that noise was? County Magistrate Cheng saw that someone was opening a restaurant and nothing had happened. He didn't want to find trouble with them. Instead, he was interested in the noise. Song Jinggong nodded and said, yes, that's firecrackers. A student gave them 100,000 times to open a restaurant. What's a firecracker? County Magistrate Cheng felt that the surroundings were noisy now. He pulled Song Jinggong to a place where there were fewer people and asked. His voice was not as loud as before. Zhangjia Zhuangzi made something for some festive occasion. It's lively and can help to spread a little. Song Jinggong was also more comfortable than before. The ringing in his ears was not as loud as before. Oh? Zhangjia Zhuangzi again? Zijin, this 100,000 times firecracker was given by you. How much did it cost? Originally, County Magistrate Cheng was curious. When he heard that it was Zhangjia Zhuangzi, he first thought of a person. With that person, everything was reasonable. He was a little surprised by that person's generosity. So many firecrackers. How much did it cost? Sir, it's not much. It's only 2 taels of silver. This thing is cheap. It's a good deal to spend 2 taels of silver on opening a restaurant. This time, a student gave it to you for free. This way, others will know about it and it will be easier to buy it. Song Jinggong explained. This was the idea of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If they sold it directly, others might not buy it. First, they would give out some of it. When the effect was seen, others would buy it. The selling price was 2 taels of silver. The cost was not much. After explaining this, Song Jinggong saw County Magistrate Cheng nodding in agreement. He continued, also, this thing can ward off evil spirits. It's like the firecrackers used during the New Year. This year, Zhangjia Zhuangzi used this. Oh. There's such a use? That's right, firecrackers. These things are even louder than firecrackers and can ward off evil spirits. Indeed, it can ward off evil spirits. There are auspicious signs in the front and evil spirits in the back. That person is really amazing. Since that's the case, Zijin, sell some to the yamen as well. County Magistrate Cheng thought that this way, it would be more lively. 200,000 times, 5 taels of silver would be enough. It was worth it to make such a big noise. Sir, you don't have to pay for it. Zhuangzi has asked many people to work on it. They will send it to you the day after tomorrow. Song Jinggong did not need to ask the little child about this kind of thing. He knew what to do. A few taels of silver from the yamen were not worth it. It was good to use this thing as a gift. County Magistrate Cheng thought for a while and did not continue to rush to pay. The farmstead had given them a lot of things, so they did not lack this little bit of money. Just the 1,000 dan of grain alone cost more than 100 taels of silver. The farmstead was really generous in doing things. With the firecrackers, County Magistrate Cheng was in a better mood. He did not continue to shop. After a few words with Song Jinggong, he went back with 2 yamen runners. He wanted to arrange how to spend the New Year's Eve. This year, it was not just a matter of a lantern. County Magistrate Cheng returned to the yamen in a good mood. He thought that there was nothing to do. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, the deputy county magistrate, Zhang Mingsheng, hurried to find him. Sir, we sent an urgent document saying that we have reported the auspicious signs. In order to find out whether it is true or not, we will send an army officer to Sanshui County on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Today is already the 10th day of the Lunar New Year and they just sent someone here. It will be 5 days later. The cucumbers are all gone and they remember the auspicious signs. Come, just in time. In 2 days, Song Jinggong will come to the yamen to send the firecrackers. I will tell him and let him handle it. The cucumbers should have grown a lot. Eat as much as you can and when they come, they will be gone. After hearing what the deputy county magistrate said, County Magistrate Cheng took the document and read it again. He was a little dissatisfied with the people above. At this time, they thought of using the urgent document. What did they do earlier? He did not know whether the cucumbers sent to them were eaten by them or given to others. Sir, do you have to kill those cucumbers? Can you transfer some of them away? It is just the beginning of spring and there is still a long time before there are any cucumbers. The deputy county magistrate, Zhang Mingsheng, was a little reluctant. He had an old mother at home and her body was not very good. She liked to eat light food. He gave all the cucumbers he got to his mother. Seeing that his mother could eat more rice, he was happy. If the cucumbers were suddenly gone, what would his mother eat? If there was no other way, he could ask Song Jinggong for some carrots. Those things were good to eat. County Magistrate Cheng also thought so, but he had no other choice. He could not sell the Zhang family's farmstead. With Zhang Wuji's ability, he might be able to produce better things in the future. Besides, with the help of the 2 masters, he might have to ask Zhang Wuji for help. At this time, when he heard what the deputy county magistrate said, he had an idea. He felt that it was possible. When people came, he would get some fresh cucumbers for them to see. When they went to see the cucumbers, he would move some of them away. Some of them should be able to survive and he could eat them by then. Thinking of this, he did not wait for Song Jinggong to come. He asked someone to go to Zhangjie Zhuangzi to report. In order to make people believe, he even asked someone to bring the documents that were passed down from the higher-ups and told them his idea. The person who went to Zhangjie Zhuangzi was the Yamen runner who went there before. When he heard that he was going to Zhangjie Zhuangzi, he immediately became happy. The last time he went there, they treated him well. When he came back, he even got some money. This time, he had another chance. Without any delay, he rode a horse and rushed there. The speed of the horse was very fast. Usually, it would take half a day to get there, but on a fast horse, he arrived at the destination in less than 4 hours. People who did not know saw such a fast horse and thought that it was an urgent report from 600 miles away. When the bailiffs arrived at the manor, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were studying with their father. The two of them really admired their father. When it came to learning, he would take out a sentence and within it, there would be a story. Within the story, there would be a sentence, and within the sentence, there would be a story. This was because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If it were other children, they would have been scared to tears by so many things. Father Zhang was very satisfied. If he could teach students so easily, then he would have become a teacher long ago. These two children only needed to be taught once. After a few days, they would ask a few questions. When he told them, then they would know what to teach. Chapter 63. Just as Father Zhang was talking happily, a bailiff rushed in with a head full of sweat. It was really hard for him in this warm weather. As soon as he entered the door, he handed over the document and described it according to the county magistrate's instructions. The bailiff was sent away. Father Zhang looked at the document and thought that the two children did not understand, so he explained it to them. The class could only be stopped. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to their room to think about how to deal with it. Xiaobao, the county magistrate said that we should move some of the cucumbers away. What do you think? Wang Wan thought about the consequences of moving the cucumbers away. It seemed that the cucumbers that were moved away were not easy to live. I agree. Move them away. Move the cucumbers away from one of the houses and move them to someone else's cucumber field in summer. Do it today. Don't pick the cucumbers and just leave them there. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. They will be frozen to death. Yes, let the cucumbers freeze to death. That is an auspicious sign. We can continue to eat the rest. We can still eat them for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao winked at Wang Wan and said. Smart. People who can be liars are indeed different. If we want to let people see the house, we need to tear it down. The project is too big. If we move the cucumbers away, we will lose a lot of money. Now is the time when we are short of money. Wang Wan understood and reached out to pinch Zhang Xiaobao's face and praised him. Zhang Xiaobao did not move at all. His face was expressionless as he was pinched. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Tell all the villagers at the farmstead not to spread the news. For example, if anyone tries to goad them into action, threaten them, or tempt them into action. You'll be in charge of this." Okay, but that day, the child in Guzhuang was there. What should we do? Wang Wan was indeed familiar with these things. Suddenly, she thought of the people in Guzhuang that day. Zhang Xiaobao also slapped his forehead regretfully. He had made a mistake. He had not thought of so many things. That child would definitely tell others when he went back, and the adults in the family would know. What if the people who came to investigate had nothing better to do and went to ask Guzhuang's people? This was all very possible. What should we do? Wang Wan couldn't think of a solution. Yeah, what can we do? How should they deal with it? Bribe Guzhuang? It's not easy. Well, the cucumber seedlings have been brought to the county yamen by the county magistrate in advance and are being planted there. Let's do it. Zhang Xiaobao's small hand kept bouncing on his leg. This was a habit of his. He would do this whenever he encountered a difficult problem. In the end, he finally came up with a solution. Wang Wan also nodded in agreement. By the county magistrate. Okay, I understand. Then let's do it this way. Move the whole house over there and get 2 more carriages. Now that the snow has started to melt in some places, let the county magistrate find a good piece of land and pick the cucumbers. Pay attention to keeping them warm. When the people above come, it will be even better if the cucumbers are still alive. Everything has nothing to do with Zhuangzi. If someone really comes to Zhuangzi to look, I will burn it all. This method can't be leaked out no matter what, unless it can be exchanged for benefits that will tempt us. This method can't be used to plant cucumbers. The 2 of them made a decision. They asked someone to find the yamen runner and told him not to treat him to a meal today. They gave him 2 taels of silver and told him to go back and tell the county magistrate immediately and let the county magistrate arrange everything. The yamen runner also knew that this matter was not easy to handle. He took the money, drank a bellyful of water, rode the horse that had not fully recovered, and hurried back. After the yamen runner left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also began to get busy. This kind of thing could not be estimated, especially when Zhang Xiaobao did not have any understanding of the people from Zhuangzhou. Bundles of firewood were piled up at the back of the house. As long as there was any bad news, these firewood would be lit. Some people had already put some wood on the wall, and when the time came, the wall would be pushed down. By the time everything was ready, it was already dark. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both sighed in relief. They lay on the Kong bed and did not read anymore. They went to bed early. At the yamen in Sanshui County, County Magistrate Cheng also learned of the situation. After thinking about it, he finally circled a piece of land by the river. First, he had people remove the snow, then dig up the soil below and use a torch to melt the frozen soil at the bottom. The excavated soil was treated slightly and then filled back in. Everything was done. The next day, all the farmers at the Zhang family's farmstead began to work. They carefully dug out the cucumber vines from the soil. There was soil at the bottom, and the shelves at the top were set up again. They placed them on the carts and covered the carts with cloth. Carts after carts began to be transported to the county. The things on the cart were precious, so the speed of the cart was very slow. In the end, they did not arrive at their destination for an entire day. When night fell, they had to look around to see if there was anyone around and light some fires to keep the cucumbers on the cart warm. During this operation, Song Jinggong and the Wang family's housekeeper were personally in charge. The 2 of them did not dare to sleep and could only sit by the fire to keep watch. Housekeeper Wang, are you thirsty? Eat a cucumber. Song Jinggong plucked 2 large cucumbers from one of the carts. Without washing them, he rubbed them with his hands to remove the thorns. He opened his mouth and took a bite, chewing noisily. Housekeeper Wang took the cucumbers and looked worriedly at the cart that Song Jinggong had just opened. He thought for a moment and asked, "Young Master Song, will the cold wind enter the cart? Who cares if it will or not? In fact, when these things are transported there, don't expect to be transported back. It's just a deal with some people. As long as there are a few alive, it's fine." Song Jinggong said indifferently as he chewed on the cucumber. If one did not listen carefully, they would not be able to hear him clearly. Housekeeper Wang thought for a moment and nodded. Young Master Song is right. We won't be able to take them back. That's good. Each driver will get one. The cart that Song Jinggong had just opened was opened again. The driver used the fastest speed to find the bigger cucumbers, plucked them, and distributed them one by one. These people sat around the fire, eating and chatting. When the horses were almost rested, they put them on again and drove the carts forward. They arrived at their destination in the middle of the night. Song Jinggong and housekeeper Wang thought that they would have to stay outside for the night and wait until the next morning. However, as soon as the carts arrived, people from the yamen came to pick them up. They lit up the torches and headed directly to the circled land by the river. There were already people waiting there. County Magistrate Cheng also came in person. He had not seen the cucumber seedlings. These days, he had eaten a lot of cucumbers. When he saw the carts coming, he ordered people to guard the surrounding area and not allow anyone to come close. As the cloth on the carts was rolled up, the cucumber seedlings appeared in front of them. Eating cucumbers and seeing the seedlings with cucumbers were two different things. When they saw so many seedlings with cucumbers hanging on them, except for the people who sent them here, the others, including County Magistrate Cheng, were all surprised. They are indeed extraordinary. They make people feel comfortable just by looking at them. I can't wait to pluck one and taste it myself. County Magistrate Cheng sighed. The yamen runners and Deputy County Magistrate nodded their heads, especially the Deputy County Magistrate. He had already decided that he would bring his mother here to have a look tomorrow morning. The vigorous vitality in the snow was really shocking. Following the county magistrate's order, the yamen runners began to put the seedlings into the pit that had been dug. They poured a little water that was not so cold from the house on top of the seedlings. Then, they used the cloth from the carts to wrap the seedlings in a circle to cover the top of the seedlings. After doing all this, they lit a circle of fire outside the cloth and arranged a guard every 5 steps. They could not let the fire burn the cloth. "Sir, we have finished here. It is very cold at night. You'd better go back and rest." The Deputy County Magistrate found 2 thick clothes and wrapped himself up. He decided to stay here and persuade County Magistrate Cheng to go back. Cheng Lingxiang nodded his head and prepared to leave. After a few steps, he came back. "Forget it. I can't sleep even if I go back. I will ask someone to get some food and drink. I will stay here and wait." Cheng Lingxiang was really worried. It was only the 11th day of the month and there were still 4 days left. The most worrying thing was the first night. If they could survive, then everything would be fine. They could do the same thing tomorrow. If they could not survive, then it would be troublesome when the higher-ups came. Song Jinggong and the rest did not care. They each found a place to rest. They had been on the road for a long time and were tired. The next day, when the dazzling but not warm sun rose, County Magistrate Cheng rubbed his red eyes and peeked inside through a gap in the cloth. After a few glances, he still couldn't figure out whether it was successful or not. He had no choice but to call for someone who knew farming. This person had a rough idea with just one glance. "My lord, I estimate that 30% of the seedlings will die in about 3 days. It's hard to say what will happen to the rest. I estimate that 20% of them will be able to survive for 10 days. After careful consideration, this person said to County Magistrate Cheng. "Good, that's good. 30% of the seedlings will die. When the time comes, pick all the cucumbers on the seedlings. Keep the big ones for cooking and pickle the small ones." Cheng Lingxiang was completely relieved when he heard that there were seedlings that could survive for a long time. He narrowed his eyes and asked someone to send the seedlings back to the residence behind the government office. The rest of the matters were left to the Deputy County Magistrate. The Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingsheng saw that he was the most senior official here. He was relieved and took a nap for a while. When the sun was higher, he asked someone to fetch his mother. After a while, Mother Zhang came. The old lady was not old. She was not in her 60s and was not in good health. She was helped down from the carriage by the Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingsheng. She looked around and asked, "My son, why did you ask me to come here? Did you get into trouble? Don't worry. I am here. I will help you. If it doesn't work, I will go and beg your uncle." From these two sentences, Song Jinggong, who had already come over, knew that this old lady was from a scholarly family. Thinking that he did not have any relatives, he could not help but sigh. If his mother was here, she would definitely protect him like this. "Mother, I didn't get into trouble. It is a good thing. Mother, come with me. I will show you something good." The deputy county magistrate helped his mother to the place covered by the cloth. He gently opened a gap and let his mother look inside. Cucumbers, so many cucumbers. "My son, is this true? Who is so capable to grow cucumbers in this season? It is the blessing of our Tang Empire." Mother Zhang looked inside, and her originally cloudy eyes immediately brightened up a lot. She said excitedly. Chapter 64. Mother, this is not made by a powerful person. It is an auspicious sign. There is a family who planted cucumbers in summer, and in winter, they bear cucumbers. The county magistrate has already reported it. On the 15th, someone will come down to check. Mother, which cucumbers do you think are good? Pick them and eat them. Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingsheng was afraid that his mother would expose this matter. If that was the case, he would not be able to eat cucumbers in the future. Other benefits would also be lost. Wouldn't the people of Zhangjia Zhuangzi hate him to death? Mother Zhang was stunned. She looked at the cucumbers carefully and then turned to look at her son. She reached out her hand and touched her son's head. She said, "Oh, I was wondering why there are so many cucumbers. So it is an auspicious sign. My son, don't worry. I understand. I understand. This is an auspicious sign. It is not easy for the people to live. In the future, you must remember not to do things that cut off people's livelihood." When the auspicious signs in Sanshui are almost there, other places in Tang will also have auspicious signs. Song Jinggong was frightened when he heard this. This old lady was not simple. She actually understood everything from the deputy county magistrate's simple words. Fortunately, the old lady was a good person. She knew to help him hide the truth. He was relieved. The deputy county magistrate also knew that he could not lie to his mother. He helped his mother into the house and said while walking, "Mother is right. I will remember mother's teachings. I will never do things that harm people's money. Moreover, my mother likes to eat cucumbers." Mother Zhang laughed, "You know how to make your mother happy. Pick a few more cucumbers and bring them back. I will dip them in the chili sauce and eat less. I am not afraid of spiciness." Mother Zhang really walked in. It seemed that she also understood that as long as the people who came down to check saw the cucumbers alive, it would be the biggest success. As for the future, these cucumbers would be useless. She would eat a lot of cucumbers herself. Seeing the two of them go in, Song Jinggong's task was completed. He had to go back early. He did not know what things were going to be busy over there, especially the firecrackers. It seemed that he was going to be sold again. He was also a high scholar. It was fine if he was an advisor, but he still had to do business outside. Song Jinggong and Steward Wang led the caravan back. Some of the carriages were borrowed, but they didn't lend the people. The drivers were all farmers from the Zhang and Wang family who knew how to drive the carriages. In a small courtyard belonging to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Zhangjia Zhuangzi, the two of them were practicing military boxing. Every move they made looked pretty good, but there wasn't much strength behind them. In less than an hour, the two of them were sweating profusely. He was afraid that he would catch a cold from the cold wind outside, so he stopped there for the time being. He returned to the house to change his clothes and wipe his sweat. It was time for snacks again. He ate fried carrots as chips and cucumbers as fruit. There was also a bowl of egg soup beside him. The two of them put the food into their mouths and slowly chewed. They tried their best to chew the food into small pieces so that their bodies could absorb it. Now, the two of them basically ate 7 or 8 times a day to replenish their energy. Compared to children of the same age, the two of them were obviously taller and stronger. This was the result of training and eating. Erniu has been out for a few days. I don't know if he can find the wheat rice stone. It will be spring plowing in a few days. The wheat has been planted long ago and will be coming out soon. Do you think we will have a drought this year? We have to prepare in advance. I've asked around. There are already tankers. A few of them are enough to supply water for 2 zhuangzi. Wang Wan ate 2 carrots and drank a mouthful of soup. She leaned back on the chair she had made and lay down comfortably as she asked casually. It's not hard to find. I've already told him what it looks like. When the time comes, he can ask someone to draw it and spend some money. Many people will help him find it. I don't remember there being a drought this year. In Shandong, there seems to be no rain this year. It's still the same in spring and summer. The current prime minister seems to be surnamed Yao. He was a very powerful person, but he was demoted. He handled the drought very well, and the locust plague was the same. If we go, it's just to find some benefits for ourselves. If they can't do it, I'll give the method of planting cucumbers to the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao was still eating cucumbers. In this short while, he had eaten 2 of them. He only stopped to drink the soup when he felt that his mouth was dry. He was making judgments and choices. Wang Wan didn't say anything, tacitly agreeing with Zhang Xiaobao's decision. If it were her, she also didn't have a better idea. In fact, she also knew that with Zhang Xiaobao's brain, it wouldn't be a problem if he wanted to get more land. However, he didn't want to give up the 100 households' food. This was not only a matter of money, but also a matter of status. She and Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this status, but the old master couldn't. There was also the old master. Once he lost this status, the old master's health was very likely to be affected. This was something that Zhang Xiaobao definitely didn't want to see happen. Zhang Xiaobao drank the last mouthful of soup, patted his stomach, and also closed his eyes for a while. When he felt that it was about time, he opened his eyes and said, "It's time to arrange a job for Su Si. Let's see how capable he is first, then we'll assign him a position according to his performance. And, there's also a new person you found. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. These 2 days, he has been recuperating on zhuangzi. He should be a little fatter, but he was a little too thin. He didn't give the impression that he was a reliable person. What are you going to arrange for him? There doesn't seem to be much to do on zhuangzi." Wang Wan also opened her eyes. If Zhang Xiaobao didn't mention it, she would have almost forgotten about Su Si. "Yes, I will hand over the matters of the market to him, especially the pricing. This position is very important. If he does well, I plan to set up a business group next year and let him be in charge of it. We will be able to remove ourselves from this position. In the future, I will take the imperial examinations. In this world, it's not good to be weak, especially when it comes to power. What do you plan to do in the future? Tell me, and I will give you some advice. I usually don't do this kind of thing for others." Zhang Xiaobao didn't forget to tease Wang Wan. "I will also be an official. When the time comes, let's see who gets promoted faster. There are female officials here, right?" Wang Wan didn't care about Zhang Xiaobao's teasing and said proudly. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned when he heard this. "Forget it. What kind of work do female officials do? You are not suitable. Now is not the same as before. There are no longer women in power. Li Longji even got rid of his aunt. You still want to stand out? How about this, I will hand over the matters of the family to you. You just have to take care of the family. I don't want to stay at home all day. I want to have my own career. Wang Wan obviously didn't agree. Do you think that it is so easy to take care of the family? In the future, there will be more and more people in my family. You will have to understand all the relationships and interests. Don't you want to train people? When the time comes, there will be more people for you to train. Let's not talk about this for now. It is still too early to talk about it. Let's go and meet Su Si. Zhang Xiaobao saw that he couldn't persuade Wang Wan, so he gave up. He got off the chair and waited for Wang Wan to get off the chair. Then, they walked out together. These 2 days, Su Si had been doing well. He ate as much as he could every day. This was what Zhang Xiaobao had told him. He was too thin and needed to eat more. This way, he would be able to do more things in the future. He didn't want to tire himself out during crucial times. Su Si didn't object and really ate as much as he could. He slept for at least 10 hours every day. He wanted to make himself fatter. After a few days, there were some results. His face had obviously become rounder. Today, he woke up very late. Just as he finished eating and didn't have time to think about what to do, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came together. Little Gongzi, are you going to find something for me to do? Su Si became excited when he saw the little Gongzi. He had been waiting for him to arrange something for him to do. He also felt uncomfortable if he was always like this. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other. Wang Wan said, "Yes, you have something to do. Can you read?" Replying to Miss, "I can't read." Su Si couldn't do anything about this. He felt that the little Gongzi and Wang Wan needed someone who could read, but he couldn't lie. It's okay if you can't read. You can slowly learn in the future. You should know what the farmers around here need, right? Wang Wan was a little disappointed, but she still encouraged him. Su Si nodded vigorously this time. "I know, of course I know. Don't tell me you want me to guard that grocery store. I will definitely guard it well." "Why guard that grocery store? That small place isn't suitable for you. After the 15th, you will set up a market on this side of the bridge. You need to buy the things that the farmers need now. You will go outside and negotiate the price. In the future, you will be responsible for setting the price for all the goods that the farmers bring. You can also keep the things that you can't exchange here. When the time comes, you can sell them to the other bigger cities. From now on, you will do everything by yourself. Tell Shirlu what kind of things you want to buy and how much you want. Take the money from her and go buy them. The others won't care." Zhang Xiaobao also spoke at this time. Su Si almost fainted when he heard this. He had never done these things before. Today, he was the only one in charge. He wanted to refuse, but he knew that if he really didn't accept this task, he would no longer be able to follow the little Gongzi in the future. Su Si gritted his teeth and finally nodded. "Okay, little Gongzi, don't worry. I will definitely take care of this matter. I will think about it and find pomegranate when the time comes." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't say anything else. They turned around and left. It didn't matter if they lost or gained. The main thing was that they wanted to see Su Si's ability. When the time came, they would be able to adjust their positions. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. It was the 15th of the first lunar month. Everyone was busy again. The firecrackers from Zhuangzi were sent everywhere. In the past few days, the number of people had increased by several times. The person in charge of selling firecrackers was Song Jinggong. On the same day, County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang of Sanshui County led a group of people to make preparations. They were ready to welcome the people who came to check and verify the auspicious signs. he actually made it into the top 10 of the newcomer list. If he is still here tomorrow, there will be 5 more chapters. Chapter 65. As the sun rose, the new lanterns were hung up. Early in the morning, some children hurriedly hung up the lanterns in their houses. They usually hung up the lanterns for 3 days. As long as the family still had some spare money, they would not casually extinguish the lanterns. Those with better craftsmanship would make their own lanterns. They would make them into various shapes, with colored paper pasted on the outside and oil lamps or candles inside. When night fell, they would hang them under the eaves or hold them in their hands. They would flow with the waves like stars entering the water. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had changed into new clothes today. They got up early to cooperate with the family. The two of them had already spent 100 taels of silver today to make an iron bucket. Xiaofan, have the clothes we asked the tailor shop to make been delivered? In front of Wang Wan was a large piece of paper that outlined the general layout of the Zhang family and Wang family. Wang Wan held a thin brush in her hand and pointed at the option next to it. The word, clothes, was written there. Xiaofan, pomegranate, and cherries had already handed over the trivial matters to others. They all stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. 60% has been delivered. The remaining 40% will be delivered in 2 hours. All the servants of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi have a total of 763 people. 763 sets of clothes and shoes are tailor-made. Not one person is missing. Xiao Hong was already used to the rules of the 2 young masters, so she took a step forward and answered. When they were taking measurements, they used the identities of the 2 village heads of the Zhang family and Wang family. They did not say that they were going to make clothes and shoes for the people in the village. These things were usually made at home. It was rare to order them from outside. Wang Wan used the brush to make a check mark behind the word, clothes, and then asked Cherries, have you prepared a lantern and a roasted chicken for each family? Cherries also took a step forward. There are a total of 234 households in the 2 villages. 234 lanterns and the same roasted chicken have been prepared and can be sent out at any time. In addition, each household's lantern can last for 3 days, and all the candles have been prepared. Wang Wan tapped on the back of the lantern, pomegranate, how long will it take to wrap the meat dumplings? Replying to the young lady, each person has 10 big meat dumplings. Just now, we were short of 400 dumplings. Now, we have almost enough. 3,000 firecrackers for each household are in the storeroom. Pomegranate also stood out and replied. Thinking of the little young master and the little lady spending today, she was so excited that her face was bright red. Wang Wan also tapped on this item. There was only one manservant left in the room, Huzi. Without waiting for Wang Wan to ask, Huzi began to speak. The 2 Zhuangzi have already dug pits to ensure that the torches will not fall down and cause a fire. There are a total of 790 pits and 790 torches. Everyone in the 2 Zhuangzi will have 1 each. The oil that has been mixed will ensure that the flames will not go out overnight. Good, everyone go and prepare. In the afternoon, distribute the items. Plug in the torches and light them up as soon as it gets dark. Wang Wan instructed and the 4 of them left one after another. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were left in the room. They still had to wait for Su Si to come back. The 100 taels of silver were not only spent on clothes, food and other things that could be used, but also on Su Si's side. I heard that the person who came down this time has a bad relationship with Zhou Shihu's uncle. If he deliberately wants to cause trouble, have you thought of a way to deal with it? Wang Wan put down the pen and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was also holding a pen and writing by himself. Zhang Xiaobao was a little dissatisfied with his handwriting. It was much worse than Wang Wan's. After all, Wang Wan had been learning since she was young. In addition to the normal things that she learned in class, she also learned dancing, calligraphy, musical instruments, and other miscellaneous things. This was the gap between the rich and the poor. Even poor families had talented children. Every time one of them appeared, there would be a lot of news reports. It was as if these children were the most amazing. But in the end, the proportion of people who had a dominant position in society was still those who had been nurtured from a young age with knowledge in various fields. After a slight sigh, Zhang Xiaobao also put down the pen and rubbed his wrist. He gave Wang Wan a reassuring smile. It's good that there are conflicts. The person who came down has to go back. There will be a time limit. If the relationship is good, they will help to hide it. If the relationship is not good, it will be the most difficult. That way, they will do things impartially. If the relationship is not good, it will be simple. That Sikong adjunct will verify the auspicious signs while looking for trouble with nephew Sitsang. Then let him look for trouble. He has no choice but to look for trouble. Force him to focus his energy on suppressing Zhou Shihu and the county magistrate, and send a bunch of troublesome little problems to him. That's it? That's it? Then what if he wants to go to Zhuangzi on a whim while looking for problems? Wang Wan always felt that this was a little unreliable. This did not seem to be the action of an international swindler like Zhang Xiaobao. She was in charge of the logistics of the 15th, and Zhang Xiaobao was assigned to deal with the people who came. When did he only have one idea? I haven't finished yet. I'm thinking about the details. Oh, that's more like it. Like I said, you are not Zhang Xiaobao if you only come up with one idea that is not guaranteed. Wang Wan was relieved. Zhang Xiaobao's hand flicked on his leg a few times. Song Jinggong has something to do. According to the information, military advisor Chen Yong and Chen Jinian like to pretend to be cultured. There are 3 big restaurants in Sanshui County. There is also a Luoshui River in the north. That river does not belong to our county, but it belongs to Luoshui County. A normal journey would take half a day. Let's think of poems from the later part of this era and write them down for Song Jinggong. Then, we'll take out some things that we don't have here and some new recipes. Let Song Jinggong hold Chen Yong back at the 3 restaurants and the Luoshui River so that he won't be willing to leave the brothels. You are so bad. Tell me, how many people did you corrupt in the past? Wang Wan understood as soon as she heard it. It was a simple and practical method. When she thought about how many high-ranking officials helped to cover up after they were cheated, she understood why. A fly never bites a flawless egg. Apart from this, we also need to fork out some money to let some people stop and cry out for justice. We need County Magistrate Cheng's cooperation. These are all trivial matters. Let Chen Yong enjoy the thrill of making decisions for the people. After he is satisfied, let the people send him gifts like silk banners. Invite him to the farmer's house to eat some farmer's food and enjoy the pleasure of being close to the people. If these are not enough, we will make him sick. I don't believe that he will have the time to care about us. Zhang Xiaobao said slowly. Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao as she listened. Bad, he was full of bad ideas. It was good that he was bad. With such a bad person, it would be much easier to live together in the future. Little young master, little miss, I am back. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished discussing how to scheme against people when Su Si rushed in from outside. Usually, he would not be able to enter the courtyard as he pleased, but today was special. It's good that you are back. How did the matter go? Wang Wan was in charge of everything today, so Wang Wan opened her mouth to ask. It's done. This lowly one has already found the lion dancers. This time, there will be 50 of them. They will dance at the bridge. It will be lively for the whole night. This lowly one has also prepared some goods that are commonly used. There are also a few types of snacks that will be displayed at the bridge when the time comes. I am thinking that the goods tonight will not make a profit. As long as I can keep my capital, it will be fine. I did not discuss this with little miss and little young master. If it is not possible, I will raise the price. Su Si had been very busy these past 2 days. The market was originally supposed to be held after the 15th day of the lunar month, but he unexpectedly held it until the evening of the 15th day. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao only asked him to find people to perform the lion dance. When they heard Su Si's words, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not unhappy. Instead, they smiled. Su Si saw the 2 children with innocent smiles. He felt that they were cute, but he was also a little scared. He was worried that he had done something wrong. Okay. Zhang Xiaobao said one word. Okay. Wang Wan also said one word. Su Si did not know what to do. Little young master and Wang Wan's expressions and words were a little wrong. Su Si, don't worry, it is indeed good. Since we have handed the market over to you, we will not care what you do. In a while, you can go to Xiaobao's and my warehouse and choose something worth about 20 taels of silver. There are also a few snacks in the courtyard. If you can't eat them outside, you can go to the kitchen and find someone to make them. I want to make it on the 15th day of the lunar month so that everyone will remember it. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were very satisfied with Su Si. Su Si had an unusual talent for understanding business opportunities and consumer psychology. As long as he had the capital to do business for a few days, the market would naturally open. They would guide him more in the future as it would be of great use to him in the future. After receiving praise and authorization, Su Si gratefully left. The fatigue from the past few days seemed to disappear in the blink of an eye. He, Su Si, finally had a day where he could do big things. In the past, he had looked for the head of the Gu family to talk to him and give him some ideas. In the end, he was chased out. From then on, he was discouraged and obediently worked in the fields. Who would have thought that I, Su Si, would finally find a good head? This is what it means to have trust. I heard that there was a powerful person in the past. What's his name again? I can't remember. He said that he would not doubt the people he used. Yes, I must make the market well and let the Gu family see that I, Su Si, am not the Go of the past. Su Si thought about this in his heart and clenched his fists tightly. Just as he left the small courtyard of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he stopped and turned to face Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's house and knelt down. He continuously kowtowed 3 times before he stood up and walked away with his head held high. Old man, look at that good grandson and granddaughter-in-law of yours. What do you think of their management methods? In another courtyard diagonally opposite Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's courtyard, old Madame Fu smiled and asked old Master Zhang, who had also seen what Su Si did when he left. Old Master Weiwei nodded, yes, our Zhang family's generation is successful. Xiao is a good daughter-in-law. She controlled the family well and even gave birth to a good grandson for us. In the future, we will enjoy a good life. Chapter 66. County Magistrate Cheng of Sanshui County was not as relaxed as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He had been waiting outside with a group of people for 3.5 hours. The snow had not melted yet, and the breeze outside made people feel cold from the inside out. County Magistrate Cheng knew that the person who came this time was Chen Yong, the military advisor. He did not get along well with his colleague, Zhou Qiong. He was closer to Zhou Qiong because his nephew was here. They said that they would arrive around 7:15 a.m., but it was almost noon. Judging from the situation, they did it on purpose. County Magistrate Cheng suppressed his anger and could only continue to wait here. There was a difference of 1 rank between them, and they were here for a specific purpose. If he really neglected them, they might report that they had neglected the auspicious signs. "Sir, why don't you enter the carriage to warm up? I'll wait here. It won't be too late for you to come down when they arrive." Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingsheng saw that County Magistrate Cheng's expression was not good, so he softly persuaded him. County Magistrate Cheng wanted to go in and warm himself up, but when he saw Zhao Xiang next to him, he suppressed this thought. Zhao Xiang was the head of the department, so he still had some restrictions on him. Usually, the two of them had an average relationship, neither close nor distant. Fortunately, Zhao Xiang had never done anything bad. Usually, the registrar was very businesslike. Who knew if he would impeach him if he entered the carriage at this time? He stood so straight and did not speak, as if the weather was not cold. It was almost noon. Except for Zhao Xiang, who still had no expression on his face, the others were a little impatient. They stamped their feet one after another. Their feet were cold. From time to time, people passed by and knew that they were waiting for someone. Some people guessed that something auspicious had happened in Sanshui County. If it was on a normal day, they would watch from the side. However, today was the 15th day of the month, so they were all busy with tonight's matters. None of them stayed and left after seeing. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, a group of people finally appeared in the distance. There were people in the front with flags, and behind them was a carriage. This time, they were right. They were here. The people of Sanshui County were moving around. They had to greet them later. As the group got closer, County Magistrate Cheng gave up waiting and led people to greet them. When the two sides met, County Magistrate Cheng opened his mouth first. The County Magistrate of Sanshui County, Cheng Lingxiang, respectfully welcomes Lord Auspicious Sign Patrol Inspector and Commander Si Gong, Chen Yong. After a while, the door to the carriage was opened and a person walked out. It was none other than Chen Jinian, the Prefectural Minister of Merit, Chen Yong. When Chen Yong came out, there was no expression on his face. Wei Wei nodded. "County Magistrate Cheng, we were ordered to investigate the auspicious sign. The weather was bad on the way, so we were delayed. We will go and take a look. I heard that the auspicious sign came from Zhuangzi. Let's set off now." Hearing this, County Magistrate Cheng cursed in his heart. What bad weather! The 15th of August last year was a sunny day, so it should be the same on the 15th of January this year. You want to go to Zhuangzi? Dream on. There are cucumbers in Zhuangzi. Do you think I'll let you go? Although he thought so, he put on a humble smile and said, "Lord Chen, the auspicious sign is no longer in Zhuangzi. It has been moved to a place on the bank of the Luoshui River. If you want to see the auspicious sign, why don't you go there?" Chen Yong, the Prefectural Minister of Merit, was stunned when he heard County Magistrate Cheng's words. He didn't expect the people here to move the cucumbers so quickly. He originally planned to go to Zhuangzi. After all, Zhuangzi was full of ordinary people. As long as he didn't follow the etiquette well, he could impeach County Magistrate Cheng and say that he neglected the auspicious sign. But now that the cucumbers were moved here, he couldn't go to Zhuangzi. Otherwise, County Magistrate Cheng could submit a report and ask him whether he came to see the auspicious sign or Zhuangzi. Okay, then take me there. Seeing that he didn't use his first preparation, Chen Yong didn't say much. He nodded and agreed. They didn't even prepare to eat and went there. Although it was called the Luoshui River, it was actually a tributary. It was different from the tributary where the carrots stopped. Ordinary people called it Little Luoshui. People like County Magistrate Cheng didn't like to be called Little Luoshui. Little Luoshui was not as far away as the real Luoshui, but it wasn't close either. After walking for more than an hour, they arrived at the place. They stopped and saw the place that was surrounded by cloth. "This is the auspicious sign, the cucumbers?" Chen Yong pointed and asked with a sullen face. "Yes, Lord." Please take a closer look. Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingsheng answered at this time and led them to open the cloth. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang, do you admit to your crime? Chen Yong didn't answer Deputy County Magistrate but stared at him and asked. What crime does Lord Chen want to convict me of? County Magistrate Cheng didn't smile at this time. You are here to find fault. Crime? What crime? Did you eat less cucumbers? The purpose of Chen Yong's visit was very clear. He wanted to leave the benefits of the auspicious sign to the county and find fault with the county magistrate. It would be fine if he didn't get punished, but he wouldn't get the benefits. Therefore, he had to convict Cheng Lingxiang of a crime so that his merits could offset his demerits. Hearing Cheng Lingxiang's question, he snorted and pointed to the river in front and said, "Spring is coming and the snow melts. The river is rising. What is your intention to move the auspicious sign here? Do you want the river to wash away the auspicious sign and weaken the luck of our country?" What he said was serious. If he really investigated, he would be beheaded. If it was someone else, he would have to admit that he didn't do enough. County Magistrate Cheng didn't care at all. Since they had offended each other, then let's face it. He also snorted. Chen Yong, you are the Deputy County Magistrate, not the Deputy County Magistrate. Do you know more about water conservancy? Could it be that there is no county magistrate in Sanshui County and you don't know how to control the flood? If you ask about water conservancy, you seem to have overstepped your authority. Do you want to be the provincial governor? Yes, then you can ask about everything. You don't have to slander me. Chen Yong was more frightened than he was just now. He had convicted County Magistrate Cheng, and the higher-ups wouldn't agree. He just wanted County Magistrate Cheng to take a step back. Now, County Magistrate Cheng accused him of a crime, which was even less serious. He just asked a question, but there were many people around him. If someone heard it and passed it to the provincial governor, he could imagine what would happen to him in the future. Moreover, not only would the provincial governor be unhappy, but the other 5 departments would also dislike him, especially the deputy county magistrate. If he got angry and said that he wanted him to be the deputy county magistrate, he would be in big trouble. While Chen Yong was still thinking about the consequences, County Magistrate Cheng said, "Since Deputy County Magistrate Cheng wants to help manage the water conservancy, we will naturally help. We will send a report to the higher-ups and let Deputy County Magistrate Cheng take on the position of Deputy County Magistrate. I will have to trouble all of you to be a witness." The all of you he was talking about were the people who followed Chen Yong here. These people were not all in a group. They all had their own supporters and factions, and there were definitely people who opposed Chen Yong. County Magistrate Cheng, Brother and Ran, it's just a joke. I know that there is an auspicious sign in the land under Brother and Ran's jurisdiction. I am happy for Brother and Ran, but I am afraid that Brother and Ran will be negligent and disappoint the emperor, so I am joking to remind Brother and Ran. Chen Yong didn't care about his face anymore. If he really let County Magistrate Cheng submit the form, the first one to suffer would be him. He had no choice but to give in. He even called out County Magistrate Cheng's name and called him Brother and Ran. A smile appeared on his face. As for what others thought, he couldn't care less. As Brother Genian said, it's just a joke. Brother Genian, please come in and take a look at the auspicious sign first. County Magistrate Cheng had to take a step back at this moment. He had to confirm the auspicious sign first. He was also worried about how to stop this person who deliberately came to find trouble from going to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. This was really difficult to handle. If Chen Yong couldn't find fault here and insisted on going to the place where the auspicious sign was, what excuse could he use to stop him? Okay, Brother and Ran, please. Chen Yong needed to be patient and agreed with a smile. The crowd came closer and ordered people to roll up this piece of cloth. Immediately, a green color appeared in front of them. Many people ate the cucumbers sent by County Magistrate Cheng. When they ate the cucumbers, they had a different feeling. Now that they saw the cucumbers on the stalks, they had a different feeling. The weather was so cold, and the cucumbers were hanging on the stalks. Just looking at them made them feel festive. No wonder they were said to be auspicious signs. The crowd was looking at them. Just like the people in the county, they all wanted to pick one of the cucumbers themselves. They didn't even wash it. They rubbed it and took a bite. The taste was definitely different. Everyone, please take a look. These are the cucumbers that didn't bear cucumbers. But a few days ago, some of them had already borne cucumbers and withered. Some of them are still growing. This one, when I came to see it yesterday, it was only 2 inches long. Today, it has grown to 3 inches. Our dynasty's new policy, so the auspicious sign appeared. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang introduced it to the crowd. The crowd quickly nodded and said yes. No one dared to say anything. According to County Magistrate Cheng, the auspicious sign appeared in the 2nd year of Kaiyuan. Of course, it was the new policy. Chen Yong originally wanted to find fault with it, but after hearing County Magistrate Cheng's words, he had to give up. Now that the auspicious sign had appeared, even if it was decided, someone had suggested to take some away. County Magistrate Cheng had also agreed. When the time came, who knew how many of them would still be alive? Who cared who wanted to use this to seek an official career? It was fine as long as they could protect themselves. Since the matter had been decided, it was time to eat. Everyone was hungry. County Magistrate Cheng originally wanted to arrange for them to stay at the Waterview restaurant, but before he could say anything, Song Jinggong ran over, panting. He had just arrived on a horse. Just now, he had gone to contact Thousand Tasting Town's water restaurant. That restaurant was opened by someone from elsewhere. Not only was he willing to arrange a place for them, he didn't even want a single copper coin. Zijin, why are you in such a hurry? County Magistrate Cheng saw that Song Jinggong was in such a hurry, and his heart tightened. Sir, this student will listen to your instructions. I have already booked a place at Thousand Tasting Town's water restaurant, Song Jinggong replied respectfully. Oh, right, it's like that. If Zijin hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Everyone, the place to eat has been chosen. Why don't we go together? County Magistrate Cheng heaved a sigh of relief and called everyone to Thousand Tasting Town's water restaurant. Chapter 67. County Magistrate Cheng took the lead and led the way. At the same time, he gave Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingsheng a look. Zhang Mingsheng and Wei Wei nodded to show that they understood. They followed behind the group and found Song Jinggong. Young Master Song, is there any change? Zhang Mingsheng was not in a hurry. He felt that since Song Jinggong had arranged the place, it meant that he was prepared. He pulled Song Jinggong behind him and asked softly. Yes. This time, no matter what, we have to keep them here. When the time comes, they will leave, Song Jinggong said softly. But how do we do that? I think that Chen Yong did not come with good intentions. It's simple. You just have to do this. Song Jinggong told them all the methods that Zhang Xiaobao had taught him. He was also impressed. His young master was really amazing. Zhang Mingsheng did not have much contact with Song Jinggong. Occasionally, he heard that there was a master guiding Song Jinggong. Since Song Jinggong was here today, Zhang Mingsheng felt that he must have something to do with that master. He listened carefully and wanted to know what that master had come up with. The more Zhang Mingsheng listened, the more surprised he became. In the end, he opened his mouth and did not even care about the cold wind pouring into his stomach. When he finished listening, Song Jinggong hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Only then did Zhang Mingsheng react. He thought to himself, it is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the county magistrate said that he would protect the manor's recipe no matter what. It turns out that he was not afraid that the recipe would be leaked, but was afraid that the master would be angry. Thinking of this, he looked with pity at Chen Yong, who was still walking in front of him and chatting cheerfully with the county magistrate. He shook his head and followed them. He wanted to find an opportunity to tell the county magistrate about this matter. After all, this involved some of the county magistrate's circumstances. For example, the county magistrate had to be prepared for some of these things. The group of people did not take a carriage. They just walked slowly. It was as if they were competing for patience and determination. It was also as if they were using this time to think about their future. When the crowd arrived at the entrance of Thousand Tinge Town's Water Tavern, 50,000 firecrackers were set off. Chen Yong and the others who did not know what was going on were so scared that they did not even dare to take a step forward. Even after the firecrackers were set off, everyone's ears were still ringing. County Magistrate Cheng, what is this? Why is there such a big commotion? Could it be that someone wants to harm auspicious sign? Chen Yong shouted at County Magistrate Cheng with all his might. In fact, he was asking if anyone would harm him. Don't worry, sir. These are called firecrackers. They were made by a businessman for festive occasions. They can also be used to guard houses, just like the firecrackers that were set off on the 30th, County Magistrate Cheng explained tactfully. The people led by Chen Yong immediately understood. It turned out that this thing had so many benefits. Before Chen Yong could open his mouth, a person beside him interrupted and asked, County Magistrate Cheng, could it be that firecrackers are only found in your county? I have never heard of them anywhere else. They are indeed extraordinary. Just the sound alone is much louder than that of firecrackers. That's right. This item is only available in this county. If you want to take some back, this official will prepare for it. County Magistrate Cheng knew that the other side did not care if the news of the firecrackers spread. They were still counting on this to make money. The more people who knew about it, the better. However, he still did not say who it was. He only said that it was a businessman. He was afraid that these people would want to see it. After hearing what he said, Chen Yong and the others were also tempted. They were not doing it for festive occasions, but for other purposes. Chen Yong also spoke. County Magistrate Cheng, how much are these things worth? If they are too expensive, we can't accept them. It's a waste of money and manpower. Don't worry, sir. These firecrackers are cheap. The one we heard just now was 50,000 sounds. This county has prepared 200,000 sounds this year. We will set them off today. The 15th of this year will be a full moon. At that time, I hope all of you can enjoy the lanterns and enjoy with the people. County Magistrate Cheng replied. He still did not say how much the firecrackers were. He did not know how much the Zhangjie Zhuangzi wanted to sell them. He was afraid that if he set the price, they would not be able to sell them at a high price. Chen Yong and the others did not ask any more. If the county magistrate said that it was cheap, then it was cheap. If it was expensive, then it would be cheap. However, these people had set a high price for the firecrackers in their hearts. They thought that the 50,000 sounds they had just burned would cost at least a few taels of silver. Under the invitation of the restaurant owner, they went up to the 3rd floor. The tea was served first. Without them saying anything, the restaurant started to serve the dishes. First, 8 cold plates were served. The wine could be drunk once it was warm. Among them, there was a dish of cucumber mixed with shredded mushrooms. The main reason was that the restaurant could not find the golden mushroom. While they were eating, the hot dishes were served one by one. There were 3 dishes of cucumber alone. They were stir-fried dried bamboo shoots with cucumber, fried river snails with cucumber, fried egg with cucumber, and cucumber soup with cucumber. Apart from cucumber, there were also quite a lot of carrots. There were a total of 4 dishes, 2 of which were meat and 2 of which were vegetables. The rest of the dishes were made with dried vegetables. There was not a single meat dish on the table. This was what Zhang Xiaobao had instructed before Song Jinggong came. After the new year, everyone was only eating meat. No one wanted to continue eating. Only light dishes were delicious. In fact, this was also the case. Everyone sat at a few tables. Before the hot dishes were served, the first thing they ate was the cucumber. After a mouthful of cucumber and shredded mushrooms, the cucumber was smooth and refreshing. There was a delicate fragrance in the mouth. It was better than the cucumber they ate. This was freshly picked cucumber. When the hot dishes and carrots were served, everyone was stunned. None of them dared to eat. What was this? County Magistrate Cheng had no choice but to introduce them. My lords, this is called carrots. It is the food of the Fan gang. It tastes good and is good for the body. I still have some left. My lords can take some back to taste. After that, County Magistrate Cheng ate a piece of carrot first to prove that there was nothing wrong with it. With him taking the lead, the others were naturally relieved. One by one, they began to eat freely. Seeing that they were about to be unable to eat anymore, another waiter removed the other dishes and replaced them with some dried fruits. Most importantly, there was also a large plate of sliced cucumber strips. In front of everyone was a plate with something that smelled fresh on it. County Magistrate Cheng had never seen this thing before. He glanced at the waiter. This waiter was also smart. He whispered in County Magistrate Cheng's ear, "This was brought by Child Song just now. It is called shrimp sauce. My lords, dip it into the cucumber and eat it. In a while, the chili sauce will be served. There are 2 kinds of sauces and 2 flavors." Okay. County Magistrate Cheng nodded. He was satisfied with the waiter's cleverness. When the waiter left, he picked up a cucumber and dipped it into the plate in front of him. When he raised it to his mouth, he said, "My lords, this is shrimp sauce. It is specially dipped into auspicious cucumber. It is fresh and delicious. Why don't you try it?" After someone demonstrated, the others followed suit. It was not that they were afraid of being poisoned, but they were afraid that they did not know how to eat it and would be seen as a joke. When they ate it one by one, they found that it was indeed different. The taste was good. Those who were originally full had an appetite again. They sipped the wine and ate at the same time, saying something that would not cause any conflict between them. This was also arranged by Zhang Xiaobao. In order to stall them, Zhang Xiaobao had taken all the details into consideration. The alcohol content of the wine here was not high, but it took up a lot of space. After drinking it, their stomachs were full. In fact, they were not full at all. In this case, they had to give them time to digest and expel the water. Good, this auspicious shrimp sauce is delicious. It doesn't smell fishy just by smelling it. But after dipping it into the auspicious sauce, a salty and fishy smell will come out as soon as it enters the mouth. This feeling will disappear in a flash, and then it will be refreshing and delicious. It is better than just smelling the shrimp sauce. What do you think? After one person finished eating the cucumber with shrimp sauce, he praised it. The others only thought that it was delicious, but after hearing what he said, they all agreed. Then the chili sauce was served. This chili sauce was also brought by Song Jinggong. It was specially made and was more spicy. Once it was spicy, it felt good. A large plate of cucumber was served, but it still did not last long and was eaten up. They also drank a lot of wine. The water could be expelled. Usually, if there was nothing wrong with a person's body, the wine would not be expelled. Instead, it would enter the blood and slowly accumulate. At that time, there would not be many people who could still think about doing things. This meal was deliberately chatting for 4 hours. They could not do anything else. They just wanted to sober up a little and see how Sanshui County's New Year's Eve would be. While County Magistrate Cheng and the people who came down were eating, Zhangjia Zhuangzi's side was also eating. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's bodies could no longer rely on breast milk. The two of them took the initiative to stop breastfeeding. They ate the main meal together. The most they ate was chicken cakes and some cooked meat porridge. Everyone in the courtyard knew that the two little ancestors had a big appetite and were often hungry. There were people in the kitchen 24 hours a day. Before lunch, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each ate 3 lambs made with eggs. They walked outside for half an hour and then came back to eat lunch. The thick rice porridge, the chopped pork knuckles, and some cucumber and garlic sauce were the two people's lunch. This time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate slowly, especially the meat. They had to chew more. If they were just growing up, they would not eat so much. The protein content was too high. But the two of them were calculating all day. Not to mention learning, they also had to manage their own money. Their brain power was very high. Xiaobao, everything is ready. When it's Yusher, should we send the things personally or ask someone to do it? Wang Wan drank the entire bowl of porridge in front of her. She was a little full, so she leaned against the table and asked. Let my mother do it. It's not suitable for us to do it. I don't know how County Magistrate Cheng is doing. It's the 15th day of the first lunar month. It's so tiring. Zhang Xiaobao was also full and complained. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, some children felt that time was passing too slowly. Some felt that it was too fast. Seeing that it was Yusher, Zhang Wang clan personally led a group of people outside. These people all had a lot of things in their hands. Recommend a book, Wang Daoji's Model Hegemony. A very good book. Don't give it to him. Give it to me. Chapter 68. The people in Zhangwang and Zhuangzi were busy with their own matters. Just like how they were unaware of the Zhang family's matters, the people in the Zhang family's courtyard were also unaware of the matters that they were busy with. The Zhangwang clan led her people and prepared to go to the house of the oldest Zhangsheng, who was the closest to them. Old Zhangsheng was 65 years old today. He had a son and 2 daughters at home. His wife passed away early, and he had a 9-year-old grandson. The Zhangwang clan wanted to go to his house first to give him the things he wanted. However, before she could reach the house, a group of people appeared in front of her. The Zhangwang clan was not afraid. It was not easy to hurt her in Zhangjia Zhuangzi. She waited for the group of people in front of her to come closer. When they saw who it was, the people around the Zhangwang clan heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, they almost shouted at the whole of Zhuangzi. As long as they shouted, there would be people coming to help. The person in front of them was actually the person that the Zhangwang clan wanted to see first, Zhangsheng. There were many people behind him, and each of them was holding a lantern. It looked like there were many of them. The lanterns were all covered with red paper. When the two parties met, before the Zhangwang clan could say that she wanted to go to Zhangsheng's house, old Zhangsheng waved his hand, and the people behind him all came forward with lanterns. Madam, where are you going? Zhangsheng asked with a hunched back. I'm going to visit the village. I originally wanted to go to Uncle Zhang's house first. Uncle Zhang, what are you? The Zhangwang clan was confused. Why were all these people gathered together? Madam, we are all indebted to the main family, and we don't have much money to repay them. It's the 15th day of the first lunar month, and we have 106 people in Zhuangzi who do some work, so each of us made a lantern for the main family. I made 2 more lanterns, so the total is 108 yuan. It's auspicious, and it's just the right time to give it to the main family. Hearing this, Zhang Wangshi stood there and did not speak for a long time. It was not until the people next to her softly called her that she took a deep breath and said, "Uncle Zhang, it just so happens that my yard still lacks lanterns. Thank you, fellow villagers. The things you gave to the village have been accepted by the village. Now, I also want to give something to the villagers." As the Zhang clan spoke, she waved her hand, and the people in the yard came forward with the items in their hands. She gave the items to the 100 people first, and then the rest of them went to each house to deliver. "Uncle Zhang, these are the clothes and shoes for your family of 6. This is a chicken, and I picked the biggest one for you. These are the lanterns and candles, and these are the yuanshao and firecrackers. There are so many things, and you can't carry them all. Let us deliver them to you." This time, Xiaofan followed the madam out and asked the people who were pushing the wheelbarrow to come forward and give the items to Zhangsheng. After a while, they realized that Zhangsheng couldn't carry them all, even if the lanterns were made of foldable silk cloth. These things, madam, are you giving these things to me?" Zhangsheng had lived for so many years, and he was quite knowledgeable. When he saw the people in the main house carrying things and pushing the wheelbarrow, and the things piled up on the wheelbarrow like a small mountain, he immediately understood. It's not a gift. It's a festival, and everyone wants to be happy. At the bridge, there will be a lion dance and some things will be sold. Those things are cheap, and when the time comes, everyone will go and watch the show. Originally, I wanted to tell them one by one. The Zhang clan tried hard to control herself, and tried to make her tone as calm as possible. She had never seen a village take the initiative to send things to the main house. Other than handing over grain, if you want the village to do anything, you need someone to find them. Looking at the 108 lanterns in front of her, the Zhang clan felt that her heart was lit up. The surrounding villagers were also listening. When they heard that there was a lion dance, they knew that it was the main house who paid for it. Otherwise, why would there be a lion dance here? The roasted chicken, the silk lanterns, the clothes, and so on, how much money did the main house spend? The people on both sides didn't know what to say, and they were all stunned. Pomegranate, who was following behind, calmed down under the guidance of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She said, "Madam, why don't we go to each house together? 2 hours is enough." The Zhang clan looked at Pomegranate, and nodded her head approvingly. She said, "That's even better. Villagers, accompany me to each house first, and then we'll send the lanterns to the main house." Under the guidance of the Zhang clan, the crowd walked to Zhangsheng's house, put down the things, and then went to the next house. She also told the villagers to go to the bridge, and the villagers all knelt down and kowtowed. To be able to follow such a master, their lives were worth it. After sending the lanterns to the last house, the Zhang clan returned to the main house with the 108 lanterns. She emotionally told the old madam and the old master about what happened today. Naturally, the old madam of the Wang clan went to Zhuangzi. At the same time, Zhangjia Zhuangzi's cherries and Huzi also followed. These two Zhuangzi villagers seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and the Wang clan's Zhuangzi villagers also sent the 108 lanterns, which made the old madam of the Wang clan cry a lot. When the time came, everyone in the two Zhuangzi villages came out. Each family carried a silk lantern, and everyone was wearing new clothes. As long as it was a woman, no matter if it was a child or an old lady, they all wore light green clothes, while the men wore gray. The servants of the two courtyards also changed their clothes. The women were all dressed in red, while the men were all dressed in white. It was very eye-catching. Before the villagers arrived at the bridge, the torches buried in the Zhuangzi villages were all lit up. The two Zhuangzi villages were brightly lit, and together with the full moon in the sky, they shone like stars. Some of the villagers even counted the number of torches. When they finally finished counting, they found that the torches were the total number of torches in the two Zhuangzi villages, 790 torches. When these people arrived at the bridge, they saw that the bridge was also brightly lit, dancing with the wind. Many stalls were set up there, and the lion dancers were already prepared. This made the place lively. The villagers in new clothes looked around and picked what they needed. The sound of firecrackers could be heard. These firecrackers were paid for by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They were distributed to each family, and they would set them off when they returned home. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi villages were making such a big commotion on the other side of the river, so it was impossible for the Gu village's Zhuangzi village not to know. Those people also wanted to come out at night with their lanterns, but they saw that the other side of the river was as bright as day, and the sound of gongs and drums was non-stop. Gu village's people curiously walked towards the bridge. When they arrived, they did not know what to say. Lion dance. There was actually lion dance. How many years had it been since they last saw it? When they looked at the people on the two Zhuangzi villages, they were actually wearing the same clothes, and the lanterns were made of silk. Xiao-san, do you see that? That is the Zhuangzi of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Zhuangzi. It seems that other than the gifts given by the two families during the New Year, they also gave them the same gifts on the 15th. New clothes, new shoes, silk lanterns, and torches on the Zhuangzi. Sigh. A person said to the child next to him, and in the end, he could only sigh. Xiao-san nodded obediently. I know. Their lives are better than ours. Isn't Sigo just over there? Other families can just buy it with money. When will we be able to do the same on the Zhuangzi? The others looked at the other end of the bridge enviously. They only looked, but did not dare to go over. It could be said that they had mixed feelings. Wu family's boy, seventh aunt, since you are all here, hurry up and come over. I have set up a market here. The things are cheap. These days, we are not making money. Just buy whatever you like. There is also a lion dance. At this time, Sigo of the Gu family came out. He was wearing white silk clothes and a stone crown on his head. His waist was not as bent as before. From his face, one could see that he was a bit chubbier. His smile never changed. He pulled a few people's hands and led them to the other side of the bridge while talking. These people did not want to go over, but they could not resist the lively atmosphere and Sigo's enthusiasm. They followed Sigo to the other side of the bridge. After a while, they got used to it. They watched the various performances while looking at the stalls to see if there was anything they wanted. They randomly picked up an item and asked. The price was really too low. With someone taking the lead, the other people of the Gu family also came over and looked around. Suddenly, they saw the heads of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family all come out. They were laughing and laughing with the other villagers. The old lady from the Zhang family was sitting with an old lady from a village. She was watching the lively scene in front of her and chatting. From time to time, she would laugh a few times, revealing her two missing teeth, which didn't make people feel that she was ugly at all. The commotion of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family was so big that it naturally alarmed the main family of the Gu family in Zhuangzi. Gu Yingxi heard the noise outside and was puzzled. He was enjoying the moon and drinking with his family. He ordered someone beside him, go over there and take a look. What is going on? Go, who had been waiting on people, obeyed the order and went out. He was also curious. When he got to a place where he could see the situation, his mouth opened wider and wider. It was so lively over there. He pinched himself hard to see if he was dreaming. The pain made him understand that everything was real. Was this still the most remote Zhuangzi in Sanshui County? Perhaps the county of Sanshui County was also like this. Ergo's legs seemed to not be controlled by his body and moved forward little by little. When he saw that there were people on Zhuangzi on the other side of the bridge, his legs moved even faster. Ergo, you are here too? Come over here, I have prepared delicious food. Look, today, everywhere that has the signboard of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, you can eat as much as you want. Come, let's drink a bowl together. You have to pay for the wine yourself. I will pay for it. Ergo knew Ergo. He was usually quite good. When he saw that Ergo had come, he quickly came over to pull him over. Ergo could not control himself and was pulled to a small table by Su Si in a daze. 2 stools were placed on the table and he was pressed to sit down by Su Si. 2 dishes were placed on the table. He did not know that these 2 dishes were called spicy pig ears and dried black sea phoenix skin. Chapter 69. He watched as Si Go poured him a bowl of wine and toasted him. Su Si followed suit and downed half of the wine in one gulp. After the wine entered his stomach, he finally woke up. He remembered that his master was still waiting for him, so he didn't dare to eat the food on the table. He stood up and prepared to leave, but after hesitating for a moment, he turned back and downed half of the wine in the bowl before running away. During the entire process, Dog 4 didn't say a word. However, Dog 4 could see gratitude and envy in Dog 2's eyes. He knew Dog 4. When they were begging and wandering together, the only difference was that he had signed a land deed, while Dog 2 had signed a life deed. After some thought, Fourth Hound decided to go to Zhang Xiaobao's place. When he saw the young master and the young lady obediently keeping their family company, he was a little scared and didn't dare to approach them. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he seemed to see the look in Ergo's eyes when he left again. He turned around, drank another bowl of wine, and once again went to the main house. With a plop sound, Su Si didn't say anything and knelt down in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Su Si, what happened to you? Did you drink too much? If you can't drink, then drink less. Remember not to drink so much in the future. It's a waste of time. Huzi, help him up. Zhang Xiaobao was about to say to his parents, thousands of flowers blossom in the night of the east wind. Thousands of trees. Thousands of people looking for it. When he was interrupted by Su Si. He looked at Su Si who was kneeling in front of him and couldn't understand what was wrong with him. He thought that he might have drunk too much. It wasn't strange for drunk people to do anything, so there was no need to blame them. Young master, I didn't drink too much. Su Si said as he blocked Huzi who was helping him up. I know. That's what people usually say when they drink too much. Which mental patient would say that they are not in good spirits? Zhang Xiaobao muttered in a low voice. Wang Wan knew what Zhang Xiaobao was saying from his lips. She glanced over and said to Su Si, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be like this. Today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. Let's have some fun together. Thank you, young lady. This little one has something to ask of the young master and young lady. Su Si felt that he was being a little too unreasonable, but he had to say it. What's the matter? Don't be anxious. Speak slowly. Get up first. Huzi, can't you even help a person up? Don't you agree, Xiaobao? Wang Wan didn't like others to treat her this way. She asked about Huzi and then asked Zhang Xiaobao. Yes. Get up and speak. Everyone is happy today. You, Su Si, are doing things for Zhuangzi. Your matter is Zhuangzi's matter. Hurry up and get up. Zhang Xiaobao also spoke. Huzi couldn't keep his face anymore. He used his hands to lift Su Si up. Huzi was a guard, so Su Si wasn't a match for him at all. Speak. What happened? Did you lose money or were you cheated? Forget it if you lost money. Remember this lesson in the future. If you are cheated, tell me who cheated you and I will make him regret it for the rest of his life. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Su Si seemed to have suffered some kind of psychological damage. Words came out of his mouth one by one. His words were only understood by his family and the people in the courtyard. The person who believed in these words the most was Wang Wan. If someone really cheated Su Si, he should pray to all the gods in the east and west. Su Si calmed down a little. When he heard the little lord's words, he lowered his head and said, "Little lord, I beg of you. Please get Guzhuang's ergo out. I know ergo. He is obedient, sensible, and loyal. When I was begging for food, ergo helped me a lot." Gu family? Ergo? Su Si, who are you talking about? Wang Wan was puzzled. Su Si didn't come here for her. Replying to the little miss, it's a person who signed a death contract with the Gu family. He came over just now. This little one invited him to drink, but he left in a hurry. This little one knows that he came from the Gu family to see the situation here. Maybe it was because Su Si and Ergo had been together for a long time and understood each other. When Ergo came, Su Si knew why he came. Wang Wan nodded and didn't say anything. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't know how to get a death contract. He looked at Su Si and asked, "How do you get your brother out?" Su Si hesitated for a while, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. At this time, Zhang Wang clan, who was holding Zhang Xiaobao, said, "If you want to redeem the person who signed the death contract, you first have to compensate him for all the expenses he spent in that place. You also have to give him the money he earned from selling himself. It's calculated on a monthly basis." "Oh, thank you, mother. So it's like this. If it can be solved with money, then it's simple. Su Si, how much does it cost to get your brother Ergo out?" Zhang Xiaobao thought that it would be troublesome, but he didn't expect that it could be solved with money. Wang Wan was also not anxious. She knew what kind of person Zhang Xiaobao was. As long as it was a problem that could be solved with money, it was not a problem. Su Si was worried about the money. It was too much. When he heard the young master's question, he cowardly replied, "About 70 to 80 taels of silver. At that time, there were 3 of us. One of us died of illness. Ergo wanted to bury his brother, so he sold himself. It might be more than that. Young master, I am willing to sign a death contract with you. I don't want a single copper coin. You can write as much as you want on the death contract." As Su Si spoke, he actually started to cry. "Why are you crying? Isn't it just a small amount of money? Su Si, take 100 taels of silver tomorrow and send it to the Gu family. Buy your brother out. Don't cry in front of me. First, settle this market for me. In the future, I will let you do other things. Remember to learn how to write and calculate." Many villagers were looking at them. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao had no other choice. He had to let people know that he was willing to pay any price for his people. In fact, even if there was no one else, Zhang Xiaobao would still do the same. Talent was hard to come by. This Su Si's brain was good enough. Wasn't it just 100 taels of silver? If he wanted to earn it back, he could earn it back. Some talents could not be cultivated. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Su Si was stunned. The surrounding villagers were also stunned. Even the relatives of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family did not know what to say. The only one who was not moved was Wang Wan. Seeing that the surrounding people were silent, Wang Wan opened her mouth and said, "Su Si, did you not hear Xiaobao's words? If you want to repay him, you have to do more things in the future." Plop. Su Si knelt down again. No one knew where he got his strength from, but he forced Huzi to take a few steps back. "Little lord, in the future, Ergo and I will be your cows and horses. If you want to beat us, you can beat us. If you want to scold us, you can scold us. Even if you want to beat us to death, we will not hide. Su Si really did not know how he could repay the little lord. This time, Zhang Xiaobao jumped down from his mother's arms and walked in front of Su Si. He reached out his hand to support Su Si and said, "Su Si, quickly get up. I found you. Just like the villagers in Zhuangzi, you are Xiao Bao's family. If my family is in trouble, how can I, Xiao Bao, not help? In the future, when I, Xiao Bao, am in trouble, I will also wait for my family to help." Su Si did not dare to argue with the little lord. With Zhang Xiaobao's help, Su Si stood up and looked at the child in front of him. He wiped his eyes and said, "Little lord, don't worry. If anyone wants to hurt you, I will protect you even if I have to die." "Me too," a villager suddenly shouted. The surrounding villagers who knew about the situation also shouted. For a moment, the scene was shocking. Zhang Xiaobao pacified them for a while before they continued to look for fun. "Impressive, comrade Zhang Xiaobao. You've bought these people's hearts. I think you should change your name to Napoleon. You're able to get so many people to work for you with just your charisma," Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao with her lips when she saw that everyone had gone back to their own business. "Napoleon? I know who he is. I, Zhang Xiaobao, was like this to my brother. My grandpa Dean said, I am a human, not a beast. I can't abandon everything for profit. Can a person without a soul still be considered a human?" Zhang Xiaobao's heart was different from some people. When he heard Wang Wan's words, his face sank and he replied. Wang Wan did not expect Zhang Xiaobao's reaction to be so extreme. Thinking back to when he used her to exchange for the child, she had to admit that they could imprison Zhang Xiaobao, but they could not molest him. He might not be a good person in many people's eyes, but he was definitely not a bad person. "Xiaobao, I was just saying it casually. Don't be angry." Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were still communicating with their lips. "Well, I won't accept your apology unless you let me kiss you," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Zhang Xiaobao, you're a hooligan. Be careful that I don't crush your lower part when you sleep at night." Wang Wan's small hands pressed against each other, making a pa-pa sound. Su Si had someone to rely on, so he went to other places to make arrangements. The other villagers were talking to each other in the Zhuangzi. For a servant's wish, they were willing to spend 100 taels of silver. These were the two little ancestors of the Zhang family and Wang family. They wore new clothes, wore new shoes, held silk lanterns, and had meat dumplings, roasted chicken, and so on. All of this was because the Zhang family and Wang family had a new generation. All of the villagers realized that their lives would never be the same as before. What they saw and felt was the real life. They had to protect their young master and young lady. "Master, I've asked around. The Zhang and Wang families found a lion dancer for the villagers on the 15th day of the first lunar month this year. They also gave them a lot of things, including clothes, shoes, lanterns made of silk, dumplings stuffed with meat." Ergo, who didn't know that he had been ransomed by his brothers, reported to Guingxi as soon as he returned to Zhuangzi. "What? The two families gave so many things to the villagers on Zhuangzi?" Guingxi, who was sitting calmly, stood up in shock when he heard Ergo's words. He looked in the direction of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi and exclaimed. "Yes, master. Not only that, all the people from the Zhang family and Wang family came out to celebrate with the villagers. Most of the people from our Gu family village also went over," Ergo continued. "What? My people from Gu family village also went over? No, this definitely can't happen. Ergo, immediately call all the guards on Zhuangzi together. I will personally go and get them back." Guingxi panicked when he heard that his people had also gone over. He was afraid that after the people from Gu family village found out about what happened over there, they would leave him. Chapter 70. Guingxi panicked and let Ergo go first. He also went out and looked at the moon outside. He sighed. He originally planned to enjoy the moon and drink wine, but he didn't expect to be busy with this kind of thing. After walking 2 steps, Guingxi saw that the other side of the bridge was brightly lit. If it wasn't for the fact that his village was there, he would have liked to enjoy the scenery. Beautiful, really beautiful. This time, the Zhang family and Wang family must have spent a lot of money. After walking for a while, Guingxi finally arrived at the other side of the bridge. He thought that Ergo had already called everyone here and was waiting for him. He didn't expect that there was no one here. On the other hand, the other side of the bridge was very lively. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Guingxi took a few steps forward. From time to time, the sounds of laughter, hawking, and shouting reached his ears. A special atmosphere appeared here, making him feel better unconsciously. Village Chief Gu, you also came. Quick, this way please. Guingxi was looking around to see what his villagers were doing when Su Si came up to him. He was in charge of the market, so he naturally had to greet the villagers first. These 3 small Zhuangzi all had a village chief. Normally, this identity wouldn't be used. Guingxi was stunned when he saw the person in front of him. He was about to politely greet him when he realized that the person in front of him was Ergo, who had just left a few days ago. Guingxi's face immediately sank. Ergo, what are you doing here? Village Chief Gu, this Su is now working for Zhangjie Zhuangzi and is in charge of the market. Village Chief Gu, why don't you take a look around? Today, everything in the market is sold at the same price. In a few days, the price will increase. When Su Si heard Guingxi call him by his nickname, he was less respectful. Guingxi heard the change and was about to ask when he suddenly remembered that Ergo was no longer one of his villagers. He could only suppress his anger. What good things are here? Does my Gu family village lack such ordinary things? Village Chief Ge's words are reasonable. The Gu family's Zhuangzi are much wealthier than normal people, especially as the main family. Village Chief Gu, please take a look. This Su will go back and report to the master. Su Si still had a lot of things to do, so he didn't have time to accompany other people. Moreover, his status was slightly lower, whether it was as the head of the family or as the village chief given by the government. After Su Si left, Guingxi felt even angrier. He didn't wait for someone from the Zhang family and Wang family to come. He went straight to the bustling area in front of him. He wanted to find Ergo first and ask him what was going on. Along the way, he hadn't found Ergo yet, but he did see a lot of villagers buying and exchanging things. All of them had joyous expressions on their faces. Normally, he would be happy to see villagers like this, but today, he wasn't happy at all. Wu family's Xiaofan, what are you doing? Guingxi finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He happened to see a farmer squatting there, talking and laughing with a stall owner. He took 2 steps forward and asked in a deep voice. Master, you're also here. I'm exchanging some things here. Look, I just exchanged for a thimble. The one in my family can't be used anymore. Today, the things here are cheap, so I used a salted duck egg to exchange for a thimble and 2 rolls of thread, 1 black and 1 white. Look, that's it. When I go back, I'll mend the clothes that I accidentally tore. Those clothes are my best ones, so they look decent. Wu family's Xiaofan didn't seem to feel the anger of the head of the family. He raised the things in his hands and spoke happily. When he glanced at the Zhang family and Wang family's villagers, he revealed a trace of envy. They were all wearing new clothes, and the cloth was much better than what he was wearing. It was a gift from the head of the family, and it was tailor-made. Guingxi was stunned. With the help of the surrounding lights, he saw the expression in Wu family's Xiaofan's eyes. He originally wanted to scold him, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He looked at the villagers of the Zhang family and Wang family. Their clean and tidy clothes were eye-catching. Then he looked at the lanterns made of silk cloth. There was an invisible kind of oppressive aura. When he compared his own villagers to these people, the difference was not just a little bit. Village head Gu, I didn't expect you to have the time to come here. How is it? This market is not bad, right? In a few days, when the goods are ready, it will be convenient for the surrounding Zhuangzi to come here to buy and sell things. At that time, it will be even more lively. Just as Gu Yingxi was comparing, a voice suddenly sounded. Gu Yingxi looked carefully. It was the head of the Wang family in Zhuangzi. He couldn't treat him like how he treated Si Go, so he forced a smile. So it's village head Wang. Village head Wang and village head Zhang are very generous. I heard that this time, the two villagers of Zhuangzi received a lot of things from you. But if you want to collect taxes in this market, you have to report it to the government. It's not easy to deal with the government. Collect taxes? What taxes? Father Wang was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. Village head Gu misunderstood. I don't want to collect any taxes. With this market, it will be more convenient for everyone to buy and sell things. I also want to build a few houses here and set up some sheds. When the time comes, we can cook some food. People who come from afar can also rest here. The money earned from these things can be used to repair the surrounding areas. When summer comes, when there is a lot of rain, the river will flood. We can use this money to repair it. Also, the roads are the same. Village head Gu, why don't you join in? Oh, since village head Wang has plans, then let's do it first. My road is still okay, so I'm not in a hurry. Village head Wang also found a lion dancer for the villagers. In total, you must have spent a lot of money, right? There are many torches in the village, so it will be easy to go back at night. Gu Yingxi didn't want to work with the two Zhuangzi. He would have to listen to them when the time comes. He tactfully refused and talked about other things. Father Wang didn't continue to talk about this matter. He followed Gu Yingxi's words and said, it didn't cost much, only 180 taels of silver. It has been a year, and it hasn't been easy for the villagers. Let's be happy together. The torches are still okay. There are 790 torches, no more, no less. It's just the number of people from the Zhang family and Wang family. When the moon is full, people should be together. When the stars are dark, let the torches that represent the people from the Zhang family and Zhuangzi family light up the night sky together. After these words were said, the surrounding villagers who heard it quietened down. Some of the villagers from the Zhang family and Wang family felt a lump in their throat, and their eyes turned red. So this was the meaning of the torches. The main family was treating them as family. Yes, together. The gazes of the people from the Gu family's manner dimmed. In the past, everyone was the same and it was nothing much. Now that the Zhang and Wang families' manners were rich, they started to treat the villagers better. They celebrated the 15th day of the month together, laughed together, and lit up the night sky together. If it were them, they would be content with their lives. Gu Yingxi was also silent. He didn't have the courage to call the villagers from his village back. He was afraid that if he did, the villagers wouldn't have the energy for this year's spring planting. He felt that he was inferior to village Wang, and the bustle here seemed to be far away from him. He thought for a while and said, Village Wang, your village is really good. I'm also happy. You are busy. I still have things to do at home, so I'll take my leave first. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the other party to say anything and turned to leave. There was a trace of sadness between his eyebrows. But before he reached the bridge, Ergu came looking for him. Master, I have something to discuss with you. Ergu, where did you go? What is it? Say it. Gu Yingxi was not in the mood to scold Ergu, so his voice was much lower. Master, this lowly one wants to redeem myself. Just now, this lowly one ran back from a small path and asked the housekeeper. The housekeeper said that this lowly one needs to take out 92 taels of silver. Do you agree? Ergo asked carefully. Guingxi was scared. At the same time, he knew why he couldn't find Ergu. He stared at Ergu and said, yes, the housekeeper said so. It's definitely true. Do you have 92 taels of silver? Guingxi smiled as he said this. Is Ergu sick? It's a death contract. He dared to ask for 92 taels of silver. Ergu's face was full of joy. He took out a package from his bulging arms. After thinking for a while, he ran away again without even saying goodbye. This made Guingxi, who wanted to leave, stay and wait for him. After a while, Ergo ran back, opened the package, and held it in front of Guingxi. Master, here are 92 taels of silver. Take a look. If you count correctly, can you return the deed to me? Guingxi looked at the heavy gray silver and his eyes widened. He only came back to his senses when Ergu asked again. Ergu, where did you get the money? Sigo gave it to me. Sigo and I have been together since we were young. He is now in charge of the market of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi. He wants me to go and help. Then where did he get the money? The master gave it to me. I heard Sigo say that he went to the master of the Zhang family and asked for 100 taels of silver. The master said, yes, Sigo is worth it. He has a good eye for money. 100 taels of silver is not much. I also think so. This market was built by Sigo in just a few days. Master, take this money and return my contract to me. I will work hard here in the future. I will not lose face for you. Sigo asked me to help him set the price. Ergu said and pushed the silver forward. He had just exchanged 10 taels of silver for a 2 taels of silver. Who knew that the master would give him the remaining 8 taels of silver? You said that Sigo built the market by himself? And set the price? Good, good, good. Don't blame others but me. 100 taels of silver. It's worth it. It's really worth it. It's such a big stall. No wonder there is a price. Why didn't I think Sigo was so capable? He was let go for just 1 tael of silver. Guingxi's eyes were full of confusion. His voice became softer and softer as he spoke. He lowered his head and bent his back. He knew how much work was needed to run such a big stall. He also knew how much benefit the Zhang family and the Wang family could get from setting the price. These were all done by Sigo, who he used to look down on. Forget it. Let's go. Let's all go. Ergu, come back with me. I will give you the contract. If there is a chance in the future, take care of Guzhuang's family. Guingxi felt so tired that he didn't even want to walk. He told Ergu and walked back step by step. Chapter 71. While the Zhang family and the Wang family were enjoying the lion dance in Zhuangzi, the county town of Sanshui County was livelier. Chen Yong, the military attaché, was still having a headache when he was awakened by the noise outside. He was invited by County Magistrate Cheng to join in the fun. When they came out, the streets were already crowded with people. Countless lanterns lit up the county town like it was daytime. County Magistrate Cheng divided the 200,000 sounds of firecrackers into several portions and set them off once in a while, making the county town even noisier. There were also several lion dance groups and various acrobats, causing exclamations from time to time. Chen Yong and the others didn't want to participate in the fun at all. Listening to the various sounds, they only felt a splitting headache, but they had to grit their teeth and persevere. When the cold wind blew, their stomachs convulsed and they retched a few times. Their noses and eyes were uncomfortable. "Sir, look, isn't this auspicious place more lively than usual?" County Magistrate Cheng looked at these people and knew that they were forcing themselves to persevere. Even so, they didn't plan to let them go and asked at the side to consume their energy. Chen Yong forced a smile on his face and said, "County Magistrate Cheng is right. The people are so happy because of the emperor." "Oh, County Magistrate Cheng, you've done a lot. Sir Chen, you flatter me. It's my duty to govern the county and make the people live a good life. Come, set off another 50,000 sounds of firecrackers." County Magistrate Cheng said modestly and called someone to set off the firecrackers. The crackling sounds rang in everyone's ears. Those who drank too much felt that they were about to vomit. At the critical moment, someone handed over a cucumber. Everyone hurriedly took a bite and finally felt comfortable. But before they could calm down, someone else presented wine. County Magistrate Cheng picked up a bowl and bowed in the direction of the capital city. He said, "My lords, the people are so happy today because of His Majesty's great kindness. I would like to propose a toast to His Majesty." As soon as his voice fell, he was the first to finish the bowl. When the others saw this, they didn't want to drink, but they didn't dare. They could only raise their heads and drink. After this bowl of wine entered their stomachs, they all gritted their teeth and didn't let the food in their stomachs come out. This wine was for the emperor. What did it mean to vomit? Someone served a cucumber and dipped it in some chili sauce. It made them feel better after eating it. County Magistrate Cheng waited for everyone to calm down before raising his bowl again. "My lords, today is the full moon. I wish the people of my dynasty a happy family reunion." He drank it. Chen Yong and the rest hated him to death. They took 2 deep breaths and raised their heads again to drink the wine. They resisted the urge to vomit and looked at County Magistrate Cheng, afraid that he would pick up the wine again. Fortunately, County Magistrate Cheng did not pick up the wine this time. Instead, he began to chat with the crowd. After chatting for a quarter of an hour, just as Chen Yong was about to suggest that they go in, a few people came out from the happy crowd. Some were holding bowls, while others were holding wine jars. When they came closer, an old man with white hair and beard walked out. He ordered people to pour the wine and held a bowl in front of the crowd. "I am an ordinary person in Sanshui County. Everyone says that it is thanks to all of you that this place is stable. I, on behalf of the people of Sanshui County, propose a toast to all of you." After he finished speaking, he drank the wine. County Magistrate Cheng took a bowl of wine and drank it without thinking. When the others saw this, they knew that County Magistrate Cheng knew this person. The wine was not poisonous. Otherwise, County Magistrate Cheng would definitely not drink it. Since it was a toast from the people, they should drink it. Therefore, at this time, 3 bowls of wine were poured into their stomachs. Seeing that it was about time, County Magistrate Cheng let them go. He suggested that they return to the yamen to enjoy the moon or rest. The group of people turned around as if they had been granted amnesty. When they returned to the yamen, they all declined County Magistrate Cheng's invitation to drink and enjoy the moon. They went back to their rooms and fell asleep. The people in the yamen followed County Magistrate Cheng's instructions and lit a lot of incense in each person's room. The doors and windows were tightly shut. These people who had drunk too much were not sleeping well. Their stomachs were churning. When the incense was lit, it did not take long for them to start vomiting. Once they started vomiting, they could not control it. Someone helped them drink water. After drinking, they vomited again. Even after they had vomited everything in their stomachs, they were still vomiting. County Magistrate Cheng was not feeling well either. When he returned, he also vomited everything. However, after vomiting, he did not lie down immediately. He had someone boil a bucket of hot water and soak in it. Someone even rubbed his head. He drank the hot soup mouthful by mouthful. After sweating and urinating a few times, he finally felt better. Only then did he fall asleep while others massaged his back and legs. From time to time, someone would wipe his face with a warm towel. On the 16th day of the first month, County Magistrate Cheng woke up in the morning. He shook his head but did not feel a headache. He drank some millet porridge, ate some cucumber pickles, and 2 meat buns. Knowing that Chen Yong and the others were still unconscious, he went back to sleep for an hour. At noon, he ordered someone to prepare the carriage and personally went to wake them up one by one. After a night of hangover and starvation, these people from the provincial center felt as if their heads were about to split open when they opened their eyes. They wiped their faces with hot towels and followed County Magistrate Cheng to the Waterview Pavilion in a daze. After getting off the carriage and seeing this place, they knew that it was time to eat. Originally, they did not want to eat, but they could not resist the hunger. They also knew that the more they did not eat, the more uncomfortable they would feel. As they waited for the dishes to be served, they realized that today they were eating a chicken banquet. All 16 dishes were chicken cooked in various ways. County Magistrate Cheng urged them to drink again. He had recovered. This time, they ate less. Originally, they did not want to drink anymore. However, they could not resist the situation and drank bit by bit. When they ate the chicken, they realized that it was sweet and greasy. They still hadn't recovered from yesterday's drunkenness. A few of them drank more as they drank. They ate the dishes and drank the wine. They even looked at the others and offered a toast to those who drank less. The meal lasted for nearly 4 hours. Other than the people in the yamen who were accompanying them, everyone else collapsed. County Magistrate Cheng did not send them to the yamen. Instead, he put them on the carriage and drove them to the real Luoshui River. The ice there had almost melted and a boat had been prepared. Sitting in the carriage and bumping, these people continued to vomit. After tossing and turning like this until midnight, they finally reached the river. One by one, they were dragged onto the boat and the night passed. Song Jinggong also followed them. He memorized the poem that the young master had written for him and prepared to start another round of hospitality tomorrow. On the 20th of the first lunar month, the spring thunder roared and the first spring rain fell. It's been 5 days. It seems that County Magistrate Cheng has delayed those people. In a few days, they should leave, right? Wang Wan listened to the sound of rain hitting the window and said in a relaxed manner. Almost. Didn't the news say that the people there are drunk every day? Song Jinggong should be famous now. That's good. In the future, when he has a reputation, it will be easier to do things. The rain outside is not heavy. Maybe there will be a drought here. When it stops, we should go out and see if there is a suitable place to dig holes in Zhuangzi and store more water. This year, the east of Taihang Mountains and Hunan are full of locusts and drought. It will be troublesome if we are like that. Zhang Xiaobao was still worried. That was what was written in the history books. But who could guarantee that the people who wrote it really wrote it out? The real situation could only be known by experiencing it for oneself. Well, even if it is not a drought, we can keep some water to store things. I have a map here. I drew it according to what they said. I don't know if it is accurate or not. When the weather is warm, you can walk around Zhuangzi with me. I am good at drawing. Come and take a look. Wang Wan said and took out her map. She had drawn it for the purpose of inserting a torch. She looked at it and pointed at a place. Here it is. My house is not far from the river. We can dig a ditch and draw it there. Let's take advantage of the melting snow. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the side and nodded. It was settled. As for whether it was suitable, he had to go there personally to see it. On the 25th of the first lunar month, the weather was clear and the spring breeze was gentle. The district magistrate, Cheng Lingxiang, was still waving his hand at the group that was moving away. He only put down his hand when they were out of sight. He heaved a sigh of relief and turned around to look at the people in the yamen. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His body swayed and he almost fell. He had finally completed his task. He had dragged the people here until they left. It had been 10 days. These 10 days felt like 10 months. Every day, he had to arrange new things, eat, drink, and play. Only the district magistrate was left in the yamen to deal with the government affairs. During this period, military attaché Chen Yong and the rest had mentioned several times that they wanted to go to Zhuangzi to take a look at the auspicious sign. He had thought of ways to delay them. In the end, they drank too much and forgot about it. The only person that he did not expect was the registrar, Zhao Xiang. At first, he was worried that Zhao Xiang would do his job impartially and bring people to Zhuangzi. He did not expect that when he drank too much on the 6th day and could not get up, Zhao Xiang would help him entertain people. Zhao Xiang had a high tolerance for alcohol. He drank all the alcohol and acted like nothing had happened. He had never heard that Zhao Xiang could drink, nor had he ever seen him drink. Jifang, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, they would have gone there. I really want to know why you helped me. County Magistrate Cheng felt weak all over, but he still forced himself to ask the registrar, Zhao Xiang. When Zhao Xiang heard the district magistrate call him by his courtesy name, he frowned uncomfortably. However, he did not say anything about his name. He said, "Sir, I also want to eat cucumber." After saying this, he did not say anything else. He turned around and walked back first. The others were stunned. This Zhao Xiang, who had always been rigid, actually knew how to joke today. The crowd also walked back. Zhao Xiang walked in front, but he knew in his heart why he did not expose the Zhuangzi. He had a younger daughter and 2 sons. His younger daughter was 5 years old and had a weak body. When she was born, they ate poorly, which caused her to fall ill. He always wanted her to eat more, but his daughter was very picky. In winter, there was nothing to eat. However, after eating the cucumber, his younger daughter ate half a bowl more than usual every meal. This made him feel grateful to the Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Of course, this was not the only reason. The most important reason was that he thought that if that place leaked the recipe and no new things were produced in the future, it would be a great loss to Sanshui County. These days, that place had produced a lot of things. Since that was the case, he wanted to help. Chapter 72. On both sides of the river, new buds sprouted, and flowers bloomed on a small path. The ice and snow slowly disappeared, and the spring breeze gently brushed across the cheeks. The floating clouds flipped, and the sun shone high. The running water set off the cliffs several times. Yesterday, it rained. Tomorrow, it was busy. After 2 consecutive rains, the people of Tuqiao village finally breathed a sigh of relief. From the end of the year until now, if it wasn't for the rain last night, there wouldn't have been enough water before the spring plowing. In the Zhang family's courtyard, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the villagers outside who were busy preparing for the spring plowing. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Drought. It looks like there will be a drought this year. Fortunately, we dug a pond 2 days ago, so we can hold on for a while. Should the chickens, ducks, and geese be sent there now? If we really go there, we will have to eat a lot of food along the way. Wang Wan held half a steamed bun in her hand and said to Zhang Xiaobao worriedly. Zhang Xiaobao held a bowl of milk and took a sip unhurriedly. He then said, "There's no rush. Wait for it to get bigger. It's just a drought, and the grasshoppers haven't come out yet. Even if we want to go, we can't let our 2 Zhuangzi take the lead. Let's go to Sanshui City first to find County Magistrate Cheng." This is also a merit, and we can also inquire about the matter of the investigation of the fields. That's good. The plows were sent the day before yesterday. Pomegranate, arrange for people to send them to our 2 villagers. Also, arrange for the cows and horses that were collected. Do it like last year's autumn harvest. Wang Wan responded to Zhang Xiaobao and turned to give orders to Pomegranate. Pomegranate responded and turned to leave. She naturally knew what the 2 young masters were talking about last year's autumn harvest. The 2 Zhuangzi villagers didn't harvest their own field separately, but worked together to harvest all the fields of the 2 villages at the same time. This was the spring plowing. In addition to this, the servants in the 2 villages also had to help. Usually, it was the men who were sent out. He walked to the place where the young master's curved plow was placed. He called out, and 2 male servants immediately came over. Find a cart to transport the things that young master and young lady Kaiwan made, and send them to the manor with me. As the young master's maidservant, Pomegranate also put on airs. As the 2 of them prepared the carriage, they curiously looked at the pile of things. It looked like a plow, but they had never seen one before. When the carriage arrived, one of them couldn't help but ask, "Sister Pomegranate, what is this thing? Could it be used for plowing?" "Yes." Pomegranate snorted with her nose and then said, "That is natural." The young master felt that the plowing process was a little slow, so he came up with a new plow that is several times faster than the previous one. In fact, Pomegranate didn't know whether this was true or not. She just had more confidence in the young master and his maidservant. Anything that the young master and his maidservant made was good. The 2 male servants nodded as well. The position of the young master and young lady Cuckoo in their hearts had already reached a level that others could not compare to. If not for the 2 manners' order to keep their mouths shut, they would have already bragged to others. One by one, the plows were carried onto the cart by the 2 of them. After filling up the cart, they rushed out. Shirlu sat on the shaft of the cart, her eyes looking forward. She guessed that this thing that the little Gongzi had named curved plows would be very useful. The male servant driving the cart turned his head and asked, "Sister Pomegranate, did the young master pay for this plow?" "Of course." Pomegranate replied with 2 words. "I think so too." Speaking of which, ever since the young master and Miss Cuckoo learned how to talk, the villagers' lives have been much better than other places. Perhaps there hasn't been such a master in the entire Tang Empire. Speaking of this, the 2 male servants were proud. The cart traveled on the muddy road. When it reached the fields, both wheels were covered in mud. The villagers were using the old plow to plow the fields. When they saw the cart and Pomegranate sitting on it, the people nearby thought that there was something to do in Zhuangzi. They immediately put down their work and went forward to welcome them. Before the villagers could ask, Pomegranate spoke first, "Fellow villagers, this is a newly made plow in Zhuangzi. Take a look and see if it's better than the one you're using now. Also, Zhuangzi has bought some cows and horses from outside. The master has instructed us to cultivate them together according to last year's autumn harvest." When the villagers heard that the cart had a new plow, they were all curious. In the past few months, every item that the master had brought out had brought them many benefits. This plow seemed to be of good quality. What made them the happiest were the last 2 things that Pomegranate mentioned. With cows and horses in a joint cultivation, it would be much easier. The spring harvest would be ahead of the other families. At that moment, these farmers called out to the other people who were still busy. Everyone rushed over and helped unload the new plow from the cart. Each and every one of them used their hands to gently touch it. In their hearts, they were all deeply moved. The main family had even thought of this. Some impatient people had already put the new plow on the cows. They were not used to the first few steps, but after a few more steps, they couldn't help but cheer. Look at this speed. It's amazing, simply amazing. Using this plow is several times faster than before. Hurry, quickly put it on. Miss Pomegranate, this plow. This is called a curved shaft plow. Fellow villagers, don't worry about using it. There will be more later. The cows and horses will be sent over soon. They are all strong and healthy. When Pomegranate saw that someone had agreed, she was also happy. When everyone saw the speed of the previous person, they could no longer maintain their original steadiness. They began to unload the original plow and put on the new one. Fellow villagers, don't be in a hurry to start. I heard this old man say that this curved shaft plow was given to us by the master of Zhuangzi. Don't let others learn it. An old man who was also farming saw the new plow and loudly shouted to the surrounding people. When the surrounding people heard this, they nodded in agreement. They didn't want the master's good things to be learned by others. With the addition of the curved plow, the cows and horses were also brought along. Everyone began to work together according to the situation of the autumn harvest, regardless of whether it was you or me. In the evening, everyone discovered that this day's harvest was comparable to the previous few days' harvest. Seeing this situation, everyone didn't seem to feel tired at all. One by one, they put away their tools and prepared to go home. At this moment, Pomegranate appeared in front of everyone again and said to everyone, "Fellow villagers, the Zhang family and the Wang family's courtyards have already set up pots to cook. The ground is cold in spring and there is also some wine. Split up in Zhuangzi and go to your respective master's courtyard to eat." When the villagers heard this, they cheered and went to their respective master's courtyard. As the sun set, the people of Guzhuang also returned home after a busy day. The people who were near the river casually glanced at the Zhuangzi courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family. Suddenly, their eyes widened. Previously, the people of Guzhuang didn't know that the Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi was plowed from the inside to the outside instead of the inside of the river. When night fell, the land was actually plowed to this side. In the past, it was also like this. Usually, it would take at least 3 days before plowing. They didn't expect to see a piece of land that had already been plowed today. The shocked people didn't rush home. They hurriedly ran across the bridge to the Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi to take a closer look. What they saw was amazing. The Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi had actually been plowed in a day that would normally take several days to plow. Driven by curiosity, this person stopped a villager from the Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi. "Brother Qiushu, did you all plow in a day? Did you find people from other places?" This villager from the Gu family stopped the person and wanted to ask for clarification. The person who was called Brother Qiushu puffed out his chest and smiled. "So it's Brother Sunday. Are you done with your work? Quickly go back and eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. We are the ones who plow this area. There are many people and we work quickly. We didn't find people from other places. Who has the time? Spring plowing is busy. I'm going to eat now. The master's courtyard has already prepared the food." Ah! Once the master's courtyard is mentioned, we don't know what to say. The master's courtyard is afraid that the land will get cold in spring and even prepared wine. "I'll go first. Brother Sun, you continue with your work." As he spoke, Brother Qiushu shook off the dirt on his feet and hurried back to the master's courtyard. Seeing him walk away, the villager from the Gu family's courtyard of Zhuangzi still stared in that direction in a daze. Only when a gust of wind carrying the smell of dirt blew by did he shiver. He tightened his clothes and slowly turned around. His head was lowered and his waist was bent. From time to time, he would sigh from his mouth. That night, the news of the Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi spread throughout the Gu family's courtyard of Zhuangzi. At first, the people from the Gu family didn't believe it. Who would be so nosy? They lit torches in the middle of the night and went to take a look. They waited until they saw it with their own eyes and came back to report it. This caused a huge commotion. Guingxi also heard about this that night. He also didn't believe it and ordered the steward to clarify the matter. The next morning, the villagers woke up again. Guingxi and the steward also ate breakfast and went out. When they came to the side of the small bridge that belonged to their courtyard, they stopped and looked around. After looking, they were shocked. He didn't know where the Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi got so many cows and horses. He still had many people in Zhuangzi to pull the plow. Master, look. The people from the Wang family's courtyard of Zhuangzi don't seem to be working separately. It's the same as during the autumn harvest. Also, look at the plow over there. Why do I feel that it's different from the ones we usually use? Guzhuang's steward pointed over there and said to Guingxi. Guingxi's eyes weren't as good as the steward's. When he looked over there, he couldn't see what the plow looked like. He was clear about the methods of working together. After thinking for a while, he said to the steward, in a moment, tell Guzhuang to learn from the other side and work together. I'll go and take a look at the plow. The steward accepted the order and left. Guingxi strolled across the small bridge as if he was looking at the scenery. He stared at the plow, wanting to see it more clearly as he got closer. Before he could understand what was going on, a person came over and greeted him from afar. Village Chief Gu, why are you here today? Chapter 73. Guingxi heard the voice and looked at the person. He recognized him as the Wang family's housekeeper on Zhuangzi. He smiled and said, yes, housekeeper Wang is busy. It's fine. I'm just walking around. He was about to walk closer when steward Wang took a step to the side and stood in front of Guingxi. He said, Brother Guingxi. Village head Gu, the fields are muddy during spring plowing. Why don't you walk around the river? The scenery there is much better than here. Besides, the villagers have never seen such a scene before. If you walk over, they will be scared. Guingxi saw this and could only stop. He smiled awkwardly. Seeing that housekeeper Wang wanted to follow him to the river, he hesitated for a moment and followed housekeeper Wang. Housekeeper Wang, your village on Zhuangzi is much faster than mine. I don't see more people than before. What method did you use on Zhuangzi? Sigh. It's not easy for the Gu family to be Zhuangzi's villagers. Guingxi asked as he walked. Whenever he spoke, he would sigh. He wanted to find out something. Housekeeper Wang knew what Guingxi wanted to know, but he would never tell him. How could he let outsiders know what the young master and young lady did? He continued Guingxi's words. It's not just the Wang family's farmstead, the Zhang family's farmstead is also like this. There's no good way, but if there's one, then there's one thing. Treat the farmstead better, and the farmstead will naturally work hard. Just like last night, the master will prepare some food and wine for the farmstead, and that will be enough. Guingxi was a little embarrassed. Housekeeper Wang was clearly saying that he did not treat the villagers well, but he couldn't do anything. The Zhang family and Wang family were rich, but Guzhuang couldn't afford to give them. He also admitted that if he treated the villagers better, they would work harder. Especially the land that was not rented out, the master would take care of it. But if that was the case, he would not believe that the villagers could do as much work as usual. Well, the problem must be with the plow. Otherwise, why didn't housekeeper Wang let him take a look over there? Guingxi thought about the plow and looked in that direction as he walked along the river. This time, he finally saw the difference. The plow on Zhuangzi was definitely not as fast as the one on this side. Steward Wang, is that really all? Is there anything else? Guingxi couldn't care less if Steward Wang was happy to hear him asking about this matter. Steward Wang smiled and said, Village head Gu really has sharp eyes. To tell you the truth, there are indeed other differences. Apart from these, there is another thing. Since last summer, the two Zhuangzi people have been buying and exchanging cows and horses. Look, there are no longer any human-drawn plows in Zhuangzi. Guangxi nodded and stopped talking about this matter. He clearly knew that the problem lay with Li. Since he did not want to talk about it, he did not want to continue asking. He wanted to find a chance to clarify this matter. After a few casual words, he turned around and walked back. Steward Wang walked Guangxi to the small bridge. Seeing Guangxi gradually walking away, he heaved a sigh of relief and continued to watch. In the midst of the busy work, 10 days had passed. In these 10 days, the two Zhuangzi families had plowed all the land. The Gu family next to them still had to work for another half a month before they could finish. This kind of speed made the people of the Gu family envious. This made the people of the two Zhuangzi families very confident. Some of the farmers saw that there was still a lot of time left. After some discussion, they found the master and told him that they would first fertilize the land, let it dry for 2 days, and then plow the land again. Since the farmers were willing to work more, the master would of course not stop them. It was just a matter of making more food for the farmers. This winter, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had earned a lot of money. Just a little bit of it would be enough. Pomegranate, dig out the earthworms and change the place. The soil where the earthworms used to be and the rotting things above them, put them into the ground with the manure. Wait a minute, let's not do this first. First, let Xiaohong chase the chickens into the ground. After turning over the ground, many pupae are exposed. Let the chickens eat them. Zhang Xiaobao instructed Pomegranate, but there was a trace of sadness on his face. After hearing this, Pomegranate left. Wang Wan sighed at the side. It's been so many days. Why is there still no news from Erniu? It's fine if we can't get the rice stone. We can't let anything happen to him. That's right. The communication here is really bad, and the road is not easy to travel. It takes a long time to go there. In the future, we really need to secretly recruit more servants. If someone is far away, we can send them out to follow him. These days, the Gu family's Zhuangzi has been constantly sending people over. They are either preparing to peek or trying to find out from our farmers. While Zhang Xiaobao was worried about Erniu, he was also a little dissatisfied with the Gu family's Zhuangzi. However, he couldn't say anything. Who didn't want to live a good life? However, this kind of technical thing couldn't be casually taken out. Don't worry. The farmers have already told them. No one will say anything. Yesterday, didn't a farmer come back with 1 tael of silver and say that someone wanted to bribe him? The person who gave him the money was a farmer from the Gu family. There's no need to ask. Other than Guangxi, there's no one else. Wang Wan didn't care. She was very satisfied with the person who came over yesterday. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. After thinking for a moment, he said, the secret of this curved plow can't be kept. Let Song Jinggong send one to County Magistrate Cheng. At the same time, send one to Zhou Shihu. Let him find someone to learn how to make it. When the time comes to sell it, we can make a profit first. We have to be fast. Don't wait until the spring plowing is over before selling it. Why? It's fine as long as no one says anything. Don't say anything. How can it be that simple? Our Tuqiao village is called one village, but there are 3 village heads. If Guangxi can't find out by himself, won't he report it to the village head? Won't he report it to the elders in the village? Won't he report it to the county head? When those people hear that there's something that can speed up the spring plowing, won't they come to take a look? A high-ranking official can oppress people to death. It's better to take the initiative and share the benefits one by one. In the future, they will have to return the favor. Last time, the people who came to check the auspicious signs were held back. This is society. They are constantly exchanging benefits with others. Zhang Xiaobao thought clearly. That Gu Yingxi's brain was not very good. If it were him, he would have done it long ago. Wang Wan was a little helpless, but she also knew that without the ability to set up a game, she had to follow the rules of the game. Well, this year, we plowed the fields twice, and there are so many good fertilizers. No matter what, the yield can be increased. A part of it is rice, a part of it is wheat, and a part of it is millet. How do we plant the rice? Throw the seedlings or transplant them? Throw the seedlings. It's just a matter of natural selection. Let's get some fish seedlings and raise them. There are so many fields. Fish are not valuable here, but we can still earn more. Even if we don't sell them, we can still make salted fish for the farmers. The only thing I am worried about is that once we throw the seedlings, the higher-ups will come and check. They will think that the yield is low and force us to change it. In this era of power, where can we go? We will have to trouble County Magistrate Cheng. Zhang Xiaobao lay down on the Kong bed and looked up at the ceiling as he slowly explained. After the two of them discussed for a while, they finally decided on this matter. They found Song Jinggong and told him about this matter. Song Jinggong also agreed to do this. He hurriedly went out and brought 2 sets of curved shaft plows. County Magistrate Cheng and Zhou Shihu would send 1 set each. Zhou Shihu's side was considered a partnership, so he could get some money. Hurry up. We will be there soon. When we reach, everyone will get an extra 20 coins. Less than 4 hours after Song Jinggong left, a group of large carts came from afar. The carts were loaded with stones. The people sitting on the first cart kept shouting at the carts behind. The carts were actually worried about the horses. If they were to rush like this, they would get tired easily and would not be able to work for a few days. But when they heard this person called Erniu say that they would get an extra 20 coins, all of them did not care about the horses. If they were tired, they would rest for a few days. They might not be able to earn 20 coins in those few days. Furthermore, they were given a lot of money in the beginning. The shouts and whips were mixed together, and the group moved faster. Erniu left Zhuangzi on the 6th day of the new year. After so many days, he was a little nervous. He kept drinking water to calm his breathing. When he passed by a few Zhuangzi, he knew that the spring plowing had begun. He just did not know how things were going on Zhuangzi. When the group arrived at Zhuangzi, Erniu was a little surprised by the speed of the plowing. Gu family's Zhuangzi was fast this year. They were actually imitating his family's Zhuangzi during last year's autumn harvest. Everyone was working together. Wu family's Xiaofan, it looks like you are doing well this year. When autumn comes, there will definitely be a good harvest. I didn't expect you to plow so much land in just a few days. When Erniu passed by a field, he shouted at the people working there. Wu Xiaosan was pulling the plow. When he heard the voice, he looked over. When he saw that it was Erniu, he thought that he did it on purpose. Later, he saw that Erniu seemed to have come back from outside. Only then did he understand that Erniu did not know about his work on Zhuangzi. He straightened his back and shouted at Erniu. Erniu, stop talking. Why are you so fast? Go back to your Zhuangzi and have a look. Yesterday, all the land was plowed. Looking at the situation, we might have to plow again with manure. There is no comparison. There is no comparison. Xiaosan, really? You are not lying to me? When Erniu heard this, he was happy and asked again. Wu Xiaosan still had to work. Guzhuang did not have so many cows and horses for them to use. He nodded as a confirmation and bent down to continue plowing forward. At this time, Erniu wished that he could grow wings and fly back. He urged them again. When the motorcade arrived at the small bridge, he stood on the carriage and looked over there. Wasn't that right? The fields had been plowed, and there were many chickens pecking at things in the fields. This must be the young master's idea. Good, the insects in the field are finished. Erneu said to the people who went out with him. The two people nodded in agreement and were happy. If they really plowed again with manure, they could forget about the autumn harvest. As soon as the caravan crossed the small bridge, Erneu could not help but shout, "I am back. Quickly find someone to help move the stones." This is the last day of the week for this book. A new week is coming. This book will continue to be on the list. Tomorrow, it will be 2 chapters. If it is not on the list, it will be 8 chapters. If it is on the list, it will be 14 chapters on the 25th. Chapter 74. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were the happiest about Erneu's return. When they heard the announcement coming from outside, they ran out hand in hand. When they reached the gate of the outermost courtyard, Erneu was surrounded by people. The curious villagers kept asking Erneu where the 3 of them went. What was so strange about them? When Erneu left, other than a few people in Zhuangzi, no one else knew. Erneu, who was anxious to see the little lord, didn't say anything. He walked faster and faster until he reached the gate of the main house. When he saw the little lord and cuckoo coming out to greet him, he shouted again, "Little lord, I'm back." It's good that you're back. Don't say anything. Come in and rest. Zhang Xiaowu and Zhang Xiaolu, don't stand outside. Get someone to help unload the things in the carriage. Just pile them up at the gate. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Erneu was so excited that he couldn't control his mouth. He was afraid that he would say something, so he quickly interrupted him and called him and the other 2 people to the courtyard. When the villagers saw that they had gone in, they did not disturb them. They turned around and helped to unload the stones from the cart. As they unloaded, they pondered. It seemed that Erneu had been arranged by the master to do something. Why did he come back with so many stones? These stones didn't look good. They couldn't be used to build a house. Erneu didn't feel tired now. He stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and asked excitedly, "Little lord, did you see that? I brought back the stones you wanted. Those are all stones. Little lord, what do you want those stones for?" Good job. Erneu, did you tell anyone about this? Zhang Xiaobao had seen the stone just now, and it was indeed a wheat rice stone. He was finally relieved. This year's production should be able to increase by a lot. He was also worried that this matter would be accidentally leaked by Erneu and the other 2, so he asked while looking at the other 2. Erneu shook his head and took the water handed over by Shirlu. He raised his head and drank the water in the bowl. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and replied, "Young master, don't worry. No one knows what the 3 of us want the stone for. We changed carriages several times along the way. The last carriage driver definitely doesn't know where the stone came from. Also, little lord, we spent all the money this time, but we didn't spend any money on the stones. We can just pick the stones and save a lot. Little lord, you and cuckoo don't worry. We all know that little lord is going to use the stones for something big. We won't say anything, even if we die." As Erneu spoke, Zhang Xiaowu and Zhang Xiaolu also nodded at the side. They felt that it was an honor to be able to keep a secret for the young master. Good. You haven't eaten yet, right? The cucumber seedlings have been plucked. There are only a few cucumbers left. They will go bad tomorrow or the day after. It's time to eat. You will know the use of the stones in the future. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the 3 people's travel-worn appearance and sighed in his heart. They were all useful people. He quickly arranged for them to eat. When the 3 of them heard that there were still cucumbers to eat, their eyes lit up. There was nothing that made them miss more than the cucumbers from the farmstead in winter. Even though it was spring now, there were still not many vegetables to be had. On the contrary, the vegetables for the winter were almost finished. Seeing that there were cucumbers to eat, Erniu suddenly thought of something. He reached into his chest and took out a paper bag. It was the size of a medium-sized bowl. He bent down and handed the paper bag to Zhang Xiaobao. He slowly opened the bag and revealed some gray things. "Little lord, I bought this wood ear over there. Coincidentally, a family was preparing to dry it outside and I saw it. I exchanged it with the salted cucumbers you brought for us to eat on the road. 3 jars of salted cucumbers were exchanged for this little bit. After soaking it in water, there will be more." As Erniu spoke, he licked his lips with his tongue. It was unknown whether it was because he was craving for the wood ear or because he didn't get to eat the salted cucumber. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at the wood ear in Erniu's hand and were stunned. He actually needed 3 jars of salted cucumbers to exchange for this little bit of wood ear? The salted cucumber was green and not brown. It was made last autumn. As the two of them couldn't eat much food in the beginning, they didn't have many requirements for food. Now that they thought about it, they really hadn't eaten wood ear before. Using the wood ear to make a little braising sauce and putting some diced meat in it would make for a good tofu pudding. Erniu, were you cheated? 3 jars of salted cucumbers in exchange for this little bit of food. You didn't eat it yourselves? All of them exchanged. The first thought that came to Wang Wan's mind was that the usually clever Erniu had also been cheated, so she asked. Erniu, Zhang Xiaobao, and Pomegranate all stared blankly at Wang Wan. After a while, Erniu said, "Little girl, if you and little young master were to exchange, of course, it would be cheaper. But the 3 of us really don't have that ability. Fortunately, there aren't such green cucumbers in the current season. Otherwise, not to mention 3 jars, even if there were 30 jars, they wouldn't exchange." Huh? Is this wood ear really that expensive? Wang Wan couldn't understand for a moment. When Erniu and the other 3 heard this, they felt that little young master and little girl really didn't understand this aspect. They thought that it was normal. After all, they were children. This time, there was no need for Erniu to say anything. Pomegranate explained, "Little young master, little girl, wood ear isn't something that ordinary people can eat. The 2 of us didn't eat it during the New Year in Zhuangzi." Yes, they didn't eat it, they didn't eat it. Zhang Xiaobao affirmed this point. At the same time, he rolled his eyes. Wang Wan's little mouth opened way. She looked at the wood ear in Erniu's hand and then looked at Zhang Xiaobao's expression. As if she had encountered something good, she smiled sweetly. "It's good that you didn't eat it. Our family can't even eat it. Erniu, you guys have worked hard. Quickly go eat. Pomegranate, follow us in." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan called Erniu and the other 2 to eat. They then led Pomegranate, who had a puzzled expression, into the innermost room. "Do you know how to plant wood ear?" Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao as soon as they entered the room. "I have a general understanding of the situation, but the specific details are vague. I just need to try a few kinds of wood at the same time. After all, wood isn't valuable." Zhang Xiaobao appeared to have a well-thought-out plan. "You know quite a lot." Wang Wan muttered. "Of course. Don't you know what we do? Our profession doesn't require us to be skilled, but we need to know more." Zhang Xiaobao also muttered. He then called Pomegranate, who had just followed them in, to the front of him. "Pomegranate, I have a very important task for you. Within a day, find the wood of the linden tree and cut it into sawdust and wheat bran. Take these dried wood ear and use them. Soak them and put them to temperature. That's not the temperature. You estimate that it's slightly lower than the temperature of your body. Use a tin bucket to steam the sawdust and wheat bran. When the soaked wood ear grows hair, you have to remove the hair. How to do it? I'll tell you. Put the hairy wood ear into a bag made of gauze and knead it with cold water. The water that comes out is what we need to use. After you're done with this, you'll need to chisel small holes in the rest of the wood. As for the sterilization, you'll need to buy some lime, put some into a bowl, fill it with water, and use the water to brush the wood. That's about it, do you understand? Zhang Xiaobao tried hard to recall the things that he had occasionally glanced at in the past. He explained the content in a way that Pomegranate could understand. However, he ended up speaking incoherently. Pomegranate listened carefully and repeated the general steps. Zhang Xiaobao explained in detail the parts that she didn't understand. Pomegranate finally understood how to do it. However, she didn't know the purpose of her young master. Young master, don't you want to eat the wood ear? Do you want to take it all for me? Why don't you leave some for the masters of the two families? I can't bear to eat it. Where can I find it after eating it? It's so precious. Even my family, who is rich, can't eat it. If I eat a little now, it will be a little less. When the time comes, I don't know which method is better. What will I do if it's gone? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the wood ear in his hand and felt that it wasn't gray. It was gray-white and golden. You can explain it to Pomegranate. Pomegranate, I'll tell you. If we follow Xiaobao's method, we can grow our own wood ear. When we have enough, we can eat it however we want. We can't let others know about this. Wang Wan interrupted and explained to Pomegranate. Pomegranate opened her mouth as wide as possible. She looked at the two young masters and the dried wood ear and nodded mechanically. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground and pointed one hand to the sky and the other hand to the ground. I, Pomegranate, swear that I will never let a fourth person know about this method except for the young master, the young lady, and myself. If I tell anyone, I will let the heaven strike me with lightning and turn me into ashes. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could react and help her, Pomegranate stood up and took the wood ear. She gasped for breath and turned around and ran away. We're rich, we're really rich this time. Xiaobao, do you know how to grow mushrooms? Wang Wan asked Xiaobao excitedly. She thought about how she and Zhang Xiaobao would have large plots of land in the future, and how many farmers would happily farm on those plots of land. More or less. Mushrooms can be eaten normally. There are many in the mountains and they aren't worth much. What's the point of growing them? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about the money. He had long been used to it. Not much. Most people pick mushrooms in the mountains and sell them. They don't eat much at home. Mushrooms are usually cooked with meat. If they want to eat a meal, it will take them 10 days to half a month. Eating mushrooms is good for the body. If we make them for the farmers, they aren't worth much. We make baskets of them. Wang Wan was determined to create a large and warm manor so that the farmers could grow healthily. Zhang Xiaobao could only cooperate. With a stable background, they could avoid a lot of trouble. He nodded. Okay, when the wood ear is successful, we will grow mushrooms. Pine mushrooms and hazel mushrooms don't seem to work. When the time comes, we will choose one. This one is more difficult than the wood ear. That's not urgent. We can wait a few days. Let's go and see how big our garlic sprouts are. If they are edible, we will make garlic soup for the farmers tonight. Wang Wan didn't urge them for the time being. She remembered that a few days ago, a farmer sent some garlic sprouts for the master to eat. She and Zhang Xiaobao also made a lot. This thing was good and could be eaten several times. It tasted better than leeks. Chapter 75. Zhang Xiaobao didn't like to eat garlic, but Wang Wan liked to eat it. Later, the two of them found out that the people here all liked to eat garlic. Some people even went to the restaurant and asked if there was any garlic. If there was, they would stay and eat it. If there wasn't, they would turn around and leave. During the new year, Wang Wan roasted some garlic. After roasting it, it was soft and slightly spicy in the mouth, but it was more of a delicate fragrance. For the sake of health, Zhang Xiaobao also ate some garlic under Wang Wan's persuasion. After eating it, he found that he still didn't like to eat it. Zhang Xiaobao felt much better about the garlic sprouts. He was willing to eat fried garlic sprouts, boil soup, and even make some raw ones to grind his teeth. Under Wang Wan's suggestion, the two of them came to the small courtyard at the back. There was a place covered with cloth. The cloth was sent to protect auspicious sign last time. They didn't throw it away after they used it. They asked Song Jinggong to bring it back. It just so happened that they could continue to use it. This was the place to plant garlic. The garlic was peeled off and not planted in the soil. Instead, it was placed in a shallow groove made of wooden planks. A little fine sand was placed under the groove, and the garlic was placed in a row. A blocking rod, which was the outer layer of the sorghum stalk, was used to pierce through it. Then, water was put in. A few days ago, the garlic sprouts were done. A stove was placed in the middle of the circle, and the garlic sprouts grew a lot in a day. Okay, they can eat it. 1/10 of it is enough for the farmers to drink soup at night. Add some eggs and more ginger, and it can also help to get rid of the cold. These people really don't want to live. The water is so cold, but they just mix it with fertilizer and plow back and forth in the field. If they don't take good care of themselves, they will be sick when they are old. Wang Wan touched the garlic sprouts with her hand and said with emotion. She was very satisfied with these farmers. When there was work to be done in the farmstead, they rushed to do it. Today, more than 6,000 chickens were let out, and the farmers followed behind them. When the chickens finished eating the eggs buried in the soil, the farmers immediately used some water and fertilizer to get them into the fields and continued plowing. Thinking of the chickens, Wang Wan felt very happy. Those chickens were finally able to eat something good. There was no need to worry that the eggs would not be discovered if they were buried in the soil. One by one, they used their claws to dig the soil. Not only were the chickens fed well, but there were also fewer eggs. The soil was also loosened, and each of them grew bigger than usual. In the winter, there were no insects to eat, and the earthworms were still breeding. These chickens ate the fish and shrimp that Pomegranate brought back, the powder from the bones, and some other coarse grains. It seemed that in another month, they would lay eggs much earlier than the usual 6 months. When the time came, the eggs would be given to cherries to choose from, and the chickens would be hatched for the farmers to raise. When autumn came, there would be no need to worry about eggs, and more chicken would appear on the table of the farmers. When Zhang Xiaobao heard Wang Wan's words, he fell into deep thought. After a while, he shook his head and said with a sigh, "It's a pity that we don't have the technology to deal with oil, and we can't find rubber trees here. Otherwise, we could make some water boots for them to wear, which would be very useful. When we eat tonight, we can tell them not to stop working on the Kong bed. At night, when they go back, they should use hot water to warm their feet. Ask someone to invite a doctor to take a look at them. If they are not in good health, they should be treated as soon as possible. And, I think it's okay. We can find 2 doctors and let them stay in Zhuangzi. One will be responsible for treating people, and the other will be responsible for treating animals. When the cows give birth, we can secretly raise them and not report it. When the time comes, we can eat beef." Wang Wan chimed in and made an extension of it. After the two finished their discussion, one of them took a small pair of scissors and began to cut the garlic sprouts. After a while, they cut out the vegetables that were going to be eaten today. They carried them out and asked the servants to send them to the kitchen. Next, they had to deal with the wheat rice stones. After calling Erniu and the other two who had finished eating, Zhang Xiaobao instructed, Erniu, since the stones were brought back by you, then I'll leave them to you. Smash the stones for me, pick out the good ones, and pile the rest together. When you're done, tell us. Little young master, don't worry about this. We will definitely do it for you. Erniu nodded in agreement, even though he still did not understand why the stones were brought back. After Erniu and the other two left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to exercise. Dusk was slowly approaching. The sun in the west hid under the mountains, leaving only the red clouds that filled the sky, changing with the wind. In a workshop in Sanshui County, Song Jinggong and Zhou Shihu were waiting for the curved plows to be made one by one. When the quantity was almost enough, Song Jinggong would go to the county yamen to find the county magistrate. This was a very important time. If they delivered the plows too early, they would not be able to make much money. If they delivered the plows too late, they would only be able to use them next year after the spring plowing. Hurry up. The more plows you can make, the more money you will get. If you can make 2,000 sets of plows before midnight today, this young master will treat you to supper tonight. Zhou Shihu shouted at the more than 200 people who were still busy. Among these people, there were blacksmiths and carpenters, all of whom he found from various places. The number of masters was small, and even these people's disciples were pulled in to do the work. This made the people who were plowing in the surrounding villages gnash their teeth in hatred. He pulled people over, and if other people's plows broke, they would not be able to find people to fix it. This was also an idea that Zhou Shihu thought was not bad. It was to make those farmers lack plows. Otherwise, who would he sell the plows to? Every time he thought of this matter, he would proudly tell Song Jinggong about it. These craftsmen also knew what kind of person young Master Zhou was. Seeing that there was more money to be earned and that they could not offend this young master, all of them worked hard. They were very clear about what they were making. The apprentices only knew about the new plows, but they did not know how much better they were compared to the usual plows. It was just that one of the plows was curved, while the other was straight. However, the old craftsmen were not like this. They had made many things, so they could understand the benefits of new things with just a glance. When they were making the plows, they were still lamenting about who was so smart to make this kind of plows. When the plows were used, the farmers would have an easier time. These old craftsmen saw that their apprentices did not understand the benefits of the plows, so they explained to their apprentices as they worked. It could be considered as teaching their apprentices. They explained the structure of each place and what kind of use this arrangement would have. The disciples all opened their eyes wide as they listened. Their hands were not slow either. In the end, they all understood that the curved plow actually had so many benefits. They all began to worship the person who made this plow. Some could not even suppress the curiosity in their hearts and turned to ask Zhou Shihu. If it was a normal day, Zhou Shihu would definitely not answer this kind of question. However, Zhou Shihu was very happy today as he had another business. When others asked, he would answer. However, no matter how he answered, he would not say Zhangjie Zhuangzi. This was what Song Jinggong reminded him. Of course, Zhou Shihu did not know who made these things. When it was midnight, these craftsmen really finished 2,000 sets. Zhou Shihu did not say anything and immediately ordered people to prepare wine and dishes. He wanted to properly entertain the craftsmen. At this time, Song Jinggong bid farewell and left. He brought another plow that was originally made to the yamen. He knocked on the door of the backyard and asked the gatekeeper to go in and report. The gatekeeper was dozing off. When he saw someone coming in the middle of the night, he wanted to refuse. However, when he saw that it was Song Jinggong, he did not say anything and ran to report. The magistrate had ordered that no matter what time this young Master Song came, he was to be informed. When Song Jinggong entered the living room, County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang had already put on his clothes and was sitting there waiting with his sleepy eyes open. Someone had also prepared tea for him. When he saw Song Jinggong dragging a heavy thing over, he yawned and asked curiously, "Zijin, why did you bring this thing here in the middle of the night? Come, sit down and drink some tea. It seems that Zijin has not slept yet." County Magistrate Cheng let Song Jinggong sit on a chair beside the table. Song Jinggong had taught him how to make this chair. Originally, he was either sitting on a bench or sitting on a cushion. It was far less comfortable than this chair. "Magistrate, your eyes are as sharp as torches. As soon as I arrived, I knew that I came for the thing in my hand. Magistrate, this is a type of plow used for farming. Because the shaft is curved, I call it the curved shaft plow. Using this plow to farm is much faster than using a straight shaft plow. It also makes people feel more relaxed. Even if it is pulled by people, it is not much worse than a straight shaft plow pulled by animals." Song Jinggong knew that this was not the time to be modest. Whether or not Zhuangzi could avoid the danger of being confiscated and whether or not he could obtain more benefits, the curved shaft plow would play a significant role. He believed that County Magistrate Cheng would understand how much this plow could bring him. Sure enough, as soon as Song Jinggong finished speaking, County Magistrate Cheng, who was still sitting there, suddenly stood up. He stared at the plow that he had never seen before and asked with a trembling voice, "Zijin, are you serious? Aren't you just trying to make me happy? Good heavens, a person pulling a plow is not much slower than an animal. This is a great achievement. This achievement. Magistrate, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. Ever since the auspicious signs appeared in Sanshui County, you have been thinking day and night about how to obtain more benefits for the people of Sanshui County. You want to let the farmers of Sanshui County have a good harvest. You can't drink tea well and can't eat well. You've become so tired. Heaven is strong, and a gentleman should constantly strive to improve himself. Because of your hard work, you finally realized that if you want to have a good harvest in autumn, you need to do well in spring plowing. You know that it is too late to work on the seeds, so you can only find some improvements in the farmland. Heaven does not let down those who work hard." Magistrate's hair has turned white. You finally realized that if you want to understand the matters of the farmland, you need to find someone who works on the ground. So, Magistrate, you found a Zhuangzi. Under your guidance, the Zhuangzi farmer suddenly became enlightened. After a few days of pondering, he finally made the curved shaft plow that Magistrate wanted. After testing it in the field, the farmers all praised Magistrate for being awesome. At the request of the farmer, I brought one to Magistrate. Magistrate, take a look. Is there anything else that needs to be improved? Song Jinggong said a bunch of nonsense and then looked at County Magistrate Cheng with a smile. Chapter 76. County Magistrate Cheng looked at the plow and listened to Song Jinggong. At first, he was happy, but then he felt that his face was a little hot. In the end, he opened his mouth in surprise. After Song Jinggong finished speaking, County Magistrate Cheng recovered from his surprise and shock. He looked away from the plow and at Song Jinggong's face. "Zijin, did you say that? Or?" "Sir, it was the farmers in Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family who said it." "Sir, you are a good official. The farmers will remember it in their hearts," Song Jinggong said with certainty. County Magistrate Cheng understood immediately. That person was willing to give him the biggest credit. If the plow was really as Song Jinggong said, and with the auspicious sign last time, his position would be improved after the examination. As if he knew what he was thinking, Song Jinggong continued, "Sir, the spring plowing is busy. What we need is time. Why don't you let me accompany you tomorrow morning to test the plow? We can make it early and give it to the farmers. No, we can't do it tomorrow. Tomorrow will be one day later. We have to leave now. Servants, bring a carriage and find the nearest Zhuangzi to have a look. At this time, County Magistrate Cheng's mind was full of his future career. How could he waste one night in vain? He called the people in the mansion and turned to Song Jinggong and said, Zijin, Zhangjia Zhuangzi, who cooperated with me, also made a big contribution this time. I don't know if there is anything I can help with. I will make the decision for the people. Darren, speaking of difficulties, there is indeed one. I heard that the current emperor wants to take back all the farmland in the world. Sanshui County is close to the capital, so it is inevitable that the 100 households of the Zhang family's farmstead and the 1,000 mu of farmland will be taken back. Song Jinggong received the young master's order and told him everything. County Magistrate Cheng was in a dilemma and sighed, if that is the case, then the plow's contribution will be, that's right, milord, you have to take the first credit. Without milord, there would be no curved yuan plow. Song Jinggong affirmed again. County Magistrate Cheng was moved. If that Zhuangzi had taken all the credit, even if they found out that something had happened, it would be considered as nothing had happened. The Zhuyuan plow was a good thing for the country and the people. Perhaps not only would he not accept the original reward, but he would also be rewarded more. However, this great merit would be pushed to him. After thinking for a while, the carriage was ready. County Magistrate Cheng had no choice but to walk to the carriage with Song Jinggong as he said to him, Zijin, I don't have the ability to fake it. Do you know who the person on the carriage is? Prime Minister Yao Chong. Even if I can hide it from the provincial governor, I can't hide it from that iron-faced Yao Chong. Darren, there is no need to hide it. The villagers have all said that Darren only needs to help delay the time. For example, during the summer or autumn season, the investigation in the county has to be done first and foremost. Tuqiao village is located at a far distance away, and there is not enough manpower for the investigation, so it can only be done last. What do you think, Darren? Song Jinggong at the side was half a hint. County Magistrate Cheng nodded. He also felt that it was very easy to do this kind of thing. However, even if it was delayed until the winter, would Zhuangzi have a solution? Zijin, could it be that Zhuangzi has other plans? County Magistrate Cheng wanted to know what the two masters were hiding. Right now, he didn't just admire the expert in the manner. He really wanted to meet him, or even worship him as a disciple. He had taken out so many things without making things difficult for him at all. He had even given him merits in such a casual manner. They helped him so much and were so old. It was not too much to ask him to become their disciple. How many people's teachers could take care of their own students like the masters? Darren, I don't know what you are asking. Maybe during the summer or autumn season, I will know. Song Jinggong did not know that County Magistrate Cheng had already thought of the two little ancestors in his family as old men and even had the idea of becoming their disciple. He shook his head and said, Oh, that's good. I will handle the matter on Zhuangzi properly. County Magistrate Cheng saw that Song Jinggong also did not know, so he did not ask any more. He was thinking about whether this curved plow was as good as he said. After traveling for 2 hours, they finally found a place on Zhuangzi. The people on the farm had already gone to bed. County Magistrate Cheng asked someone to call a farmer and said to him, I have a new plow here. Why don't you try it? The farmer was still sleeping when he was called. At first, he was a little unwilling. However, when he heard that the county magistrate had come personally, he quickly dressed and was brought here. When he heard that the county magistrate wanted him to try a new plow, he was puzzled but did not dare to ask too much. He just agreed. Darren, since you want me to try it, I will try it. Darren, should I wake up my child and let him pull the plow? No need. I have already prepared a horse for you. Put it on and use it. County Magistrate Cheng had already considered this when he came, so he brought an extra horse to follow behind. It was just right for him to use it now. The old man quickly put the plow on the horse and put it in the field. He urged the horse and the horse slowly moved forward. The old man who was used to using a straight plow was not used to it at first. However, after 2 steps, the speed became faster and faster. He shouted happily as he plowed. "It's so fast! It's so fast! It's so fast! It's so good! I have never seen such a good plow in my life. Darren, you are really a good person. Darren, you can even think of trying a new plow in the middle of the night. I don't know who made this plow. If I had a plow like this, I would not have to worry about this spring." Of course it was the county magistrate who thought of it. He found a Zhuangzi and asked the farmer there to help him make it. The county magistrate has been thinking about how to make the spring plowing faster these days. He is so anxious that his hair has turned white. Song Jinggong stood on the edge of the field. When he heard the old man shouting, he also shouted, as if he was afraid that others did not know. His voice was so loud that it woke up some farmers. County Magistrate Cheng was not familiar with farming and did not know how good the new plow was. Now that he heard the old man shouting, he was happy. As for Song Jinggong's words, he did not refute and said with a smile, "It's so good that it's good. I will give this plow to you. Zijin, when you go back, bring a curved plow from Zhuangzi. I have decided to find a craftsman to make it or teach them how to make it. While there are still some days left, let's plow the field first. It will be difficult for our county not to have a good harvest this year. Darren, you are right. With you working so hard, even God will be on your side. Darren, I don't need to go back to Zhuangzi to get it. Young Master Zhou has 2,000 sets now. If I go back now, he may have made more. When I came here, young Master Zhou said that I can ask some people to buy it from him. He doesn't charge much, only 10% more than the normal straight plow." Song Jinggong smiled and told him about the inventory on the other side. County Magistrate Cheng blinked twice and nodded. As expected, he won't just hand over the plow. He must get some benefits from it. Since that is the case, I will ask people to put up notices in the county early in the morning and ask people to go to Zhou Shihu to buy it. County Magistrate Cheng did not understand why such a powerful expert liked to make money. However, his ability to make money was not ordinary. After the discussion, before the county magistrate and the others went back, some of the other villagers who were woken up also got up and went out to see what was going on. When the villagers went out, they saw a person plowing in the field with the help of the moonlight. Everyone was puzzled. Who was so powerful that he could work in the middle of the night without sleeping? When they got closer, they recognized him. It was the bald old man in the village. When they saw him, someone immediately shouted, "Bald old man, what are you doing? Could it be that he's suffering from psychosis? So it's the little donkey. You also came out. Quickly go and greet the county magistrate." The county magistrate gave me a new set of plow called the curved shaft plow. When plowing, one can do the work of several people. The old man's voice was also heard. When they heard this, everyone realized that the county magistrate was among the group of people standing there. This was a high position. When they were frightened, they trembled and went forward to greet him. County Magistrate Cheng was naturally polite. Song Jinggong, who was beside him, told them about how the county magistrate did things for the people. County Magistrate Cheng received a lot of praise. Since he said that the new plow was good, the villagers naturally went to check it out. One by one, they ran over and saw the speed at which the bald old man plowed. With the new plow, the villagers all wanted to try it. Plowing took a few steps, but before they could get addicted to it, it was snatched away by someone else. County Magistrate Cheng was not in a hurry to leave. The villagers were also the people under his rule. When he saw that they were happy, he was happy as well. As a result, all the people in Zhuangzi got up and spread the news. When they knew that the county magistrate had personally come and brought a very useful new plow, they were envious of the bald old man and were also thinking about whether they should get a new plow. County Magistrate Cheng told everyone where to buy a new plow on the spot. He also told them the approximate price. After encouraging them, he got on the carriage and left. The villagers spontaneously followed behind to see him off. After walking for 5 or 6 li, they could not keep up with the slow carriage. They stopped and watched the carriage go away. This feeling is really good. County Magistrate Cheng leaned against the carriage and thought about the words of the people just now. He also thought about the long journey of seeing him off. He sighed with emotion. Song Jinggong also heard it, but did not say anything. At this time, it was better to let the county magistrate feel the happiness of the people. It took him 2 hours to leave and 3 hours to return. The sky was beginning to brighten. Those who had woken up early to do business also began to appear on the streets. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang had just gotten off the carriage with a happy mood when someone from the Yamen came to report, "Sir, you are back." Just now, the village chief of Tuqiao village came and said that he has something important to tell you. The village chief also came with him and is now waiting in the hall. Because I had to maintain a kind of passion after writing, I did not see some of the wrong words. If anyone saw them, tell me and I will correct them together tonight. Remember which chapter. Thank you. Chapter 77. When County Magistrate Cheng heard what the servant said, he frowned and turned to look at Song Jinggong, who was also confused. He asked the servant, "Do you know why those 2 people are here?" This lowly one doesn't know. The 2 of them didn't tell this lowly one. Presumably, something big must have happened for the 2 of them to set off yesterday and rush over here. Okay. County Magistrate Cheng nodded and didn't say anything else. She led Song Jinggong into the mansion. Song Jinggong didn't say much either. He could guess why Qizheng and Elder Qian were here. It was probably because the young master asked them to tell him. Guingxi couldn't find anything, so he reported the situation of Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. These 2 people didn't have any rank and were similar to the village. They were just coordinating some things in the village. Unfortunately, the young master had already thought of it and arranged everything. He didn't have to worry about being schemed against. County Magistrate Cheng slept for less than 4 hours, but he didn't feel tired at all. He was still excited about being praised by the people. He asked Song Jinggong to rest in the side room and came to the main hall. The village chief and Elder Qian, who had been drinking tea 3 times, saw the county magistrate and quickly stood up and bowed. They didn't sleep for long, so they were as energetic as the county magistrate. "So it's Qi Lizheng and Elder Feng. I wonder if something big happened in the county this early in the morning?" County Magistrate Cheng was also very polite to the 2 of them, especially the elder whose surname was Feng. He used to work in the Yamen and retired from the position of county deputy. Because of his high status in the village, he was regarded as an elder by others and could not be neglected. Qi Lizheng and Senior Feng looked at each other. In the end, Qi Lizheng said, "County Magistrate, the 2 of us do have something important to tell you." "Oh? No hurry. You haven't eaten anything yet, right? Wait for someone to bring snacks. We'll talk after eating." "I'm the same. I've been busy for so long and my stomach is empty." County Magistrate Cheng saw that these 2 people seemed to be happy, so he wasn't in a hurry. He asked someone to bring snacks and sat there to eat with them. Qi Lizheng and Old Feng were indeed hungry, especially Old Feng. He was old and rushed here overnight. He needed to eat something and rest. The 3 of them drank tea and ate without talking. Qi Lizheng was relatively younger. He was thinking about how to tell the good news to the county magistrate. By then, he would have made a great contribution to the county magistrate. As he ate, he thought about it. Last night, Guingxi, the village chief of Zhuangzi, came looking for him and told him about the spring plowing of the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. At first, he did not believe it, but when someone lit a fire and went over to investigate, he understood that the second plowing had already begun. This was something extraordinary. Other families hadn't even finished plowing once. Zhang family and Wang family didn't have many people in Zhuangzi, but they plowed very quickly. There were only a few people on night watch in the fields. After questioning them, he didn't get anything. If Guingxi didn't say that the plows used here were different from other places, he would have been fooled by the night watch of Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. They had such a good thing, but they didn't take it out and didn't report it to him. If it was something else, it would be fine. However, this was something that could speed up the spring plowing. He couldn't let it go. Since that was the case, he had to give it a push. After going through the matter in his mind, Qi Lizheng drank tea from time to time. He stopped to look at the county magistrate and old Feng. He thought that his prestige could be further improved in the future. He felt that the tea was better than usual. Old Feng was also suppressing the excitement in his heart as he ate. Last night, Guingxi and Qi Lizheng came together. He also went to take a look. After showing his identity, they didn't ask the person in charge to come over. They said that they had to wait until tomorrow morning. As a deputy county magistrate of 2 realms, he knew that the plows that could speed up the plowing process was very beneficial to the entire Tang Empire. Even if Zhang family and Wang family didn't seem to want to take it out in Zhuangzi, he had to report it. The snack lasted for half an hour. County Magistrate Cheng took another sip of tea and asked, Qi Lizheng and Old Feng, do you feel that your stomachs don't feel so uncomfortable anymore? The two of them answered in unison. This time, Qi Lizheng started again. Sir, we came here because we have something important to report. This matter is beneficial to the country and the people. Oh? What matter is beneficial to the country and the people? Tell me quickly. County Magistrate Cheng pretended to be anxious. Just now, he asked them to accompany him to eat. However, he was really not anxious. Beneficial to the country and the people? What matter was more important than the new plows that he had just made? Qi Lizheng coughed softly and tried to calm himself down. He said, Sir, we found a place where the spring plowing process was several times faster than other places. I heard that there was a new type of plows that was different from other places. Old Feng and I checked that night. When we went there to have a look, it was true. Other places had not finished plowing the first time, but that place had already started plowing the second time. When we went there to have a look, that place had already plowed a lot of the second time. The fertilizer had already been turned into the soil. When the time comes, people will step on it. Old Feng and I wanted to see the person in charge of Zhuangzi. Who would have thought that no one would come out even after we asked them to call? They insisted that we should wait until tomorrow. Old Feng was afraid that a long night would cause trouble. At that time, they would not admit that there was a new plows. That was why we came here overnight. County Magistrate Cheng listened. At first, he thought that there was something else. But after listening for a while, he understood that it was because of the curved plows. Then, there was nothing strange. He thought that the two of them had not seen the plows and yet they came here looking for him. He was not as anxious as the two of them when he personally sent the plows to others. Ah, so it was this matter. I understand. County Magistrate Cheng waited for Qi Lizheng to finish speaking. Then, he nodded casually and picked up the teacup to drink. Sir, you should quickly send people to check and find the two people in charge of Zhuangzi. Then, you should ask them to present the plows. When Qi Lizheng saw that County Magistrate Cheng was not happy, he became anxious and urged him. After he finished speaking, he was worried that County Magistrate Cheng would blame him. He sat there anxiously and did not know what to do. When Old Feng saw this, he also said, "Sir, Qi Lizheng is right. What if the people there do not want to present the plows and secretly destroy them? Then, our dynasty will lose a good item." "Fine. Since Old Feng said so, then I will let Old Feng and Qi Lizheng be at ease." County Magistrate Cheng said as he called a servant and whispered a few words into his ear. The servant turned around and left. County Magistrate Cheng continued to invite the two people to drink tea. Qi Lizheng and Old Feng thought that County Magistrate Cheng was going to send them to Zhuangzi. Thus, they calmed down. After about 15 minutes, the servant who left just now returned to the hall. He was carrying a set of plows behind him. "Qi Lizheng and Old Feng, take a look. Is this the type of plows? It is different from normal plows. The shaft of this plows is curved." County Magistrate Cheng took another sip of tea and said to the two people with a smile. The plows were just taken from Zhou Shihu. Qi Lizheng and Old Feng had never seen the plows used by the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi. They only heard from the housekeeper of Guzhuang that the new plows were different from the old ones. When they saw it and heard what County Magistrate Cheng said, they were stunned. The two of them also knew that no matter how fast a horse was, it would not be able to go back and forth from the county to the village in such a short time. This meant that the County Magistrate Cheng already had the plows. "Sir, where did you get this plows?" Qi Lizheng asked again. "In a family in the county. I already know why Qi Lizheng and Old Feng are here. Don't worry. When the sun rises today, I will ask people to put up a notice in the county and ask the people who are plowing to go there to buy the plows. This morning, I came back from outside just to test this new plows." County Magistrate Cheng put on an unfathomable expression and said to Qi Lizheng and Old Feng with a smile. This. Qi Lizheng wanted to say something, but he did not know where to start. "Sir, since you already knew, why didn't you ask people to make more plows at the beginning of the spring plowing?" Old Feng asked. "It's not that I didn't want to, but I couldn't. Once the new plows are made, we don't know if they are good. We have to find someone to use them first." The Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi also thought the same. "Now it seems that they are good," County Magistrate Cheng said and glanced at the servant. The servant followed the county magistrate to Zhuangzi last night to test the plows, so he naturally understood what the county magistrate meant. He immediately said, "Qi Lizheng and Old Feng may not know, but this new plows are called curved plows. Our county magistrate thought hard and found a farmer in Zhangjia Zhuangzi to make them. After the Zhang family and the Wang family used them and sent someone to deliver the new plows, our county magistrate did not care about his tiredness. He ordered people to make the new plows first and then personally went to a nearby farmer to test it. These days, our county magistrate has not been eating and drinking, and he has lost a lot of weight." The servant started to wipe his tears as he spoke. It seemed that he really felt sorry for the county magistrate. Qi Lizheng and Old Feng were dumbfounded. They looked at County Magistrate Cheng and did not realize that he had lost weight. The two of them originally thought that they would be praised, but they did not expect that the county magistrate already knew about it. Moreover, the new plows were made by the county magistrate. Qi Lizheng did not doubt it, but Old Feng, who used to be the deputy county magistrate, knew the knack of it. It seemed that the Zhang family and the Wang family had found County Magistrate Cheng. No wonder he did not care about Qi Lizheng and him going there. The most important thing was that he had thought about this aspect. Qi Lizheng went there overnight and did not get anything in the end. So it is the new plows made by County Magistrate. I really do not know what to say. County Magistrate is really a good official. You think about the people. County Magistrate should rest more. Don't tire yourself out. The people in the county cannot lose a good official like you." Other than saying this, Old Feng could not find anything else to say. After he finished speaking, he was about to stand up and leave. County Magistrate Cheng quickly said, "Qi Lizheng and Old Feng, you don't have to leave in a hurry. Rest for a while and come with me to the place where the plows are sold." Chapter 78. Birds chirped in the branches, dogs barked in the countryside, and chickens crowed. Early in the morning, Erniu brought Zhang Xiaowu and Zhang Xiaolu to smash big rocks one by one until the small rocks were only the size of a fingernail. Only then did they meet the requirements. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came down from the Kong, washed up, and sat at the table to eat. The two of them had grown a few more teeth. They had always paid attention to training their teeth, so now they could eat hard things. They had fried big bones, which were deep-fried dough sticks. In front of them was a bowl of soy milk, a plate of fermented bean curd, and a large amount of braised pork on the largest plate. There was no one to serve them at this time. Xiaohong saw that the weather was warm, so she hurriedly ate something in the morning and drove the ducks and geese to the pond to test the water. She hadn't returned yet, but it seemed that the test was successful. Cherries was taking care of more than 6,000 chickens, so she couldn't come back at all. Pomegranate was busy with the fungus. When she woke up in the morning, she ate a big bun and went to the pond to observe. Originally, Jiang Wang clan wanted to send someone over for the two children, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan refused. Everyone was busy, so the two of them didn't need to waste any manpower. This morning, it wasn't only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who ate deep-fried dough sticks. Everyone else also ate. If they wanted to eat buns, they would eat buns. If they wanted to eat deep-fried dough sticks, they would eat deep-fried dough sticks. There were also steamed buns and a few kinds of pickles. They could eat as much as they wanted. The deep-fried dough sticks could be said to be invented by the two of them, as well as the braised pork. When they woke up in the morning, they should eat something light. Everyone else did, except for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They asked someone to send a big plate of food over. Today, the two of them were preparing to help out in the fields. When they were growing up, nutrition couldn't be lacking. Only carbohydrates couldn't satisfy the needs of the two of them. Xiaobao, later on, should we push the cart over there or carry a bag of stones? Wang Wan picked up a piece of red braised pork that had a large proportion of fat and threw it into her mouth. While chewing, she talked to Zhang Xiaobao. "I don't want to die from exhaustion. Let's wait over there later and help look after the chickens." Zhang Xiaobao also picked up a piece of fatty meat. "All right then. Actually, why don't we go to the river and see if we can get some fish? I think that with our current physical condition, we can still fight with the small fish with tools. Don't always be fat and thin. Who's going to eat the rest?" Wang Wan said as she picked up a piece of lean red braised pork for Zhang Xiaobao. The people here liked to eat fatty meat because it was oily. She and Zhang Xiaobao originally liked to eat fatty meat, but in the end, they didn't eat it because they were too thin. "All right, then I'll eat more protein. Don't count on the river. If we want to go there, we need to find someone to accompany us. When Erniu and the others have chosen the wheat meal stone, we can use it. We can also use it in drinking water, cooking, and bathing. Yes, we can't let Erniu and the others smash all the stones. We have to leave a few big ones and let someone hollow out the middle to make cups. When the time comes, we can use it to make tea for our two families. The effect should be better." Zhang Xiaobao picked up a toothpick and used it to check the teeth that were stuffed when he ate the lean meat just now. His two front teeth were relatively neat, so the meat was stuffed in the middle. "All right, don't look like that. You've eaten too much, right? You can stuff your teeth with meat. Stupid, it's easy to look after chickens." First, let the craftsman in the farmstead make 2 smaller slingshots for you to practice your strength and accuracy. It would be great if you had a gun. Do you know how to shoot? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's slightly protesting eyes. She twisted her words and changed the topic again. Do you think I know how to shoot? At that time, I was abroad. I could spend a little money and I could have a place to practice. I don't have the ability to make guns. This difficult and glorious task will be handed to you. Zhang Xiaobao drank a big mouthful of soy milk and said to Wang Wan. I don't know how to shoot either. I learned how to command. Alright, I'm full. When we go later, bring some pork floss and carrot sugar juice. Wang Wan put down the chopsticks, threw down a sentence, and stood up to rinse her mouth. Zhang Xiaobao quickly ate a few more mouthfuls and followed her. When the 2 of them arrived at the fields in Zhuangzi, Erniu had already sent half a wheelbarrow full of stones. None of them were big. Zhang Xiaobao immediately asked people to mix these small stones with the fertilizer and turn them over to the fields. Little young master, what are these stones for? A farmer followed Zhang Xiaobao's instructions and asked. I don't know. My mother told me to ask her when I go back tonight. She will tell you tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't say that this thing was for increasing the production. Since it's the madam's order, then it's done. Little young master, you don't need to trouble the madam anymore. The farmer didn't want to ask about this matter, even if he felt that if the stones were turned over, they would cut his feet when transplanting the seedlings. My mother said that we don't need to transplant seedlings this year. Just throw the seedlings in directly. At that time, we will give everyone an extra pair of shoes. Don't walk barefoot in the water. Zhang Xiaobao certainly knew what the farmer was worried about. He could see it from his undisguised gaze. When the farmer heard that they didn't need to plant seedlings and just threw them casually, he immediately became anxious. Little young master, this won't do. You have to go back and persuade the madam. If we don't plant seedlings, how can we harvest in autumn? I will do as my mother says. I heard that this is a secret recipe that my mother obtained. It's very useful. Otherwise, why wouldn't my mother be worried about her own family's land? Zhang Xiaobao explained. When he saw the farmer's doubtful look, he didn't say anything more and went to look at the chickens with Wang Wan. If he wasn't worried about the people above investigating, he wouldn't have turned over the stubble on the ground last autumn after cutting the rice. He would wait until spring when the rice seedlings were planted, then throw the straw in. That would be more effective. But if he really did that, he would definitely be caught and questioned. Even if the land was his family's, if he really did something bad, he could still be convicted. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each had a small slingshot. They could only hit the pebbles that were the size of soybeans. They aimed at the chickens and hit them one by one. Even if they hit them, they didn't have much strength. The chickens that were hit cooed twice and moved slightly to continue looking for food. At noon, the farmers stopped and started to prepare for lunch. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan originally didn't care about lunch. They only cared about dinner. Later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that it was a waste of a lot of manpower to go back and forth. Now that the plow was easy to use and the women could help with the plowing, they finally decided to take care of lunch as well. They quickly finished the spring plowing and let these idle people go up the mountain to pick mushrooms and wild vegetables. There was still an empty slope behind the 2 families. When the time came, they could plant more trees. The soil on the ground wasn't very good, so they had to transport some soil elsewhere. When the time came, they could plant fruit trees. This required people to do it. While they were eating, County Magistrate Cheng sent someone to deliver a message to the housekeeper. He told the housekeeper that Gu Yingxi had found Qi Lizheng and Old Feng and reported this matter to the county magistrate. While waiting for the people to be arranged to eat, Zhang Xiaobao learned about this matter from the housekeeper. He and Wang Wan found the housekeeper of the Wang family and said to him, "Housekeeper Wang, after lunch, go and call the steward of the Gu family in Zhuangzi. Give him a pair of curved plows and ask him to do the same." "Young master, why do you do this? Why should we let others know about our good things?" Housekeeper Wang didn't know that such things had been sent to the county magistrate and that many of them had been made. Leave the recipe or leave the brains? County Magistrate Cheng has already arranged for people to start buying. Wang Wan felt that this housekeeper's brain was a little slow. It was such a simple principle, but he couldn't understand it. After hearing Wang Wan's words, the housekeeper thought for a while and finally nodded, "I understand. I will go in a while." After housekeeper Wang left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found a tree stump that had sprouted new buds and sat down to rest. They were tired. After shooting slingshots for the whole morning, their arms were sore. "This Guingxi is really anxious." Wang Wan drank a mouthful of carrot juice and looked in the direction of the Gu family in Zhuangzi and said, "Yes, in fact, it's not easy for him. After being cheated by our two families, that farmer doesn't have the energy to work. The small river between him and us is not bad. We can use it in the future, especially the wide area below. When the time comes, we can ask him if he is willing to cooperate. If he is willing, we can work together." When Zhang Xiaobao thought of Guingxi's sad face all day, he felt that it was interesting. He also sympathized with Guingxi. If it was anyone else, they would be afraid of comparing themselves with others. Wang Wan turned her head and saw Zhang Xiaobao's hand moving on his leg again. She knew that he was thinking of ideas again. When Zhang Xiaobao's hand stopped moving, she asked, "What good idea have you thought of to make a fortune? You can even bring the Gu family in. It's not up to us to decide whether to bring his family or not. It depends on whether they are sensible or not. Last time, I wanted to help them at the market, but he refused. This is the second chance. If he misses it again, he can't blame others." If Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to see the three Zhuangzi so close together and want to be neighbors, he wouldn't care whether Guingxi was worried or not. That's right. The opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't know how to grasp it, then you don't deserve to be pitied. Tell me the idea. Wang Wan asked. "Well, the idea is to build a dam at the bottom. When the water level is high, we can raise fish in it." "Raise big fish? What kind of fish is big?" "Sea fish." "That's settled. When the time comes, we can get a whale here. When we have nothing to do, we can watch the whale breathe and spray water." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at that side with his hand, looking like he was giving advice. Wang Wan listened and put her hand on Zhang Xiaobao's forehead. "Are you sick?" "No, I know that sea fish are not easy to raise, but can't we just sprinkle salt in it?" Zhang Xiaobao added confidently. "Seriously ill?" Wang Wan put her other hand on Zhang Xiaobao's forehead. Chapter 79. I'm not sick, I'm really not sick. I'm just kidding. I'm planning to build a restaurant there. A 2-story restaurant will do. It will be directly above the water, and it won't be just a simple one. The restaurant in the middle must be empty. You can sit and eat in the restaurant, and you can see the scenery outside as well as inside. The lowest empty area will be surrounded by a net, and the fish can be raised in it. Those who want to see the scenery can go to the second floor, and those who want to fish can go to the first floor. You can fish in both the inner and outer circles. There are fields and mountains here. Usually, when you wake up in the morning, there will be a feeling of clouds and mist. Coupled with the water vapor in the river, it will definitely be comfortable to eat and rest up there. I've even thought of a name. It will be called Between the Clouds and the Water. Zhang Xiaobao finally got down to business and told Wang Wan his plan. Why does this idea sound so familiar? I remember there was a scam like this before. They said that they wanted to put a city on the water. You're not lying, right? Wang Wan thought of a case as she listened. That was to cheat the bank for a loan. Who would I cheat? We're the ones paying for it. Guingxi is already so poor. Why would I cheat him? Liars also have morals. Of course, when the restaurant is built, there may not be people coming. It's a long journey. First, there are no gambling houses. Second, there are no brothels. Who would be willing to come? Zhang Xiaobao also pointed out the shortcomings of his plan. Wang Wan blinked. Since you know, why do you still want to build it? We can have other things, such as food. After all, the food now can't be compared to the food of our time. There are also many lost dishes that we can't compare to. It doesn't matter. We can just find a chef who knows how to cook. As long as we write down the dishes that we have eaten and change the seasonings, we can make many dishes that people here haven't eaten before. Song Jinggong's reputation has been made, so I asked him to find a group of literati and literati to come here to play. After these people eat and sing well, they will go back and help us spread the word. More people will come here. Plus, there is a market here. Those smart businessmen will see a business opportunity. We can build more shops and rent them out. The government will send people over to collect taxes. Let County Magistrate Cheng talk to them and use the money to repair the roads. When the roads are repaired, the villagers will be raising chickens and pigs. Our two villages will work together and set the prices. We don't have to send the goods out to sell. Someone will send the goods to us when we buy. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the villager who had started to work again and described with a firm gaze. And then? Go on, I like to hear this kind of thing. Wang Wan also had a look of yearning. Also, our business is still too small. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Rich people won't care about a small place like ours at all. At the same time, there will be many people who will copy what we do and compete with us for customers. Driven by profit, all kinds of troubles will come one after another. Zhang Xiaobao's tone changed as he spoke. He sounded a little helpless and a little indifferent. Wang Wan also understood that this was unavoidable. If you want to live a good life, you have to face all kinds of problems. Running away won't solve the problems. Let's go and practice with the slingshot. We can talk about the future later. Let's take it one step at a time. The two of them picked up some small stones and began to bully the chickens again. Guingxi also followed the housekeeper here. Originally, housekeeper Wang only asked someone to find housekeeper Gu, but Guingxi insisted on coming after knowing. He just wanted to see what that secret thing looked like. Villager Gu is also here. Housekeeper Gu, this is the new plow on Zhuangzi. We call it the curved shaft plow. A few days ago, we wanted to see if this plow was good, so we didn't let villager Gu know. If it wasn't good, wouldn't the Gu family's Zhuangzi be harmed? When housekeeper Wang, who was waiting here, saw someone crossing the bridge, he immediately went to greet them. As he walked back, he asked someone to bring the plow for them to see. No normal person would believe what he said. Guingxi and the housekeeper squatted down and looked at the plow carefully. At the same time, Guingxi said to housekeeper Wang is very thoughtful. So this plow can be used? Do you want to find village chief? This will be a great achievement. Guingxi's tone was sour when he said this. He thought he found someone to make the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family compromise in Zhuangzi. There's no need for that. In fact, the county magistrate was the one who asked us to make this plow. There should be many similar plows on sale in the county right now. I'll give this to village head Gu. It's not too late to take it back and make the same. When housekeeper Wang looked at Guingxi, he felt that this person was a little pitiful. He spent so much effort, but the result didn't change, but the process was different. He thought that Guangxi must be very upset. The county magistrate already knew? This, good. So the county magistrate wants to increase the income of the people, so he made this plow. It's really not ordinary. Guangxi was indeed uncomfortable. He didn't believe that the county magistrate already knew, but when he heard that the county already had this kind of plow, he understood that the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family thought about it before him. He felt that he was using all his strength to catch a chicken on the ground, but in the end, he caught nothing. The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were really too deceitful. Thinking this in his heart, he still had to say some good words. He asked the housekeeper to go back and find someone to take the plow back. He said to housekeeper Wang, "Thank you very much, housekeeper Wang. First, you let your own villagers use it, which shows that your courage is unusual. After using it well, you let us use it to learn. This is not a small favor. With the new plow, we can plant the seedlings earlier this year. If we can make it in time for 2 rainy days, then we won't have to worry about autumn." Well said. Who asked our 2 families to be so close to Zhuangzi? As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. If we can help each other, of course we should help each other. Who hasn't met with difficulties? If one day the Wang family is in trouble in Zhuangzi, I think village manager Gu will also be in the same situation. Housekeeper Wang put on a sincere expression and replied. Yes, we should help each other. Zhuangzi still has some things to do. Housekeeper Wang, you can go do it. Since he got what he wanted, Guangxi didn't want to say more. After saying a few words of courtesy, he turned around and left. With the new plow, it was much better than the previous one. It was sold in the county town. The news seemed to have wings. In just half a day, it spread throughout the county town. Some people had already started to buy it. This was a notice issued by the county magistrate, so he wouldn't lie to them. County Magistrate Cheng was also busy. After resting for a while, he suddenly remembered that he forgot the most important thing. He got up and went to the study room. He wrote a petition and asked someone to send it out quickly. After the messenger left, he asked someone to bring 2 sets of curved plow and send it to the county town as fast as possible. This was the time to show off his merit, so he couldn't be late. After finishing all these, he couldn't sleep anymore. He asked someone to wake up Qi Lizheng and Senior Feng. Then, he walked to Zhou Shihu with these 2 people who obviously didn't have enough sleep. He wanted to stay there in person so that more people who were still hesitating would make up their minds to buy the plow. When the 3 of them arrived with a few yamen runners, there was already a sea of people. The villagers who received the news all came to ask how much the plow cost and how it was used. As soon as County Magistrate Cheng arrived, the people immediately made way for him. Seeing the county magistrate walk over with a smile on his face, they all showed respect in their eyes. When they came, they had already heard that this kind of plow was much faster than before, and it was all the county magistrate's idea. They also heard that the county magistrate's hair turned white and he lost weight because of thinking about these things. It took him a lot of energy to make the plow. In the middle of the night, he even went out to check if the plow was good. He was a good official. During the new year, he even gave gifts to the villagers. Thinking of this, some people began to shout, "Good." The others were also affected and shouted, making County Magistrate Cheng's prestige unparalleled. At this time, the head of the department, Zhao Xiang, was also writing a petition in the study. He knew what was going on, but he couldn't write the truth. He could only write according to what everyone said. After writing 2 full pages, he finally understood the situation. Many of them talked about how County Magistrate Cheng was anxious about the spring plowing. After drying the ink, he put the letter into an envelope, stamped it with a lacquer seal, and asked someone to send it away. He sat there in a daze, thinking about the Zhang family's farmstead. He wondered what kind of person was so capable that he could make so many things. Not only did he make a lot of money, but he also knew when to advance and retreat. He gave up all the benefits and made connections with the county magistrate. It seems that I was right to help him back then. Otherwise, this curved plow might not appear again. The food in that small shop in the county tasted pretty good and the price was cheap. I brought my daughter there several times and could eat a lot each time. It seems that they still have some tricks up their sleeves. I heard that the land there is going to be taken back. Since they are willing to give such a big credit to the county magistrate, it means that they have other ways to help Zhuangzi increase his reputation. Zhao Xiang sat there, thinking and muttering to himself. Then, he closed his eyes and hummed a local tune. Compared to the head of the department, Zhao Xiang, who was leisurely, County Magistrate Cheng was much more tired. With him around, more and more people came to buy the plow. All the people who came over had to greet him, and he also had to reply. After a while, he was thirsty from talking and drinking a bowl of tea didn't make him feel better. Shihu, this time, not only did you make money, when the higher-ups give you a reward, you will also get a share. If you didn't arrange for people to make so many plows, the people wouldn't be able to use the new plow. Don't slack off these 2 days. Make more. It would be best if all the villagers in the county can use the new plow. County Magistrate Cheng looked at Zhou Shihu, who was standing there with a face full of smiles. He walked over and said earnestly, "Uncle Cheng is right. Shihu will definitely ask people to make more of these plows so that all the villagers in the county can enjoy the benefits." Zhou Shihu also expressed his attitude. In fact, he was thinking that with so many plows sold, the money won't be small. Once the 200,000 words count is reached, I will come down immediately. I am prepared, but everyone must continue to vote. There is also a recommendation list. Thank you. Chapter 80. Time flew by quickly. 6 days had passed since the spring equinox, but there was still no reward. Not even a sentence had been delivered, let alone a physical object. Bureaucracy, this is bureaucracy. Everyone knows that the plow is useful, but they are entangled with it for their own benefits. I heard that in the other counties of this prefecture, people started to make curved plows in less than 2 days after County Magistrate Cheng sent in the memorials. This means that they got the job done, but left the benefits to be shared equally. Wang Wan sat on a stool and rested her chin on her hands as she complained to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also knew about this matter, but he didn't care. His face was calm, and he was more concerned about the fact that there wasn't even a single rain these days. The small amount of water that rose when the snow melted had receded. Based on this, even if they built between the clouds and the water on the other side of the river this year, it would be useless. When the water dried up, where would they go to enjoy the fun? Xiao Bao, think of a way. If the people in the prefecture take the credit and only give County Magistrate Cheng a little, won't we have no credit at all? Wang Wan nudged Zhang Xiaobao. Okay, think of a way. This kind of thing is actually not that difficult. Ask Erniu to come here. Zhang Xiaobao saw that Wang Wan wanted him to solve this problem, so he had to put the matter of the restaurant aside for the time being. Erniu led 2 people. After a few days of hard work, they finally finished all the stones. Except for the one that Zhang Xiaobao deliberately left behind, there wasn't a single complete stone left. He didn't have anything to do these 2 days, so he helped make the sauce at home. Just as he finished making the sauce base, someone came to find him, saying that the young master had something to do. Erniu didn't dare to delay, so he put down the work in his hands and hurried to Zhuangzi. After being instructed by Zhang Xiaobao, he came out again and disappeared from the sight of the villagers. After dealing with this matter, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went to Cherry's place. Yesterday, a chicken laid eggs. Today, it seemed that more chickens would lay eggs. The eggs that had just hatched were still small, so they couldn't be used to hatch them. These eggs could be sold for money. Originally, they should be put in the market here, but everyone was busy and didn't have time to go to the market. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to see if the eggs were really small. If they were really small, they could be temporarily used for other business. Cherries was now in a separate courtyard, which was full of chicken coops. Cherries didn't care about trivial matters. The chores were done by other people. Before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked in, they heard a chaotic sound from outside. It was the kind of sound that came after eggs were laid. It seemed that there were many chickens laying eggs today. Standing outside the courtyard, the smell wasn't as strong as imagined, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still frowned at the same time. They felt that this hygiene was a bit difficult to handle. "Young master, young lady, why are you here? The smell here is strong. Go back quickly. What if you get smelly?" When Cherries was checking the eggs, a gatekeeper came to report to her that the young master and his wife were here. She quickly put down the work in her hands and came out to persuade Zhang Xiaobao and his wife to go back. "It's okay, Cherries. Did you get the cesspool that I specially asked you to get? Why is there still a little smell?" Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand indifferently and asked Cherries. "It's built, it's all built. Well, according to young master's instructions, we wash it with water every day. But the chickens always need to eat, so they have to be discharged. There's no good way." Cherries also didn't know what to do. With so many chickens, it was a mess to manage. Not to mention the inside of the chicken coops, even when they were outside, there were more than 6,000 chickens. Eating and pooping along the way, there was chicken feces everywhere. Now she didn't know where to put it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also began to think of a way. More than 6,000 chickens, normally speaking, wasn't too many. Why was it so difficult to get? Can't we use sand to pave the ground? Wang Wan thought of something first. It can be done, but the problem is where to put them. We can't keep them in the chicken coops all day. Where should we put them? Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was a good choice to pave the ground with sand, but he was worried about where to put them. Wang Wan thought about it again, and her eyes lit up. She said, "Why don't we put them on the mountain, cut the wings of the chickens, choose a good place on the mountain, and surround it with a fish net? I used to see how they raised stupid chickens like this. It's settled. Cherries, buy some fish nets in a while and enclose a large area on the mountain. Send the chickens there during the day and bring them back at night. If it doesn't work, just directly build some chicken coops there." Cherries nodded and noted it down. This was indeed a good idea. Zhang Xiaobao also said at this time, "Also, go buy some lime and sprinkle some on the mountain every day. This way, the chickens won't get sick easily. Bring a few eggs over and let's see." Cherries also noted this point down. She turned back and brought a basin with some eggs in it. "It's really small. There are at least 11 of these eggs per gene. Good, good. After 2 days, when we have more eggs, we'll arrange for people to go to the county to see." Wang Wan looked at the small eggs that still had blood on them and nodded with satisfaction. Cherries didn't know what the young lady and young master wanted to do with these eggs. Usually, no one was willing to buy such small eggs. There were so many of them per gene, and just the shell alone took up a lot of weight. She originally planned to make these small eggs salted and sell them at a cheaper price in the market. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't explain to Cherries. After they finished looking, they went elsewhere. This year, not only did they have to raise chickens, but they also had to let the farmers raise more pigs. The lotus flowers in the pond were planted, and the fish were also put in. They all bought the 3-inch fish. If they were too small, they would be eaten by the ducks and geese. When the pigs were raised, the feces could be used to feed the fish. At the end of the year, the fish would be fished out. After cleaning the bottom would become the fertilizer for the next spring plowing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't understand the matter of catching pigs, so they had to let the farmers figure it out by themselves. When they needed money, the owners would pay first. When they killed the pigs and sold them for money during the new year, in addition to the owner's capital, they would also pay some interest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't refuse, but they lowered the interest very low. When the two of them passed by the small river in front of the courtyard, they found that the water level had dropped again. This time, the two of them became nervous and didn't have time to think about anything else. They found people to continue digging the pond, and even destroyed a piece of land. A few days later, in the county town of Sanshui County, a few women and children appeared on the streets with a small cart. They looked for places with a lot of people and didn't block the shops behind them. They stopped the cart, got the underlings to start a fire, and began to hawk their wares. Jianbing fruit, 2 copper coins for 1 jianbing fruit. Buying soybeans and charcoal. This kind of hawking began to appear in Sanshui County town, and there were so many of them. This made the common people curious. What were these things? It seemed to be food, and the price wasn't expensive. Those who had spare money on them took out their money to buy one to try. The woman first scooped a spoonful of noodle soup and poured it on top of a jianbing fruit. She swept it with a small bamboo slice, and a jianbing fruit came out. Then, she cracked an egg on top, flipped it over, and smeared the chili sauce on top. She put 2 youtiao inside, rolled it up, and wrapped it in a piece of oil paper. Even if it was ready, she could add some more for those who were willing to eat chopped green onions and coriander. That person received it in his hand, and it was still warm. He took a bite, and it was crispy, spicy, salty, and sweet. All kinds of flavors were in his mouth. After a while, he finished it, and still wanted more. He asked for another one. Since someone started, the others also bought one to try something new. In the end, all the noodles and eggs on the small cart were sold. Other than money, they also exchanged a lot of charcoal and soybeans. The women were overjoyed. They had actually earned more than 20 copper coins in one day. The charcoal they collected could be used to light the stove when they continued to sell pancakes the next day. As for the soybeans, they had collected enough to send to a warehouse beside the yamen. The rest of the money was theirs. County Magistrate Cheng was also paying attention to this matter today. He casually stopped a person selling jianbing fruit and asked him a few questions. After asking clearly, he let the person go. He then said to the deputy county magistrate beside him, "Zhangjie Zhuangzi has done us a big favor this time. These women usually don't have much work to do at home. Now that they have an additional income, the county's tax revenue will be increased by a lot. Milord is right. The chickens in their farmstead have just laid eggs, and they are all small eggs. It is the most cost-effective to sell them. When the commoners live better lives, there will be fewer troubles. The Zhang family's farmstead has also made a lot of profit this time. To sell pancakes, we have to use that thing called youtiao. If we want youtiao, we have to buy vegetable oil from them. We also have to buy eggs from them. With the harvested soybeans, we have to pay back the money for the carts and pots bit by bit. After we pay back the money, we have to repay the debt." The deputy county magistrate also praised. This ability was not ordinary. It seemed that they had given away the profits, but in fact, they had found a bunch of people to help Zhuangzi earn money. As long as they sold jianbing fruit and made money, Zhuangzi would also make money. The more people there were, the more money Zhuangzi would make. It's good to make money, and it also helped us solve a lot of problems. This year's tax revenue is much higher than previous years. I don't believe that the higher-ups will be able to take away this credit. As they were talking, County Magistrate Cheng talked about the credit. The people in the province had already spread the manufacturing method of the curved plow to the entire province. They also reported to the higher-ups and returned the 2 official orders sent by Sanshui County to them. They asked them to rewrite them. Although they did not say why they had to rewrite them, the county magistrate and the chief registrar knew that it was to give credit to the higher-ups. The people in the county did not want to give credit. This kind of credit would be gone if they were given credit. Therefore, this matter was delayed, and the higher-ups were not in a hurry. "Milord, don't worry. Those in the imperial court will naturally know. The people in the province can't hide it even if they want to. When the imperial court sends people down, we will tell them." The deputy county magistrate comforted County Magistrate Cheng. He said it casually, but he knew in his heart that this matter was not so simple. Chapter 81. Ku Ku Ku, Ku Ku Ku. On a mountain behind Zhangjia Zhuangzi, Cherries and a few people were calling the chickens to come over and eat. Cherries found that since the chickens were moved to the mountain, they needed less food every day. Some of the chickens could find food anywhere on the mountain. What's more, some unlucky insects would be accidentally eaten by the chickens. The chickens grew better than before. Thinking of this, Yingtao admired the young master and the young lady once again. Even though she had admired them for a long time, she still admired them for saving food. Another thing was that the young master and the young lady actually sold the small eggs at a higher price than the big eggs. They would buy at least 50 jin of eggs each time, which would cost the buyer 12 copper coins more. The most important thing was that people would rush to buy at such a high price. Their ability to make money was really amazing. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that the young master and his wife couldn't do. The more Cherries thought about it, the happier she was, especially now that she was in charge of so many chickens. The young master said that each place would keep the account separately. At the end of the year, whoever earned more would get more rewards. The most important thing was not the rewards, but the young master said that whoever got more rewards would be more capable. In the future, the young master could give more important things to this person to do. As long as she worked hard to raise the chickens, the young master and his wife Cuckoo would arrange to sell them. At that time, she would definitely be better than others. Who said that girls were inferior to boys? Parents always praised the younger brother. Let's see who they praised this time. Cherries thought about it and laughed. A girl beside her touched her curiously. "Sister Cherries, what are you laughing at?" I'm laughing. I'm laughing. In the future, when the eggs are ready to be hatched, I'll hatch more and give them to the farmers in Zhuangzi. At that time, every family can live a good life and their children can grow white and fat. Cherries laughed again. Yes, they can live a good life. This is all because of Sister Cherries. The young master is really good at judging people. The people around him have so many things to do and they can do them well. The young master and his wife are really immortals. The girl said again. Don't always mention this. In fact, the young master and his wife also have times when they are worried. But every time they are worried, they can think of a good solution. In fact, we are all taught by the young master. It's the same who is with the young master. Yingtao glared at the girl and modestly said. This young lady was also from the inner courtyard. If it was an outsider who said such things, Yingtao would have investigated who leaked the information. The girl stuck out her tongue in fear. Sister Cherries, I swear that I will bury this matter in my heart and won't tell anyone. Without the young master and his wife, our good days will come to an end. We won't be able to find a master who is so good to us. Hurry up and feed the chickens. These chickens eat so much all day. When the time comes, we can kill them to eat. I heard the young master and his wife say that when we have more money, we will build a school so that the 2 children in Zhuangzi can read and write. Cherries poured down half a bucket of feed and thought about the future in Zhuangzi. The girl also nodded, yes, it's very good now. They found 2 doctors who stayed in Zhuangzi. One specializes in treating people, and the other is in treating livestock. The day before yesterday, I felt a little dizzy, so I went there and got a prescription. When I came back, I drank it. I didn't spend a penny. They said it was the young master's money. Everyone in the inner courtyard is like this. The farmers seem to have to spend some money themselves. I heard from the housekeeper that the farmers don't need to spend money in the future, but they have to pay a part of the annual harvest. This part of the money is used to take care of everything. They will treat the sick, bury the dead, and even build houses in the future. Then you have to do things properly in the future. If you really make a mistake, others won't be able to protect you even if they want to. In a while, send these eggs to the warehouse and sell them to those people. Cherry said seriously as he carried the empty bucket back. Today's meal was more or less over. Qizhou, Linyu County. People came and went on the streets. The restaurants and inns were very noisy. On this day, 3 people came here carrying a heavy thing and directly found a blacksmith shop. Shopkeeper, do you still care about carpentry? One of the 3 people asked. Yes, my son specializes in carpentry. Are the 3 of you going to make something? One of the blacksmiths stopped what he was doing and wiped away the sweat on his forehead with his hand and asked with a smile. Yes, make something like this for us. The 3 people said and took out the thing wrapped in cloth and showed it to the blacksmith. Is this a plow? Why have I never seen it before? The blacksmith was puzzled. No wonder the 3 people wanted carpentry. This plow was made of iron and wood. Yes, it is a plow. This plow is called a curved shaft plow. It was made by our Sanshui County magistrate. It works very fast and is several times faster than a normal plow. It is even faster when people pull it than when animals pull it. The plow is also very deep. I have 2 relatives here who bought one in Sanshui County and made another one here. In this way, 1 or 2 of my relatives have one. When I came here, I saw a lot of fields that haven't been plowed. It's too slow. Sanshui County has already done it. Some of them have been plowed twice. Our county magistrate is awesome, right? The man continued talking. When he talked about the county magistrate, he straightened his back and raised his head as if the county magistrate was his father. Really? Which county magistrate is your county magistrate? He cares about this kind of thing? The blacksmith was attracted by the man's words. Thinking that he also had relatives whose fields hadn't been plowed, he thought he could make one for them. How can it be fake? Our county magistrate's surname is Cheng, his name is Ling Xiang, and his courtesy name is Anren. He is a good county magistrate. Let me tell you, in order to let us do the spring plowing well, the county magistrate doesn't eat or drink. The man didn't stop talking about the county magistrate. He started from the auspicious signs and then talked about the county magistrate sending food and oil to the poor people during the new year. Then he talked about the curved shaft plow. He perfected Song Jingong's words and exaggerated them even more. As he talked, more and more people gathered around. The other 2 men who came with him were afraid that some people didn't hear everything, so they went to the side and talked to a group of people. As they talked, they made gestures and pushed the curved shaft plow in front of the crowd to let them have a good look. They also introduced the benefits of the plow over and over again. After the people around remembered it, they handed it to the blacksmith and said that they would come to pick it up at night. It was a total of 60 coins. They paid on the spot. After leaving the plow, the 3 of them each found a restaurant to eat. When they arrived at the restaurant, they joined in the crowd. After a few words, they began to talk about the curved shaft plow and talked about the county magistrate. They also pointed out which blacksmith shop was making it. After eating in the restaurant, they didn't waste any time and went to the tea house to drink tea. They didn't even drink the free tea in the restaurant. They drank the tea from the tea house set up by the roadside. The same words were said by the three of them again. However, before night fell, different versions of the story began to appear in Qizhou's Linyu County. Some said that the county magistrate of Sanshui County only came up with the plow after his hair turned white overnight. Some said that the county magistrate of Sanshui County was so thin that he was only skin and bones. He was so touched that he told the story in a dream. The story of the curved shaft plow was also amazing. Some said that a person could pull it faster than 2 oxen. Some said that as long as the plow was put on the ground, it could plow by itself. No matter which one it was, they all connected the plow with County Magistrate Cheng of Sanshui County. When the plow was mentioned, people would think of County Magistrate Cheng. When people talked about County Magistrate Cheng, people would talk about the curved shaft plow. When night fell, the three of them came to the blacksmith shop again. The blacksmith was already waiting there. He handed the plow to the three of them and watched them walk away. The blacksmith closed the door, pulled his son, and carried his 2 large curved shaft plow to his relative's house. The three of them didn't take the curved shaft plow to their relative's house. Instead, they turned around and left for the next county. The blacksmith and his son each sent the 2 plows to their relative's house. They also told their relative what they had heard during the day. When the relative heard it, he couldn't help it. He didn't care that it was already late and took the curved shaft plow to the fields. Some curious neighbors also followed behind. The blacksmith's son pulled at the front while the relative controlled the plow from behind. After walking a few steps, he got used to the plow's speed. The blacksmith's relative was very happy. On the way back, he asked people to send food and wine to his house. He said that he wanted to have a good drink with the blacksmith. The neighbors couldn't stay still. They wanted to share what they had seen with everyone they knew. Early the next morning, people who heard the news came to the blacksmith's relative's house. When they heard that they had gone to the fields early in the morning, they hurriedly went to the fields. When they arrived, they saw that there were already many people watching. There were even people who exclaimed from time to time. Just like this, a few days later, people in the counties around Sanshui County knew that there was a new type of plow called the curved shaft plow. They also knew that this plow was made by County Magistrate Cheng of Sanshui County. Many of the farmers in the counties who had late spring plowing began to make this type of plow. When the county magistrates of the counties saw that this plow had such a great effect, they also paid attention to it. Many memorials were sent to their superiors. When the people in the counties saw that this plow didn't belong to their county, they didn't want to fight for the credit. They also reported this situation to the capital. The officials of Feng County originally wanted to drag it out with County Magistrate Cheng until he couldn't hold on any longer and gave up the credit. They didn't expect that this matter would suddenly spread to the capital's land administration and the Ministry of Works. The officials of the 2 ministries even told each other, causing all the departments to know about this big matter. Chapter 82. The people of Feng Prefecture hated the people of the surrounding prefectures to the bone. They thought to themselves, "Why are you so troublesome? It's fine if you use the curved plow and submit a memorial, but don't say a lot of good things about the county magistrate of Sanshui County in your memorial. You even mention the auspicious signs and the gifts to the people of the county." When the auspicious signs were mentioned in Feng Prefecture, they only mentioned the auspicious signs of the prefecture, but the gifts on New Year's Eve were not mentioned at all. Now, the report from the higher-ups had already been sent to the prefecture. The wording was not harsh at all, but it was constantly scolding from all aspects. Why didn't Feng Prefecture report this kind of thing and let other prefectures report it? It was because the wording was not harsh that the people in the prefecture were afraid. If the wording was harsh, it meant that the higher-ups had a close relationship with you. This kind of bland questioning was the most frightening. If one did not do well, it was easy to lose one's position, or even be locked in prison to suffer. While everyone was busy with the spring plowing, the people in the prefecture were discussing how to deal with this matter. No one dared to continue suppressing the credit of the county magistrate of Sanshui County. In desperation, everyone discussed a solution. The sky was gloomy, as if it could fall at any time. The wind also cheered. At this time, the villagers in various places looked up at the sky, waiting for the rain to fall. The people of Sanshui County were the same. However, the sky was gloomy for a few hours, and in the afternoon, the clouds disappeared and the wind stopped. When all the villagers saw this situation, their hearts sank. Today was the grain rain, which should be the time to sow seeds. If it didn't rain, who would dare to sow seeds? Especially some old people who knew how to look at the sky, their eyes were full of panic. It's over, there won't be rain for a few days. County Magistrate Cheng of Sanshui County was also sitting in the yamen, staring blankly at the sky. After a while, he turned his head and asked the person beside him, "Little Luo Shui, how's the water?" This time, he finally called the person by his full name. "Sir, the water is very shallow. It hasn't rained for a few days, and the melted snow has already flowed away." The person beside him answered carefully. "It's over, hurry, immediately send people to this official. This official wants to dig a well." County Magistrate Cheng trembled as he stood up. He anxiously called for all the people in the yamen to come over and arrange for them to dig the well according to the surrounding areas. However, he was also worried that there would not be enough manpower as everyone was waiting to sow the seeds. After everyone left, County Magistrate Cheng stood alone at the entrance of the yamen. From time to time, commoners would pass by and greet him. He was not in the mood to respond to them one by one. The commoners seemed to be able to understand the difficulty of the county magistrate. It had not rained for the past few days, even when it was Guyu. Furthermore, it seemed that there would not be any rain for the next few days. In the evening, there was good news. However, this news was nothing to be happy about for County Magistrate Cheng. The people from the state sent a token, which meant that they recognized his contribution and would report it to the imperial court. However, the reason why the state didn't report it before was because he didn't want people from the state to report it. "Sir, you don't have to share your credit with others anymore," said the deputy district magistrate. He wanted to cheer the district magistrate up. "Merit, merit, what merit is there left? If this drought is not handled properly, I will be at fault. Have all the people I sent returned? How is the situation?" County Magistrate Cheng was listless. He sat on the chair and leaned his entire body against the back of the chair. Even so, he was still slipping down. Most of the people have returned. Chiang village is experiencing drought and the villagers are fighting for water. A few of them are injured and the water they snatched is barely enough to sow the grains. However, if it still doesn't rain in a few days, we will have to think of other solutions. Shiha village is still alright. There is still some water in the river that can last for half a month. Now, they have blocked the river. However, Dongha village is finished. But news after news came out from the deputy district magistrate's mouth. Usually, there was no water. When it was not used, there was always water. However, when it was used, they realized that there was not enough water at all. The places that had water could not last for long. Is there no good news? All of them are like this. Yes, there is one place that I haven't mentioned. Zhangjia Zhuangzi over at Tuqiao village. How is he doing over there? County Magistrate Cheng suddenly remembered that the people over there had not returned yet. "Sir, there is a river over there. However, that river is formed by the convergence of 4 small rivers. 3 of the rivers are not enough for the village and they have diverted the river water away. The remaining river is usually waist-deep and is completely useless. The main thing is that it has been like this for the past few years. It looks like a drought, but in fact, it will rain continuously before and after the grain rain. The people and we are all used to it." The deputy district magistrate sighed. Zhangjie Zhuangzi had given the yamen too many surprises. However, this time, no one could escape. Reporting, Sir, I am back. I am back from Zhangjie Zhuangzi." Just as the deputy district magistrate finished speaking, a voice came from outside the door. Following that, a person ran in. Looking at his travel-worn appearance, one could tell that he had rushed all the way. This person was carrying a large bag on his back. He didn't look heavy, but when he entered the courtyard and stopped, he couldn't say a word. He just stood there, panting. "If you're back, then so be it. Find a place to rest. What are you carrying? Asking for things from Zhangjie Zhuangzi again? It's fine if you want it during normal times, but they are also suffering from drought now. How can you?" County Magistrate Cheng was so angry that he couldn't finish his sentence. "Your Excellency, we didn't take it. It's the things that they, Zhuangzi brought back to Your Excellency's yamen." Good stuff. Wood ears. 10 caddies. Dry. The yamen runner stammered. "What? 10 caddies of dried wood ear, how dare you accept such a valuable thing? The drought is so bad. These wood ears can be exchanged for a lot of money. Digging a well requires money. Buying food from outside also requires money. Send them back. We can't accept these things." County Magistrate Cheng and Deputy District Magistrate were shocked. Where did Zhangjie Zhuangzi get so many dried wood ears? The yamen runner was still panting. He was anxious. In the end, he picked up the bowl of tea from the county magistrate's table and drank the tea in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and finally felt comfortable. He opened the bag and said, "Your Excellency, these wood ears were planted by them. They said that they would bring them back to share with the people in the yamen. Originally, they wanted to give 20 caddies, but I didn't dare to accept it. I only brought back 10 caddies. After they are brewed, the people in the yamen will be able to share some and eat fresh." Planted? Wood ears can be planted? The county magistrate and deputy district magistrate were shocked again. They even stood up from their chairs. Both of them did not know how to locate Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Cucumbers could be grown in the winter. There was vegetable oil. They bought carrots that others did not want and made a lot of money. They also found a very simple method of turning brown sugar into white sugar and made chili sauce. A few days ago, they had a curved shaft plow. Now, they could even plant wood ears. Was there anything in this world that they could not do? Well, since they can plant wood ears, they have made a fortune again. Even if there is a drought, they are not afraid. How about his side? Did he not plant anything? County Magistrate Cheng was relieved. Wood ears were precious. If they wanted to eat them, they could go to the mountains or some trees to find them. They could also be found at the place where firewood was transported. This was money. Your Excellency, they have all been planted. Zhangjie Zhuangzi, Wang Zhuangzi and Gu Zhuangzi have all been planted. The Gu Zhuangzi borrowed water from the Zhang and Wang Zhuangzi. They have all been planted. Borrowed water? If the Gu family does not have water in Zhuangzi, could it be that the Zhang and Wang Zhuangzi have water? The county magistrate felt a little dizzy. At this time, the Zhang and Wang Zhuangzi did not have water. Even if they had water, how could they lend it to others? He suspected that the yamen runner was lying, so his face darkened. "It's true, milord. This lowly one doesn't dare to lie. You don't know, but the Zhang and Wang families' farmstead have dug 6 large ponds, and they are all filled with water. There are still some small streams in the small river, and they are all led to the 6 ponds. When this lowly one arrived, there were already 7 wells there, and 3 more were being dug. The Gu family's manor had just been dug up, the well water was sweet and cold, it was delicious. When I got there, I drank 3 big bowls in one go, and the horse I was riding also drank it, the horse drank it too. Okay, stop talking nonsense. You said that there are 6 ponds full of water in Zhangjie Zhuangzi? And there are 7 wells that have already been dug? County Magistrate Cheng interrupted the Yamen runner's useless words and found the key point to ask again. That's right, milord. This lowly one saw it with his own eyes. There were even children from 3 farmsteads playing in the pond. There were more than 1,000 ducks and geese swimming in the pond. There were even people carrying water up the mountain. This lowly one even helped. There were more than 6,000 chickens laying eggs on the mountain, and the farmsteads even caught pigs. Other than that, I also saw grains moved from other places. Because they needed land during the spring plowing season, they moved the grains to the 2 main families of Zhuangzi. There were open spaces there, and each one was like a mountain. That was why I dared to bring back 10 caddies of wood ear. I know that they are not poor. The Yamen runner's eyes lit up when he talked about Zhangjie Zhuangzi. He explained everything from the beginning to the end of the Zhuangzi and pointed to the 10 caddies of wood ear. County Magistrate Cheng and Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingsheng sat back in their chairs. To be exact, they fell back. 2 pairs of eyes stared straight at the wood ear. Suddenly, they said at the same time, if I had known, would have brought back 20 caddies of wood ear. Your Excellency, if you really want it, I will go again. I am not afraid of being tired. I will change to another horse. The Yamen runner was also an honest person. He turned to leave after saying that. Stop, are you crazy from being poor? Do you have any shame? They gave it to you. What are you doing asking for it? This Zhangjie Zhuangzi is evil. They raised so many things. They dug 6 big ponds and 7 wells in advance. No wonder the Gu family wanted to borrow water from them. Gu Yingxi is considered to have a good neighbor. A few days ago, he was playing tricks behind their backs. In the end, he did not do anything to them. The people of Zhangjie Zhuangzi knew about it and they even lent water to Gu family. If he becomes an official, he will be a good official who brings good fortune to the people. County Magistrate Cheng stopped the Yamen runner and evaluated him. Your Excellency is also a good official. The Deputy County Magistrate said. Chapter 83. Many people were unprepared for the drought. In Sanshui County, only a few villages were still holding on. These villages were all next to larger tributary rivers. The only one that survived without being next to a large tributary river was Tuqiao village. It's really a drought. I don't know what I'm feeling at this time. I don't want a drought or locusts. That way, the people can live a better life. But I hope that the drought and locusts will be more serious. That way, the chickens, ducks, and geese we raise at home will be put to good use. We can also send the prepared food over. Your family's Baihu village can be saved, or even improved. Don't you think it's very contradictory? I mainly can't bear to see people fleeing with their families. That right Prime Minister you mentioned, he cured the locusts in the end, right? Then are the animals we raise still useful? Wang Wan stood by the river and said to Zhang Xiaobao next to her. The river in front of them had long run out of water. It couldn't be said that there was no water. There were locusts swimming back and forth in the river. The whole river was full of puddles. Never study human nature. Just do as you think. Otherwise, you will find that in the end, you will only feel that life is meaningless. Then you will commit suicide. If suicide is successful, then there will be no future. If suicide is not successful, then you will be like me, no longer studying. The meaning of life is to choose. Only those who have the opportunity to choose are happy people. Zhang Xiaobao pulled the slingshot in his hand and released it. A locust fish was knocked over. Its body twisted a few times and then stopped moving. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's slingshots were made by others. After it was done, they used a lot of strength to rework it based on the principle of leverage. The power was much stronger. Look, the loach is dead, and the other loaches around it can't do anything. I don't know if they would have saved their own kind when they found out they were in danger. After all, I'm not a loach. But I know that this loach told its companions before it died. Otherwise, the other loaches wouldn't have tried so hard to burrow into the ground. We are actually equivalent to a loach, but we are also higher than a loach. At the very least, we are giving water to the Zhuangzi of the Gu family. At the very least, you can sacrifice yourself when you make the choice and live up to your title. At the very least, I can risk my life in exchange. When I made the choice, I didn't think much. I made the choice, so I feel that I am lucky. So today, I'm still making a choice. I've chosen my family. So, let the drought come, let the locusts come. I'm ready. For my family, for my family. Why do I feel like what you said today doesn't sound like you? You should always maintain that kind of calmness. Even when exchanging hostages, you still have a smile on your face. Wang Wan tilted her head and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Is it the truth or a lie? Let's listen to the lie first. Wang Wan smiled. I want to comfort you and tell you not to think so much, so I'm going to argue more. What about the truth? I'm the same as you. I'm also conflicted. I'm waiting for others to be sad so that I can find an opportunity. This is the determination I made when I came here and heard Grandpa's words. I'm also struggling. Is the happiness of a few people more important, or the happiness of hundreds of thousands or even millions of people more important? But one person is also one of these people. Dictatorship or truth? Bruno was burned to death. When Zhang Xiaobao said these words, his brows were constantly frowning. Wang Wan was also thinking about this kind of too profound thing. Little Gongzi, I caught a fish. I'll make soup for you. At this time, a child who was playing in the water ran over. He tried to hold a fish with both hands. The fish was still swaying, trying to break free. Thank you. Zhang Xiaobao opened his eyes and looked at the child in front of him who was 6 or 7 years older than him. Little Gongzi, what did you say? The child was stunned for a moment. He put the fish on a straw stick by the shore and put it on the ground. Nothing. You go and play. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. Okay, I'm going to play. Little Gongzi, this fish has a lot of bones. You and Cuckoo have to be careful when you eat. The child ran to the pond again and turned back to tell the fish had a lot of bones. I understand. I'll be good to whoever is good to me. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said in unison. You don't need to say any more. I know all these, but I can't do that. How can I deliberately hurt people who are good to me? In the courtyard of the Gu family's main house in Zhuangzi, Gu Yingxi said to the housekeeper who was persuading him. Housekeeper Gu found that the rice of the Zhang family and the Wang family was not inserted into the ground. Instead, they were casually thrown into the ground. He felt that if he planted them like this, the harvest would be poor, so he asked the head of the family, Gu Yingxi, to report it to the yamen. At first, Gu Yingxi tried to persuade the housekeeper, but in the end, he became impatient and said what he thought. Yes, the other party gave him the water. Last time, he tried to hurt the other party but failed. County Magistrate Cheng had a good relationship with the Zhang family, so how could the other party not know? But at the critical moment, before he could say anything, the other party said, "It's just water. Take it and use it." The other party said it casually and gave him the water casually, but Guingxi knew that the other party didn't give him water, but a life. At this time, he didn't want to make trouble for the other party. Even if he wanted to, he didn't dare to. If the villagers of Gujia village knew about this, what would the consequences be? "Master, I think this is the last chance. If you miss it this time, you won't have another chance in the future. Those two Zhuangzi are evil. It's not impossible to make a Zhuangzi good, but it won't be so fast. How long has it been? Look at the life on Zhuangzi, it seems to change every day. I'm guessing that there must be a monstrous expert behind them. If we don't act now, our manner will be finished. Old master, think about it carefully, don't you agree?" The steward was still trying to persuade him. "Bullshit, what future? If they want to destroy Gujia village, do they need a future? It's fine as long as the water is cut off. Do you dare to steal the water? They have already put the water into the pond, but the river doesn't flow past Zhuangzi. It flows directly into the river under the bridge. Tell me, do you dare to bring people to steal the water? If you dare, I will go to the prefecture and report him. Tell me, do you dare?" Guingxi stared into housekeeper Ji's eyes and asked. "Master, I don't dare. He has two people from Zhuangzi. We only have one Zhuangzi. We are much worse." Housekeeper Gu shook his head. "Then I will find you some people who are similar to them. Do you dare?" Guingxi asked again. Housekeeper Gu shook his head again. This time, he shook his head even more. "I don't dare. We can't beat those two people from Zhuangzi. Those villagers have long worshipped the master like a god. Our people's hearts are about to fall apart. Not to mention other things, as long as those villagers wear the same clothes as the 15th day of the first month and stand there, our villagers won't dare to take a step forward." "That's right. Those two people from Zhuangzi are on the same boat. On the 15th day, the master made so many torches. Didn't they say that they want to light up the night sky? The county magistrate is one of their people and the villagers are loyal. You want me to report him? Am I looking for death? Do you think you can just go to the prefecture? What kind of person is Zhou Shihu? His uncle is a 6th-rank official in the prefecture. He helps the provincial governor deal with things. I don't understand. Why do you have to treat him as an opponent? Why do you want him to collapse? You were the one who came up with the idea last time. What happened in the end? Now that you know there is a master in charge, don't find trouble with him." Guingxi really had no other choice. He could only use this method to dispel the housekeeper's jealousy. He already felt that the other party had never treated him as an opponent. They were not even on the same level. Not to mention other things, just look at Sigo in the past and look at the current Sigo. He really chose people accurately. He didn't find anything good about Sigo in the past. He sold him for 1 tael of silver. Now, even if he had 1,000 taels of silver, he still wouldn't be able to buy him back. He wanted to buy people, but the other party changed his heart. He gave away 100 taels of silver just like that. Guingxi didn't dare to think about it anymore. He said to the housekeeper, "Let's go. Come with me." "Master, where are you going?" The housekeeper asked doubtfully. "Where else can I go? Of course, I am going to the Wang family's Zhuangzi. Put away your little thoughts. If it wasn't for the fact that several generations of your family have been the housekeepers of Zhuangzi, I would really suspect that you want to destroy Zhuangzi. Look at the housekeepers of the Zhang family and Wang family. Look at the people in the inner courtyard." Guingxi didn't dare to compare anymore. The Zhuangzi couldn't be compared to the other party. The housekeeper was also the same. He, as the master of the house, was not much better. Housekeeper Go was also afraid now. He was afraid that if he was kicked out by the master, not only would he lose his position, but he would also be angered to death by his father. Then master, what are we going to do? Nothing. We can just chat. I remember that last time, they asked me to set up the market together. Today, we will go and take a look. If they still agree, then the Go family will also be part of it. I just realized that as long as we follow them, there will be no problems. Those 6 ponds were built before the drought. Also, the wells were dug long ago. I am now wondering if the person behind those 2 zhuangzi is Zhuge Zai. Gu Yingxi said helplessly as he stood up and walked out. The 2 of them crossed the bridge and arrived at the Wang family's zhuangzi. Housekeeper Wang appeared again as if he knew they were coming. Village Mayor Gu, Housekeeper Gu, the 2 of you are here. Did something happen to the water? Housekeeper Wang asked sincerely. No, I am asking if the market can still be added to it. Housekeeper Gu said. This can't be, but there is another market that can be operated jointly with the Gu family. Housekeeper Wang first refused, then changed the topic and proposed a new matter. Chapter 84. Gu Yingxi and Steward Gu were shocked and they heard Steward Wang's words. They thought that they would never get another chance. Who knew that Steward Wang would say that there were other aspects? What aspects? Steward Gu asked anxiously. This made Gu Yingxi disappointed once again. There was no comparison between 2 housekeepers. Housekeeper Wang didn't seem to be like this in the past. Why did he seem to have become a different person in just a few months? Gu Yingxi did not know that this was because of economic power. Back then, the Zhang family, Wang family, and Gu family were about the same, so they all stood in the same position. Now, it was different. Zhang family and Wang family were rich, so of course, their attitude would change. Steward Wang did not care about the Gu family's urgent question. He slowly said, there is a river between our 2 families. The downstream of the river suddenly becomes flat. The main family of Zhang family and Wang family wants to build a restaurant there. It will have 2 floors and it will be empty inside, so you can see the water. We will find some people to drink and write poems there. If the Gu family is interested in joining, then pay a share. When the time comes, we will earn a share. It is just right that there is a drought now, so it will be easier to build a restaurant. What if we lose money? Steward Gu was straightforward. Without waiting for Steward Wang to speak, Gu Yingxi said, of course we will lose money together. Steward Wang, I don't know when the restaurant will be built. When the time comes, you must include my share. Gu Yingxi finally did not dare to go against Zhang family and Wang family. Now that there was an opportunity, he felt that even if he did not make money or even lost a little, it would be worth it if he could build a relationship with the 2 zhuangzi. Okay, don't worry. When the spring plowing is over, when the construction starts, we will not leave the Gu family behind. After all, it is safer for the 3 families to work together. Steward Wang's answer was very appropriate. After that, he saw that the 2 people had no intention of leaving, so he continued to invite them. Village Mayor Gu, Steward Gu, why don't you go to the pond over there to take a look? I don't know how long this drought will last. That's good. Gu Yingxi agreed without even thinking about it. He really wanted to go and take a look. After all, the water from the Zhang family and Wang family was carried in large wooden buckets or jars. He would be worried if he didn't take a look. It would be best if the buckets were always full. That way, even if there was still a drought in summer and autumn, he wouldn't have to worry. The 3 of them walked towards a pond. Along the way, they saw Gu family's Zhuangzi farmers transporting water. Not only water for watering the fields, but also water for cooking. The well in Gu family's Zhuangzi had not been dug yet. Standing beside a pond, Guingxi finally felt relieved. The pond was still full. Although there was less water in the river, it was still flowing. When there was no more water, they would have to rely on the well water. After chatting for a while, Guingxi said goodbye to Steward Gu and left. He had put down his worries. This time, there was a partnership. He thought that if anything happened in the future, the Zhang family and the Wang family would think about him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still standing by the river and watching the farmers busying themselves. The two of them realized that the number of loach fish in the river was extraordinary. If there were only 1 or 2 loach fish, it would be fine. But with so many loach fish, if they didn't catch them to eat, they would probably die in the mud. It was really a pity. How do we catch them? Wang Wan looked eager to try. Let others help catch them. Watch me. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the children playing in the pond and shouted loudly, "Come over here. It's time to catch loach." A child's voice had a strong penetrating power. As soon as he shouted, those children climbed out of the pond one after another and ran over. Help me catch loach. I'll use tofu in exchange. 10 loach for 1 big piece of tofu. When we get home, you can eat loach drill tofu. Catch 20 loach and I'll exchange it for 1 tael of vegetable oil. Now, everything is ready. Do you want to do it? At this time, Zhang Xiaobao abandoned his identity as a young master and started to discuss with the children. The children originally had nothing to do, so they all went to play in the water. When they heard that they could exchange for so many things, one by one, they all jumped into the river. They didn't care that the mud was already up to their calves. One by one, they grabbed the mud and threw it out one by one. Those who threw it counted by themselves. At this time, no one lied and cheated. From time to time, a child would jump out of the mud, shouting as he used his hands to slap his leg. There was a leech biting on his leg, and after a few slaps, the leech would shrink out of the person's body and curl up into a ball. Some of the children were very vengeful. They found a small wooden stick and rubbed the leech twice on the ground. Then, they used the stick to poke the leech's head. The whole leech would flip from the inside out. Then, they stuck the stick on the shore and let the sun dry it. When it dried, the leech would die. It wouldn't live even if it was put in the water. So this is how they kill leeches. Wang Wan looked at the increasing number of sticks on the shore. She felt that these children were too fierce. She wasn't afraid, but she never did such things. Yes, this is considered slow. In the past, I would catch leeches and put them on the railway. Once the train passed, nothing would be left. If I didn't put the leeches, I would find a nail and put it there. When the train passed, the nail would become Xiaobao's sword. Zhang Xiaobao recalled the days when he was a vagrant. Back then, he followed the other children and learned many things. Actually, if you sprinkle some salt, the leeches will naturally shrink together. Wang Wan felt that this method of slapping would hurt the children. She wanted Zhang Xiaobao to call someone back to get the salt. Zhang Xiaobao didn't move at all. Even if you bring the salt, they will still use their hands to slap the leeches. It's not that the salt is expensive, but they feel that hitting the leeches with their hands is the most reliable method. This is the attacking consciousness. It can also be placed together with the controlling consciousness. For example? Wang Wan asked. Children like to play with guns since young. If they don't have a gun, they will play with it. If they put a gun and a knife together, most children will choose the gun. Guns give them a sense of security and can be used to attack from a distance. It's the same for remote-controlled cars. There are some that have wires, and some that are wireless. Most of them choose the wireless. Even if the wires can be 100 meters long, the wireless control range is 50 meters. This is because the wireless control is more flexible and there are no worries. This is the safest way. And this sense of security is controlled by the person playing with it. They can attack and retreat as they wish. Zhang Xiaobao gave an example. I understand now. For example, when I was in school, the boys liked to play the road and the sea game. They drew two big traps together. The innermost one is the land, the middle one is the sea, and the outer one is the sky. They would play rock paper scissors to choose. Many children would choose the sky. The last one they want to choose is the sea. It's like that. I remember the last time we had people patrolling in the middle of the night and lighting up lights. But I feel that it's not enough. When there are more servants in the future, I want to divide them into open sentries, hidden sentries, fixed sentries, and mobile sentries. That way, the whole of Zhuangzi will be safer. Those who sleep better and those who keep watch better. Wang Wan talked about the future security work. At this time, the children were almost done catching. They climbed up one after another and used branches to string up the loaches that everyone had thrown on the shore. They placed them in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Everyone began to report how many loaches they had caught. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't count them. They directly asked people to go back and get tofu and vegetable oil. With so many loaches, they could make several dishes that could last for 2 to 3 days. After the children exchanged for the items, they happily ran back to their own homes. They put the items away and came back again. This time, they jumped into the water again to eat the loaches and tofu for their own home. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also began to walk back. Naturally, there were people helping to carry the loaches. Even if the two of them could carry them, others wouldn't let them. As soon as the two of them entered the courtyard, they saw Song Jinggong, who wasn't supposed to come back today, waiting there. Little young master, it's not good. Someone is buying a lot of soybeans. After I got my share from Zhou Shihu today, I wanted to buy some soybeans. But when I went to a few grain stores, they said that they were all sold out. I didn't believe it and went to take a look. The shop assistant told me that some people came to the store and directly asked how many soybeans there were. As long as there were soybeans, no matter how much they were, they would buy them all. I walked around for half a day and didn't buy a jean of soybeans. Our vegetable oil depends on soybeans. Now, all the soybeans in the county have probably been bought by those people. They are waiting for the next shipment. Then, the price won't be as low as it is now. I think that someone has found out that our vegetable oil is made from soybeans. As soon as Song Jinggong saw Zhang Xiaobao, he said the matter with an anxious expression. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "The vegetable oil has a kind of bean smell. If we keep buying soybeans, people will understand. I think these people are targeting us. But we have already stopped selling the vegetable oil. Why did those people only start now? Is it because of the drought? Maybe. They want to stockpile the soybeans and wait for the price of soybeans to rise. Then, they will find us to sell them. That way, they will make a lot of money. But I always feel that this matter is not so simple." Intuition. Wang Wan helped to analyze. What have we done recently? Don't be in a hurry. Let's go back to the house and make a list. Let's see our main income and new output during this period. We will make a judgment when the time comes. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't figure out what those people were thinking. If they want to buy soybeans, then so be it. At most, they won't sell soybean oil. They don't know how to make soybean oil with soybeans. Generally, rapeseed oil is made from frying, and so is meat oil. Song Jinggong went to find a place to rest. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went back to the house and began to calculate the main source of income during this period. After calculating, they found that there wasn't much difference from before. Then, what was left was the new output. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.